The story begins on a cold winter night with a series of uncertain doubts, like an invisible rock. When did it start? Being trapped in a small room with no light entering. Day after day, food and water were brought through the small gap, which was also where the warm light that shone on her lonely, cold soul came from. The only moment light entered this place covered in black bricks was once a day, only when food was brought in. From the deep darkness, a gaunt hand slowly, as if an invisible habit, reached for the familiar tray of food. Although it was called food, it was just dry bread and water. And as I got closer, I saw the person putting the food in was glowing faintly in the darkness. A pale white face with sad eyes longed for the person imprisoned in the deepest part of the room to be Lulia, and a round candy was placed on a tin plate one day on the other side of the hole. A masked person brought her food and water every day. Although she tried to see, she could not make out who it was. I came closer to see the person bringing the food in, shimmering in the darkness. Lulia tiredly lay on the ground, answering herself, seeing only a white mask. After eating, I fainted as always. She looked up at the ceiling, only a cold darkness enveloping her mind. I do not know what it is for, but just need to take a clean bath and put on new clothes. Like this, since I was 10 years old, I have experienced countless days. Lulia opened her empty, blurry eyes with a weary look. Normally, I would have become a madman or an idiot by now, but the only thing I can keep my sanity is an evil spirit always gnawing at her mind and soul, dying. It is because of these people. As soon as she finished speaking, the ghost Jibak appeared and punched her right in the gate and told Lulia, "Do not listen to him. Something is always around me and noisy every day." Skeletal arms full of viscous syrup, Jibak Ryung, or should I say vengeful spirits. Lulia explained about the formation of evil and good spirits. These people are the owners of the house. From under this basement, it is said that they are the original souls who died for the one called the Demon Grand Duke, where day and night they fight for justice between evil and good. I am the only one who sees and hears them. The room where Lulia is imprisoned is also where all the ghosts come and go. Day and night they often flock to this room and lament their circumstances. Jibak smiled teasingly. "Today you have been trapped here for 7 years, right?" It kept flying around her head and constantly playing and teasing. "Happy 17th birthday, even if you survive, no one will remember you. He always says hateful things. If it were not for these kids, I might have gone crazy here." She stood in the middle of a circle of chains, helpless. "No, actually, I do not even know if I am half crazy." Instead of talking about the memories before I came here, Lulia turned her head to look back at the innocent eyes of a child, and then she asked herself, "I do not even remember my name. It feels like someone has sealed my memories." She opened her eyes wide, looking up at the vague space, with chains full of loneliness and coldness. The ghosts are chattering noisily. "Hey, some strange people have come outside." What kind of people? Even if they are called the giant demon's followers, they are always the same. "No. There are many scary adults coming here." Lulia vaguely, "Strange people." Maybe they came to save this child. As soon as she heard that, her whole body trembled. A ghost replied, "To save, if so, they would have come sooner." Lulia still lay on the cold ground, haggard and tired with her thoughts. "You are right. 7 years have passed. If anyone was looking for me, they would have come already." Her heart was breaking. She covered her almost tearful eyes and told herself, "Okay, hoping that someone will come to save me. It has long disappeared." Suddenly, Lulia opened her eyes wide in doubt. "What? I just heard a strange sound. Is it an illusion?" She uncomfortably rolled around on the floor. She held her ears tightly with both hands. "It is not a mistake. It is too noisy." Lulia painfully and annoyedly shouted to her inner self, "Save me, my ears are about to burst." She was so frightened that her eyes were wet, so scared. What does this mean? A bright red color enveloped the entire room, and her. "Is it true that I will die according to the words of the spirits, trapped in such a cramped and dilapidated room, not being saved by anyone?" A voice came from the void. "No." Lulia woke up, startled, and opened her round eyes, still wet with tears. From the darkest part of the room, a kind ghost rushed out and supported her small, beautiful face and comforted. "Today you will survive out, so it is okay. Do not be afraid. Remember that freedom is not scary." Lulia listened and woke up, startled at what happened before her eyes. "You can do anything and become anything. There is a crack in the wall." Suddenly, the wall exploded, and a handsome, brave young man stepped in full of spirit. "So please, you must also be happy." She wearily propped herself up. At that time, I remembered the story that a ghost once told me. A long-haired princess was locked up somewhere like me, the story of a prince coming to save the princess. Her tearful eyes looked up face to face. "But I am not a princess. Are you a prince?" Devier was both surprised and worried, only uttering 2 words, "This is not in fairy tales, sorry." He slowly sat down and reached out his hand as if wanting to take away all the loneliness and resentment of the past 7 years. "I am just a duke. This year is the 7th year I have been locked in the demon's castle. I have escaped from that place." Outside the magnificent and majestic palace, full of splendor with warm light shining, it is a truly auspicious day. At the royal court, Davia is reporting congratulations. Finally, the notorious demon boss has been caught. Thanks to this, the emperor has breathed a sigh of relief. He with an unpredictable pensive expression, but his face does not look good. Is not it natural that we can't say it is luck? The source of his contemplation, Grand Duke Adramelech, known as the Tyrant of the North and a disgrace to the royal family, commonly known as the Demon Grand Duke. At the end of that demonic red, a royal son stepped out, Isidore. In the past few years, he must have grasped the world behind the empire. He has been famous for being violent and cruel from the beginning. A monster wearing a crown is the embodiment of evil, a terrifying evil that makes Isidore evil, not only researching black magic, a forbidden method, but also destroying his territory in the north. The things he does are crimes that only demons can lead, kidnapping children and turning them into sacrifices for all kinds of entertainment. A blood moon appeared, covering the entire castle. Finally, near the Grand Duke's castle, countless remains and strange corpses began to be discovered. The royal family could not consider this any further. Black crows frantically gnawed on the dried bones. The campaign to subdue the evil Grand Duke lasted a long year. Back to reality, he is still lost in thought. Today, Duke Montefort personally ended it, so, as emperor, there should not be a better day than this. The problem is that my own brother caused such cruel actions. Although I killed him to resolve it, resentment towards the royal family will be obvious. He is still worried and contemplative. An official is standing reporting. Even the problem is that the evidence found is all the bodies, according to reports, all documents, including the experiment diary, seem to have been burned. The only survivor is the girl imprisoned in a basement prison. Lulia is still lying and laughing foolishly beside the pile of dry bones. She has been imprisoned alone in such a place for many years. It is no wonder if she has been mistreated. It is difficult to get testimony. With such evidence, it is not enough to tie up the nobles involved. The official offered an opinion. There are also concerns that the royal family will face a headwind. He pondered, moreover, even if he claims to be anti-emperor, if it was not for Duke Montefort, this event would have been difficult to succeed. Grand Duke Adramelech is a clear royal. Duke Davier Montefort. Davier, surrounded by the serpents of hell, is the head of the era of Duke Montefort, one of the pillars of the empire, because of the incomprehensible actions inside. Rumors spread throughout the world that Duke Montefort is on Emperor Ivan's side. The emperor is also troubled by his great power. Duke Montefort has decided to use volunteers to punish the demon duke. Even if it was not like that, Adramelech was also a member of the royal family, so he had to take a lot of responsibility for the royal family. Using Duke Montefort with strong magic power, after the punishment is finished, that humiliation will disappear. He pondered and recalled the hellish serpents. I thought that Duke Montefort's power would be weakened when the war took place, on the contrary, because it was handled without any damage. Only the royal family is in debt. He put his hand on his head and rubbed his temples. It is great that he said he would help, but it is becoming a headache, currently. Just defeating the Grand Duke is worth celebrating. He is reminiscing about the Grand Duke's cruelty. The evidence of the crimes that the Grand Duke committed, the nobles involved, are also enough to cause tension in the near future. He sighed. Okay, just these two things are a great achievement for the royal family, so I have to end this worry here, although my hair is getting thinner these days. What should be done with the surviving test subjects? As soon as he heard this, he thought, there is that too. At the end of the castle, Lulia is still being held captive. She is considered a test subject, the only surviving test subject in a large siege full of corpses. Considering that the Duke did not eliminate her until the last minute, it is clear that there is one unusual person. He stood up and pointed his finger to order. It is also possible not to let it live. First transfer it to Duke Montefort, who discovered the girl. Devier is holding Lulia in his arms. At that time, the responsibility for everything that may happen in the future will be of that person. Gianni made eye contact. The girl discovered in the Demon Grand Duke's prison will be transferred to the Duke, who found her. He panicked and shouted, so the responsibility for all accidents that may occur in the future is that man's. A voice rang out. Have you heard? The Demon Grand Duke is finally dead. Lulia is being surrounded by maids and scrubbed. Even such a demon does not seem to be able to resist Duke Montefort. Right, the Duke is someone who can live with that, she pondered. This is the voice of the living that I have not heard in years, right? She thought and said, now that I am out, I feel uneasy and tremble. Although I do not know what the situation is, I seem to know a few things. According to everyone, the Demon Grand Duke is dead. Lulia and Davier made eye contact. The person who killed him was the Duke who saved me. It seems that is why I was able to get out of the house from underground. She worriedly thought to herself, first, I will just be obedient. If I act suspiciously, I might be considered an accomplice of the Grand Duke. In her stream of thoughts, if possible, do not reveal it. Lulia was startled, and came back to her senses at the words of the maids. So who is she? The Duke found her inside the Grand Duke's castle. Lord Dietrich said to bathe her clean. She slowly did as the maid said. Now, take my arm and lean on me. The maid praised her fairy-like beauty, Heavens, she looks like a completely different person after bathing. Is this real hair? Oh my, it is so long. Tara shyly said, can we cut it a little bit? Hair this long will be troublesome. Ah yes, Lulia worried me. How should I answer? She remembered Jibak's instructions. Remember what I said? One day, if you go out into the world, there will be people who treat you well. At that time, do not be afraid. You just need to be polite to them, then everything will be fine. Lulia worriedly gripped the towel and told herself, that is right, I won't be hurt if I do as he says. She hesitantly replied, see you. Cut is fine. Tara was startled. Oh my, so you can talk. Isha happily praised. Your voice is nice too. Lulia happily said, thank you everyone, everyone's voice is nice too. She asked herself, did I say something wrong? Both of them laughed happily. Oh my, I was so excited when I heard that sentence for the first time. Isha gently combed her hair. Then, because it is too long, I will trim it a little. As soon as she cut it, everyone praised. It would be great if we made a wig with this. I brought this in a hurry. Would you like to try it on? Lulia thought to herself, I do not know what everyone is talking about. She looked at everyone grooming her hair and told herself, it seems they do not hate me. A voice from outside rang out. Honestly, I knew it would be like this. Dietrich lifted the curtain and frowned loudly. Is this the time to leisurely play dolls, Lord Dietrich? Dietrich, Knight of Montefort. He ordered. The Duke requires her to be brought immediately. The ghost also taught me how to wear that outfit. It seems he is a knight. What now? Lulia replied, but my hair is not very dry yet. Dietrich approached. There is no time. He picked her up, making her panic and shout. While carrying her, Dietrich said, the Duke is waiting for us. A loud explosion made Lulia's ears ring. Ah, that way, what is going on outside? She painfully covered her ears. This noise has been ringing in my ears for a long time, and this dazzling light. Lulia realized something, so that is it. A mysterious blue color enveloped the entire castle, along with screams. Those are the screams of ghosts. Lulia wearily leaned against Dietrich's chest. A blue spark surrounded her finger, a strange blue flame. This was also created by someone named Duke Montefort, right? With this, the ghosts can also be freed from the Great Siege. Lulia looked at the scene before her and pondered, but it is so strange. Everyone is in pain. Her painful face changed slightly. Why, I want to escape from G Park Ryung. Lulia painfully hugged her head, with thoughts swirling. I have always wanted the fortress to become ashes. But why? Why do I feel so painful? Dietrich looked at her worriedly. He was both worried and annoyed. Hey, you can rest assured now, because the Grand Duke is now dead. Lulia fearfully hugged his shoulders tightly. Ah, I feel safe. This is just the scream. Dietrich carried her and worriedly thought to himself, she clearly looked fine just now. Why is she trembling now, hey? Isidore said loudly, loyal dog. He held a cigarette butt and sarcastically said, at least you have to find your master, Isidore, Prince of the Escardo Empire. His face turned dark, frowning, Prince Isidore. Isidore glanced with disgust, but he asked with contempt, what is that? Could it be that your master discovered this girl? She worriedly looked around. Who is this person? Does he know me? He replied. Yes, your highness. I am now taking her to the Duke. Isidore threw away the cigarette butt and smirked. Is that so? He stepped forward and grabbed Lulia's hand tightly. Give it to me. Let me take her, she painfully said. Wait a moment. A calm voice rang out, Prince Highness. Davier stepped forward and continued. I am the one ordered to bring that girl back. All three of them turned to look in the direction he was walking, that person. Mysterious, unpredictable blue eyes, fluttering black hair, and cool green eyes looking at me. Lulia was startled and opened her eyes wide. For a moment the screaming in her head seemed to have stopped. In fact, even the demon Grand Duke could not move. Davier smiled warmly and kindly. Duke Montefort. Isidore snatched Lulia from Dietrich's arms and laughed mockingly. Ah, do not misunderstand, Lord Davier. I heard that you are preparing to return immediately. Bringing luggage is also very troublesome, so I just intend to help. His face darkened slightly, his eyes like an ice arrow, wanting to take someone's life. He frowned. Davier glanced, and the Emperor said this. Recalling the moment he was at court with the Emperor, is this not Duke Montefort, who deposed the demon Grand Duke, and Duke Montefort, who found the test subject? I will entrust the safety of the survivor to the Duke. He stepped forward and stood firmly in front of Isidore and said loudly, so? Whether you turn them into slaves or do whatever you want, handle them as you wish. Davier continued, so His Highness misunderstood, but he snatched Lulia from his arms happily. First, take your hands off my bride. Everyone who heard this panicked and said in unison, Lord, oh Lord. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, asking herself, what did I just hear? Me, this person. Davier looked at her affectionately and smiled affirmatively. Yes, I will take this girl as my bride. Dietrich suspiciously asked, what are you thinking? Davier replied, I already said it. He smiled and definitely affirmed, I will marry her. he shouted. Duke, Davier dismissively asked. Did you see how funny the prince's dazed face was just now? Dietrich asked and replied. They said they would only water the prince. You are the person who is saying that you have given her the position of Princess of Montepello to a test subject of unknown origin of a great demon lord. Davier laughed and explained. How novel. Since when have you cared about my marriage? Moreover, Baron said so. At this age there must be 1 or 2 incidents so that old age is worth it. Suddenly he slammed the table. Dietrich angrily shouted, Lord Davier. He smiled and glanced. Ha! What is wrong? Have you finally betrayed me? As soon as he heard that, Dietrich was stunned. He hurriedly said, Please persuade me. What is the reason you suddenly caused this big incident? He replied gently. I am also curious about that reason. Davier still calmly admired the scenery. That is right. Because I fell in love with her at first sight. He heard this and was struck by lightning, making his whole body stiff. Dietrich curiously asked, Maybe you two have met before. It can't be like that, right? Davier slowly replied. What are you saying falling in love at first sight means? Of course we just met for the first time. He was both hurried and angry to know the complete answer. I know you can't become such a kind person. What the hell? As the emperor said, it is better to keep her as a slave. That also necessarily has to be right there. With the emperor, he did not rush to answer. Dietrich, I am quite annoyed that you did not follow the orders I gave. Dietrich suddenly asked back, When did you order? He remembered, could it be, the mission to bring the woman back, but was caught by Prince Isidore. Prince Isidore. He rested his chin. So, I do not understand why my Dietrich is wandering there. Davier's face turned serious. His eyes turned cold and he growled. Are you more afraid of the prince than my orders? Dietrich cowered. I am sorry, absolutely not. Like that, of course, I know that. Even if I clearly see the emperor's concessions, there is no way he would suddenly decide to marry that woman because of that. Lulia and Davier were both standing looking at each other, but they were separated by an invisible barrier. Perhaps he had planned from the moment he discovered the girl. That is probably why he sent me to bring her. In the deep darkness, she still kept asking herself, but, if so, then what is the reason after all? Dietrich apologizes. I will try not to make such mistakes again. Please forgive me. Davier replies like a child. Do not like it. He continues. Too embarrassing. Then I will apologize. With this humble life. He narrows his eyes uncomfortably. What are you saying? If Dietrich dies, how will I live? He is surprised and blushes. Duke, I did not expect you to directly say that you need me like that. As soon as he thought about it, Davier continued, making him stunned. However, it is good that I got the Duke. Besides, it is extra work. Lulia is sitting nervously with those words. Then, madam, please answer the questions I will ask from now on, she hurriedly thinks. How? What should I do? Should I answer? If I do not know, just feel free to say that you do not know. Devuan speaks up. First, madam, do you remember what my name is? Lulia hesitantly whispers. Okay, I guess I have to answer. She asks doubtfully. You said you were Devuan. Yes, I am Devuan, he happily replies. A therapist assigned to take care of madam. Feel free to talk. Devuan, a psychological therapist. Lulia tightens a corner of her skirt. I think there is some misunderstanding. I am not madam. She opens her eyes wide. Why did you say you would take me as your bride? I want to ask very much, but since that day, I have not met the Duke. Davier's image appears in her mind. Could it be that he intends to keep me by his side for life to experiment on me? A pretty doll like Lulia is brought to her as a gift. People say nobles are cruel and evil, like my ghost friends who died. Maybe I am too. Suddenly, the doll is torn into many pieces, mercilessly. Devuan reassures madam, you do not have to worry. He continues, the Duke I know never does unnecessary things. I do not know clearly, but there must be a reason to welcome madam with money. Lulia secretly speculates. The reason for welcoming me here is... He turns to his profession and starts asking, Then, can we go back to the question, madam? Do you remember what your name is? She hesitantly replies, No. Devuan asks and clearly notes the situation. Then have you ever met the Grand Duke or others in it? Lulia hesitates to answer. Once. I saw someone when they gave me food. She talks about the time before, outside the hole where the food was brought in. A masked person, he asks again. After eating, did your body have any unusual symptoms? Assuming she had pain somewhere, do not eat, do not be suspicious. Lulia is sitting meticulously peeling candy on the floor, while the ghosts fly around, continuously saying, Do not eat, do not be suspicious. Then she also recounts when she felt uncomfortable eating candy. After eating the candy, my stomach felt hot, so that is what it was. During the time you were in there, have you ever gone out? She sighs and replies, No, never. Lulia lowers her face and secretly says, thinking about it. She remembers and listens to Devuan asking, I do not know what it was like when I fell asleep. Sometimes when I woke up, my body was very clean. Are you saying that you may have been showered while you were sleeping? Lulia slowly looks at her palms and answers, Yes, maybe. At such times, the ghosts also disappeared and reappeared. She looks up at the space in front of her eyes. He said that I can't stand people going to this place. Lulia clenches her palms tightly, thinking about it. My body is functioning like a human, also thanks to those kids. Kindness or politeness? The lives of people outside. The table is full of high-class dishes, with all the colors, flavors, and feelings of everything. The kids told me a lot of stories so that I would never forget this world. She gazes at her eyes and feels for herself. At such times, I can imagine something. Lulia opens her eyes wide. Ah, it is better to live in imagination. She collapses. Whatever existed in that place, because I can become anything I want. Lulia remembers the long time ago, such as becoming a princess locked in a dragon tower and waiting for the prince. A hand reaches out as if wanting to save her. Someone came to find me and I was able to go home. Lulia plays and dances with her relatives and family. She hugs her family, the people who love her the most. That is right, maybe that is what I imagine the most. I can't remember the face of my family or hometown. Lulia is still stuck in the memories of the past, so I know this is not my home. It may be closer to a palace in a fairy tale, in which someone called Madam by a word, a specific number or something like that. This is not my home, she vaguely says. The kids often call me what they want. He is surprised. The kids... Devon asks again, but I heard that you were alone in it, Lulia replies. They are not human. Her face tenses up. Those are the kids who died in that mansion, the ghosts. He is worried and scared. Devon hesitantly asks, Madam, have you talked to those kids? Lulia calmly replies, Yes, they talk to me every day. As he asks, he also writes in the notebook, Madam, do you see those kids? Lulia remembers and answers, Sometimes I see faces, vaguely on the ceiling. After hearing this, Devon seriously and hurriedly asks, Can Madam still see them now, those kids? She calmly retorts, No, those kids, all were burned with the Demon King's castle, disappeared. As soon as she said that, Lulia's eyes lit up and widened. Devon shouted, Hey you! Lulia gently replies, What? She points forward. It is standing on your boss's shoulder. The ghost is clinging to his shoulder. Devon angrily shouts, How can you call me uncle? He cries and makes a fuss. What the hell is she looking at me like a boss? This vibrant youth. Am I that old? Dietrich uncomfortably says. Is that important now? He crosses his arms and says, The problem now is the absurd story about her being able to see ghosts. I do not know if you believe in the mystical, but, he affirms. She said, It is true. Devon recounts the whole thing that scared him to drop his pen. I have also made a living for the past 10 years with this. This is the first time I almost screamed. Ghost, on my shoulder now. Talking about ghosts with an innocent face gives me goosebumps all over my body. He crosses his arms and listens to the report. It is probably not fake. This person, of course, different from what you told me, although not serious content. Dietrich keenly recognizes something. Devon frowns. In my opinion, it is all due to Madam's imagination, and having experienced that time, it is a kind of mental protection. He curiously asks, So she is imagining a friend to protect herself, he replies. That is right. A normal person would not be able to think normally when imprisoned in a closed place for a long time. Devon recalls and clearly explains, to prevent this, the defense system that the mind creates is a ghost. The ability to use language and the ability to think of Madam now is nothing short of a miracle. Dietrich frowns uncomfortably and asks, What have you found out related to the experiment? He tensely looks at the file and answers, No, it is a bit difficult to find out. Right from the start, it seems that a significant part of her memory has been hidden. So I need to approach it little by little. A ram's skull stained with syrup, hidden, that is right. When you encounter something difficult to solve mentally, there will sometimes be cases of memory manipulation. Thousands of chained arms brutally gnawing at Lulia's soul. It seems that she can't even remember what happened before she was imprisoned. It is impossible to rule out the possibility that they interfered with Madam's memory. This means that it may have been forcibly erased during the experiment. Devon empathizes. So pitiful. Maybe she did not know, so she really considered the ghosts as her friends. Dietrich sighs tensely and replies, That ghost story again. Where the dry bones are lying all over, but is not it strange if there are no ghosts? The guards rush in. I heard that countless corpses were found in the Grand Duke's house. He frowns and continues, According to Madam, the ghosts talk to her every day, and sometimes she even saw their faces. He is stunned when he hears, From the ceiling. Dietrich tensely repeats, The ceiling, she said that right? Devon vaguely does not understand what is going on, and replies, Yes, she said that, but is there a problem? He thinks to himself, Does this man know what he is talking about? No, it is impossible. That day I witnessed that in the prison under the basement of the evil Grand Duke. Skull. Then thousands of skulls piled on top of each other. I have lost it already. Back to Lulia's magnificent room. Tara's voice reassures. The doctor also said, It is okay, Madam, do not worry too much. She smiles brightly and continues. Later, if you practice regularly every day, Madam will be able to walk properly. Tara, a maid of Montefelt. Tara happily suggests, Now I will comb Madam's hair, yes. The golden comb is slowly groomed on her smooth hair. Lulia is being combed and happily whispers, Everyone is very friendly. Are people outside like that? As soon as she thinks about it, she sadly blames herself. Just now that person was also very friendly, but it seems that I scared him. You, said Ghost. I am not surprised, right? Did I say something nonsense? A voice rang out, attracting Lulia's gaze. Well, why are you talking nonsense like that, idiot? Jibak slowly walks over. You said that no one believes it. It walks and says, now you are even digging your own grave. It will only be a matter of time before you are kicked out of this luxurious house. Jibak is a jet black cat. Tara shouts, oh my. She looks at the cat in surprise. The cat just now. Tara happily praises. I guess he is trying to be cute with Madam. He is so cute. Is he Madam's cat? Lulia denies. That is not it. The identity of this cat is Jibak, who was with me in the Demon Grand Duke's prison. I wondered how he could follow me here. I did not expect him to pretend to be a cat. It is so nice to see my ghost friend again, who I thought I had lost forever. Jibak is annoyed. But hey, are you looking down on my words? What a talkative friend. Are not you answering, huh? After all, the most dissatisfied and grumpy person among them is the only one left, Madam. Would you like to look in the mirror? Inside is Lulia, as beautiful as a queen, making Tara also praise. As expected, it suits Madam as I thought. She happily praises continuously. It looks even more elegant than a noble lady, Jibak sarcastically says. How good is her eyesight? She holds some clothes and thinks. Clothes, body, hair. Lulia is shy, all soft and clean. How long has it been? She is so happy that she is running around outside with Warm Spring. Warm, comfortable, refreshing. I want to run and jump as much as I want. Like a lie about that terrible time, Tara respectfully replies, yes, Lord Dietrich. Dietrich's voice rang out. Excuse me. Lulia speculates. If it is Dietrich, then... The knight I met at that time, he speaks first. I have come to pick up Madam. The Duke is waiting for Madam. Please come down for dinner, she tensely worries. The Duke. Finally, I can have a proper conversation with that person. The Duke will be here soon. The maid says, please wait a moment, Madam. Ah, yes. Okay. Lulia sighs. She looks around and secretly praises. I did not expect there to be such a brilliant place. How wide is this place after all? Lulia suddenly tenses up. It is very big, like a restaurant. As expected, it is the Duke, so it is like this. She picks up the fork placed on the table. Compared to him, I do not know any eating etiquette. What should I do if I am mocked? She keenly recognizes something. Lulia looks straight ahead. That flower. I have a feeling that I have seen it somewhere. Devier walks over and gently asks, why do you have to hold that? He smiles brightly. That thing. She turns her head to look. This voice. The two make eye contact. Devier speaks first. Are you going to stab someone? Duke Montefort. Lulia says, ah. She opens her eyes wide in surprise. Duke. He politely smiles brightly and cares. Hello, did you rest comfortably? Lulia is flustered in her thoughts and stands up. Am I too rude? I have to stand up and greet him, Devier reassures. Do not stand up. She replies, but, he comfortably cares? You said your legs were not comfortable. Devier glances in another direction. I hate becoming the bad guy who makes people uncomfortable have to stand up. Lulia is startled and panicked. I did not think like that. He pulls out a chair. I heard that. Devier cares and asks, you were in there for 7 years, right? It seems like you are about 17 years old now. Maybe. He worriedly asks, you do not remember what happened before you were locked up? Yes, so that is what it is. Compared to that, the situation is quite good, Lulia naively thinks. His voice is so cold. Does he think I am lying? She remembers Jabek's words and contemplates. Maybe what the cat said is right. How can anyone believe in such a ghost story? Lulia tensely tightens her sleeves, but then bravely says, in my life there has never been anything that is not honest. I am not lying, Duke. Davier's eyes narrow and turn cold. Lulia's eyes are wide open, extremely naive. He looks at her pensively and thinks to himself, why? Why does not he say anything? Could it be that I am not being polite? Lulia is so nervous that she is sweating. Or, after thinking, he speaks first. Davier. She is startled and replies, yes, that is my name. Davier smiles brightly. Just call me Davier. Lulia blushes shyly. Davier, he told me his name. At least now he will believe what I say, right? He smiles and starts a conversation. I think I have introduced myself, so I want to hear your name. What should I call you? She hesitantly says, I. She starts to get nervous again. My name, that is also one of the things that has been erased from my mind. I do not remember it at all. When I was there, the ghosts did not call me and only whispered. All kinds of strange names kept hovering in my head. She sinks deep into fear again. Davier is pensive. He speaks up to relieve the situation. You do not even remember that, yes. Davier suggests. Then how about giving a new name? Lulia is doubtful. My name? He replies, what should we name it? Davier gives a series of names, like Elizabeth, Isabella, Josephine. How about that? Lulia hesitates again. He immediately says, "They are all not beautiful," then her eyes widen and look at him. Davier chooses a suitable name for her and explains, "How about Lulia?" Lulia, that is the name of this flower. A beautiful name, right? It is said that it is a flower that can survive even in harsh environments. Without dying, I think it suits you too. What do you think? She is surprised, Lulia. Is it just a coincidence? The ghost called me by many different names. Among them, Lulia is the name I like the most. Even back then, I told them that it is a flower that does not wither, even in cold and dark places. To be called by that name here again. What should I say about this feeling? Lulia puts her hand on her chest and smiles happily, a little more. It feels like I am living. Yes, please call me that. Davier also smiles brightly. It is good that you seem satisfied, so now. He snaps his fingers. Davier says, "Let us eat." As soon as he says that, the servants bring out the food. So much food. Each dish is opened and brought out. The table is full of food, making her gape. Is this really prepared for both of us? Too much. It all looks delicious. Do not worry about the meal. Everyone is serving Lulia, Davier explains. They will take care of you until you learn how to use a knife and fork. The maid happily says, "Excuse me, madam, this is a steak made from the highest quality beef." The food is brought to her mouth. "Please try it, madam." Strange. Clearly the food looks very appetizing, and I feel hungry. What is this feeling of rejection after all? Can't move my mouth. As expected, I must have ruined something somewhere. If it continues like this, I won't be able to get used to the outside world in my life. Davier orders, making Lulia panic. "Stop," he angrily says, loudly. "Can't you do that properly?" The maids apologize continuously. "I am sorry, sir. Is he not talking to me? But these people did not do anything wrong." Davier orders, "Okay, everyone get out." "Yes, sir." He crosses his arms and worries. "You do not like that? Or are you not satisfied with the food?" She replies, "It is not that. It is all good." Davier suggests memories to Lulia, making her shy. Then, "Have you remembered any unhappy memories? Is that it?" His eyes turn cold and he shouts, "Why do not you answer?" Davier grits his teeth, making her panic. "I am asking you, Lulia." Lulia says loudly, "Please do not get angry." She is both worried and scared. I do not know why it is like this either. He listens attentively. "But I will try to calm down, so give me some time." Davier tilts his head and smiles brightly because of Lulia's cuteness. She is surprised. Why are you smiling?" He smiles and apologizes. Sorry. Davier smiles and explains that he is truly in love. "I do that because I am confused." Is she a gift or a bomb? Making Lulia confused. Why is he confused? The things he just said mean that he deliberately got angry. He seems to be a difficult person to understand. Davier stands up. Then, for Lulia, who is having trouble, he moves closer and says, "Can I help you?" As soon as she hears this, she is surprised, and her eyes widen. What? He brings the food over and gently says, "Quickly, say Lulia." Lulia is flustered and can't react to Davier's sudden action. He is directly using a fork to feed me. This is not in the eating etiquette that the ghost said. She is confused and reassures herself, letting the attractive piece of meat in front of her be brought to her mouth. "Calm down, Lulia. Maybe he is testing me. If not, why would the Duke personally feed me like this?" Lulia is still immersed in her own thoughts without noticing that Davier is still holding the fork in the same position as before. Seeing that she is still hesitant to eat, Davier has no choice but to take the meat elsewhere. This does not seem very tasty. Lulia suddenly realizes that her actions are a bit rude. No, that is not it. Davier tries to bring her another plate of food and asks for her opinion. Then how about this? Lulia sees that he is really overly enthusiastic, so she quickly says, "I am really okay." As soon as she finishes speaking, Lulia has to be silent. Her eyes open wide and sparkle. Before her eyes is a wobbly pudding, covered with chocolate and toppings on top. Seeing that Lulia is no longer refusing him, Davier enthusiastically scoops a piece and persuades, "Can't take your eyes off it, right? If you are curious, would you like to try it?" Here, he scoops a small piece of pudding and brings it for her to taste. Lulia can't resist the temptation, looking at such an attractive cake. No, is it okay? She decides to ignore her reason and gently lifts her long hair and opens her mouth for Davier to feed her. I do not know anymore. Anyway, the Duke is directly giving it to her, so she can't refuse. Lulia is busy persuading herself without noticing Davier's eyes full of pampering for her. As soon as she puts the pudding in her mouth, Lulia can't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She shyly asks Davier, "What is this?" He happily explains, "It is pudding." As expected, she is very satisfied. Seeing that Lulia seems to like the pudding, Davier asks more, "Does it suit your taste?" She secretly sighs in her heart, "Oh my god, too sweet." Lulia's expression, that was still shy, is now bright and happy when she eats something delicious. She secretly looks at Davier next to her and secretly wonders, "So there are also foods that taste like this? It is so strange. Why is it okay now? Or is it because Davier is next to me?" Lulia compares them to the foods she ate while she was imprisoned in the dungeon. The sweetness that I knew until now, all were just candy eaten in prison. This can't be compared to that. Lulia happily sinks into her personal world. The ghosts are right. The outside world is amazing. Seeing that she is dazed, Davier speaks up and pulls her up. This is delicious, right? It seems that you really like sweets. Looking at Lulia, only focusing on the pudding, Davier speaks up to remind, do not just eat pudding, eat something else. She smiles like a flower and obediently replies yes. He handed her a basket of golden brown bread that was still piping hot. This was freshly baked bread. Lulia stared blankly at the loaf of bread, assessing it. Was this bread? It was different from the shape she knew. Davier reached out, took a piece, and demonstrated for her. You can just eat this with your hands. Then, he pressed a loaf into her hand. Easy, right? Try it yourself. Lulia hesitantly tried to break a piece in half. She curiously took a small bite of the bread. So soft, it was really soft. Just as she predicted, the freshly baked bread melted in her mouth. Not hard, like the black bread in prison. Having eaten something so delicious for the first time in her life, Lulia could not suppress her curiosity. What exactly is this taste? Seeing her happily eating, Davier felt happy too. Is it that good? She was moved to tears of joy and softly replied, yes, it is so delicious. Davier just smiled adoringly. No one is chasing you, so take your time eating. Lulia happily exclaimed. The people who eat this every day must be very happy. Hearing her say that, he smiled meaningfully. So that is how it is. Lulia will be a very happy Duchess. Lulia did not understand Davier's hidden meaning and asked, what is a Duchess? He casually explained, it is my wife. Because I am a duke. If you marry me, you will become a Duchess. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Lulia froze, stiff as a board, having forgotten about this. That is right. She realized in a panic that she had overlooked an important matter. That is right, there was that. Lulia did not know how to react, feeling awkward. The meal made me lose focus and forget about the bride thing. What should I do? What should I say? Davier appeared disappointed at her reaction. Are you that surprised? I will be hurt, you know. Lulia flusteredly tried to clear up the misunderstanding. No. It is not like that. I want to be like someone like the Duke. He smiled and corrected her, Davier. Lulia stammered, repeating after him. Someone like Davier. She finally voiced her long-held question. I do not know why you want to marry a child like me. Davier casually asked her back. What about it, can't I? Lulia dejectedly recounted in a low voice. No, it is not that. I have heard that nobles only marry among nobles. Compared to that, I do not even know who I am. She clutched at the hem of her dress, listlessly listing a series of shortcomings. Can't walk alone and do not know etiquette or how to write. Davier did not criticize her, but gently comforted her. Your legs will soon get better, and you can learn the rest from now on. Seeing him so nonchalant, Lulia was very surprised. Even if you look at it anyway, I can't be of any help. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at her intently, then spoke. You do not need to know that. You just need to know that you really are a kidnapped princess. Seeing his nonchalant attitude made Lulia a little doubtful. This is a joke, right? I do not know how much of it is sincere. Davier, as if reading Lulia's inner thoughts, smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, that was just a joke. I am not a prince, so I do not need a princess. She was flustered at having her thoughts exposed. Was it too obvious? Davier continuously encouraged Lulia. Anyway, whether you can be of help or not depends on what you do. I am sure you can be of help to me, can't you? Lulia thought about what he said, then sullenly bit her lip. Davier is right. She could not help but feel lucky in her heart. If Davier had not brought me here back then, I do not know what would be happening to me now. Suddenly, she heard Davier's gentle voice. Don't worry. He calmly poured her a cup of warm tea. Even if you kick me away, you won't become a slave. Davier took a sip of tea and continued. I will send you to be adopted by someone I know, because you can also live happily there. It is not a decision for right now, so finish eating first. Faced with such a dreamlike life, Lulia hesitated a little. Are those words really true? Lulia recalled her wishes when she was locked up. When I was in prison, if I could go out into the world, look up at the blue sky, if I could meet other people, and live a life not just by myself. She absent-mindedly looked out the window. I thought it would be good to live as a slave for the rest of my life. Suddenly, she asked Davier a question. He was slightly surprised, putting down his teacup suspiciously. Me? Lulia hesitated, probing. If I do not marry you, what will happen to you? Davier thought for a moment and replied, I will live as I used to live. Don't worry, even if we do not get married, it won't be a problem. In other words, Davier was about to continue speaking, but Lulia's voice cut him off. I will marry you. Davier could not react in time. He widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, What? Even Lulia realized that Davier's enthusiasm had a basis. Instinctively, one could be sure that there must be some reason for this great favor. In her head, she replayed the scene when they first met. But even so, it does not matter. In my world, there are only ghosts in the darkness. This is the first time we have met, Lulia muttered to herself. The person who saved me from that cramped and dark prison, anything this person wants. I will also help, she decisively made up her mind. I will marry you. The scene was now in the late afternoon, and a voice sighed. Getting married so suddenly, the elderly man helplessly sighed. I thought half the people would play pranks on me. Dietrich agreed with him. Me too. I thought there was no way he could be so honest when endangering the emperor. He hurriedly reminded him, nagging too much. Dietrich, be careful what you say. He reluctantly frowned apologetically. Sorry. The person resting his chin on his hand was the head of the Duke Baron's mansion. Although, from the start, he was not a great person to make such stupid jokes. Baron was extremely surprised when Davier decided to marry Lulia so quickly. I did not expect him to become the main character in these scandals. This old man can't believe his ears. Dietrich confusedly rolled his eyes. It could be like that too. He awkwardly repeated the maid's story. According to the maids, he even helped her prepare the meal. Can you two imagine it? Tara and Baron, hearing this, also shook their heads helplessly. Finally, Baron spoke to ease the atmosphere. But even though it is very difficult to understand the Duke's deep meaning, his voice was mixed with joy. Finally, there is a lady in this gloomy castle. As the head of the mansion, that is something for me to be happy about. Moreover, she is a very beautiful person. Hearing this, Tara excitedly clapped her hands, her eyes shining like stars. Right, the head of the mansion thinks so too, right? I am sure she will be able to wear any dress beautifully. She seemed to really like this topic, talking non-stop. Because the Duke looks so good, this will be a really beautiful wedding, like a painting, right? Dietrich, seeing this scene, froze. I do not intend to stop those two. Baron, seeing the conversation going a bit too far, spoke up, reminding them, tomorrow is not the wedding, so do not make so much noise. Go now. Whether they get married or not, they need at least a basic education first, Tara exclaimed. Oh my goodness. The person assigned to escort her by the Duke's order, can you be wary of her even when you protect her with all your heart and soul? Hearing her sarcasm made Dietrich, who was drinking tea, choke. Tara suspiciously looked at Dietrich with a judging expression. Are you hoping that the Duke will take this opportunity to change his mind? In any case, reporting in your head is a good idea, he shouted in protest. This, really, I do not hope for that at all. He tried to explain. I am just suspicious of his intentions. Aren't they both too calm? Tara, hearing this, sighed. Then what should we do? She had no choice but to comfort him. Even if we think together, nothing will change. Maybe you will be surprised to meet someone you know. Dietrich still stubbornly slammed his hand on the table. Even if that is the case, he rattled off a string of words into Tara's ear, trying to convince her. Can you believe falling in love at first sight, that Duke? Suddenly, the two of them heard Baron's calm voice. Well, nothing is very surprising. Dietrich was confused. Head of the mansion, he explained to the two of them. The Duke is now 21 years old, in the prime of his youth. For such a Duke, the identity of a new wife is not a problem. He furrowed his brow in suspicion and asked again, are you being serious right now? He remained nonchalant. What is there that is not? Although the Duke is more special and picky than others. Suddenly, he looked up at Dietrich. I do not know if you know this, but thanks to you, his volatile temper has calmed down. He was stunned, not quite understanding Baron's intention. Then, he adjusted his collar and stood up, exclaiming, Anyway, it is going to be very busy from now on. Baron looked at Dietrich, who was pursing his lips, and said, Since things have turned out this way. He smiled gently, advising, Then enjoy your youth. Finishing his words, he turned and left, leaving Dietrich still standing there, contemplating the matter. He massaged his aching temples, muttering to himself, Enjoy my youth. What can someone who clearly knows why I can't do that do? The Duke will do the same in return. Dietrich frowned again. Dietrich, feeling confused, went to the balcony to get some fresh air to clear his head. I do not know, damn it. He looked towards the distant sky, muttering to himself, I wish it was really love at first sight, even for the lady whose identity is unclear. At Davier's mansion that night, inside a room with luxurious decor, a cozy fireplace echoed with a voice. So, from now on, your name, Jibak suspiciously asked, is Lulia? It waved its long tail, complaining, naming her does not suit her at all. Lulia had no intention of choosing another name and retorted, Be quiet, I like that name. Seeing her show her attitude, Jibak babbled on, making Lulia have no intention of hearing a word. What? You have only just got a name, and you are already planning to join the campaign. Aren't you grateful? If it were not for us, you would be now. She casually flopped down on the bed, exposing Jibak. Don't take your anger out on me just because you feel bad after eating cat food. Being caught out, it jumped up. Hey, you are just eating delicious things. Are you kidding me? You have to try it to know. What kind of thing smells like that? Jibak kept muttering, but Lulia was busy exclaiming, so she did not hear a word. So soft. She touched the dress she was wearing, unable to suppress her emotions. So many things happened today, but it is so warm and soft that my fatigue seems to disappear completely. The room also gives a warm and comfortable feeling. Lulia looked around the room and was confused. How many rooms are there in this villa? Why did they give me such a big room? Seeing that she was not paying attention to it, Jibak angrily grumbled, Hey, are you not listening to me now, Lulia, or whatever someone has named you so? I know. Suddenly, Lulia spoke up, staring at Jibak, making it shudder. Why are you looking at me like that? Lulia jumped up excitedly, guessing. You want a name too, right? Jibak Sundari denied it. What? No, thank you. She looked at its reaction and was surprised. Why, don't you want a name as nice as Davier? Jibak, not knowing him, wondered. Who is Davier? Lulia softly replied. The Duke. Jibak, after knowing, teased, making Lulia blush red. Your husband? She hugged the pillow tightly, rolling around on the bed. No, I do not know. Jibak, seeing this scene, helplessly sighed. Oh my God, if he is not your husband, then what is he? You like him so much. Suddenly, it turned around to look at Lulia. And what is Davier's name? What? Why is not it a name? Lulia did not understand what Jibak was saying. What? She asked back in wonder. What about Davier? Finishing her words, she hugged her pillow and lay down, daydreaming, speaking softly. It just sounds beautiful to me. Smiling brightly, Lulia suddenly widened her eyes in fear. Outside the room's window, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky. Lulia and Jibak, who were talking in the room, also jumped in fright. Jibak muttered. That startled me. Suddenly, the thunder scared me to death. Finishing his words, it sweated profusely and turned to look at Lulia. Seeing her trembling, hugging her knees tightly, made Jibak panic. Hey, are you okay? Lulia covered her ears with her hands, biting her lip in fear. Then, a series of lightning bolts competed to appear in the sky. The pillow she was hugging earlier was now sprawled on the floor. Lulia covered her face, sobbing, towards the window. One hand covered her ear, the other raised to wipe away the tears that fell. Lulia clutched the bedsheets tightly, ignoring Jibak's worried voice beside her. Hey, are you okay? It turned pale, hurriedly advising. Hurry, call someone. Mommy. Another clap of thunder struck, causing Jibak to jump. It tried to comfort Lulia, who was terrified. Hey, calm down, you idiot. It is just normal thunder. It is just like that because it is raining. Ignoring Jibak's explanation, Lulia still hid under the blanket, trembling. She hid under the blanket, sweating profusely, remembering the past. I have heard that, hundreds of times, from the Devil Grand Duke. That is the sound I can't forget. The ghost told me that when it thunders, it rains. I was also told that the Devil Grand Duke is feeling uncomfortable. She tried hard to encourage herself. Calm down, Lulia. The Devil Grand Duke is dead. Davier got me out of there. But why do I still... Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the room, and a concerned voice spoke up. Lady, are you okay? Tara pushed open the door, asking worriedly. I keep hearing the cat crying. Seeing the scene in the room made Tara scream in fear. La, lady is... Just at this time, a tall man came over and spoke. What is wrong? Tara stammered, shouting, Duke Davier. Davier sleepily explained. I came here to see if she was sleeping well. What is all the noise about? Tara hesitated. Reporting. Because the cat's crying is too loud, I came here. Jibak, being falsely accused, angrily shouted. What, I have never cried. It is just that you do not understand what I am saying. First start with this cowardly little thing. That thing, so noisy. Davier grabbed Jibak by the scruff of the neck, lifting it up, making it struggle. Let me go, won't you let me go? Suddenly, Davier noticed a lump of blanket trembling on the bed. Lulia, hearing the familiar voice, poked her face out of the blanket, calling softly Davier. Hearing her call, Davier immediately threw the cat behind him for Tara to catch, making her jump and scream, Meow! He gently grabbed Lulia's wrist, pulling her up, softly comforting her. Lulia, why are not you asleep yet? You must be very tired. She stammered, trying to explain. That thing. Just at this moment, lightning struck again, making her jump. Lulia unconsciously hugged Davier tightly, shouting. Davier, suddenly being hugged, was no less flustered. Lulia. He understood everything, gently stroking her head. You were startled, and could not sleep because of that. Davier hugged Lulia, gently comforting her. It is okay. I am just making a lot of noise before the rain starts to pour down. She looked up at Davier with teary eyes, muttering to herself. If it rains, the Devil Grand Duke's mood will become bad. His mood becomes uncomfortable, not just the Devil Grand Duke, but the other nobles too. The ghost said that, but... Suddenly, Davier gently used his hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Lulia, seeing him still smiling gently, was a little surprised and unexpected. Davier does not seem to be in a bad mood. He turned to look at Tara, whispering, It looks like that, but it takes more effort. Tara, thinking Davier was blaming her, hurriedly spoke up. Sorry, it is my fault. Davier restored his smiling, gentle expression, replying, It is okay, just do not do that to anyone besides me. How about now? Davier placed the newly lit candle on the bedside table, asking softly, Have you calmed down? Lulia obediently replied, Yes, a little. At this time, Lulia noticed that one person was missing in the room. Tara, when did you leave? Davier gently urged. Then go to sleep quickly now. Get a good rest today, and we will meet again tomorrow. Finishing his words, Davier stood up, intending to return to his bedroom. Suddenly, Lulia grabbed Davier's clothes, not letting him leave. Under the dim candlelight in the room, the two looked at each other deeply. Lulia shyly tried to use her eyes to express what she could not say. Davier seemed surprised at her action, and then his lips unconsciously curved into a doting smile. He reached out, gently stroking Lulia's head, softly whispering, I am not going anywhere. I will sit in front of you, so do not worry about anything. He nodded, signaling to reassure her. Jibak, who had been ignored, angrily puffed up his fur. What, that guy is still here? I do not like it at all. Who asked him to stay? It kept grumbling to Lulia. Can't you chase that guy away right away? You are acting as you want. You can't chase that guy away right away. Why do you always wrongly accuse good people? Why do you always do that to Davier? You can't chase that guy away right away. What are you doing with Davier all the time? In the end, Lulia came to a conclusion. As expected, you are jealous of that name. Or should I give you a similar name? Kabi, Jibak, immediately refused, I told you. It is not. You are so stubborn. It is just like that. The guy is so dangerous, the house is full of people to deal with. Lulia did not trust his warning much and retorted. There is no danger. Davier is very friendly. It was also helpless when she ignored its advice. Just listen to me. I can feel that guy is a dangerous person. You should also be careful, you idiot. Don't let that guy get away just because he is treating you well. Hearing this, Lulia had to start to have suspicions, even if she was stupid. Suddenly, Davier spoke up. Because your hair grows quickly, you keep shaking it, huh? If you do not sleep, I will leave. Lulia fearfully stammered, I am going to sleep. She gradually sank into her inner world. Actually, I do not want to sleep. Lulia started to doze off, gradually closing her eyes. I am afraid that after I open my eyes, everything will disappear. All of this is my dream. Actually, I still think I am stuck in the Devil Grand Duke's castle, like a sweet dream. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed, and the cozy room also disappeared. However, I do not think that is possible. What exactly is going on? Lulia reached out her small hand, groping on the floor, her mouth constantly gasping for breath. She softly muttered his name, Davier. Not hearing anyone answer, she called again. Jibak. Ghost. Please, anyone answer me. Lulia cried in fear. It really can't be a dream, he promised, that he would always be by my side. Lulia tried to reassure herself, calling out, Is there anyone here? Is there no one? Everyone left me and went somewhere. In the middle of the large room, only she remained. Lulia persuaded herself. No way. It is not imagination. It is not a dream. I clearly got out of that prison. She collapsed on the floor, sobbing. It is clear that everyone was by my side before I went to bed. Why is not anyone here? Am I imagining too much now? Lulia slumped down, frowning. She looked out the window, and it was still raining heavily outside. On a rainy night, the feeling of being left alone in a large and dark space. Lulia tried to crawl out onto the balcony. It feels like going back to the prison. I feel like I have to run away somewhere. Finishing her words, she struggled to crawl down into the garden, letting the rain wet her clothes. It is still raining cats and dogs. Lulia is still crawling and does not turn back. She takes a tired breath. Suddenly she heard someone calling her, making her turn her head, lady. She thought wearily, What is it? It is so noisy all of a sudden. Suddenly, there is such a big mess. She realized someone in front of her was looking up. It was Davier standing in front of her with a surprised expression. He calmly asked her as if nothing had happened. Where were you going alone in the middle of the night, Lulia? Jibak grimaced, when Davier grabbed his head. Oh, why do not you let this go? She still did not come to her senses. She looked at Davier confused. What are you doing here? He was a little puzzled, because she still did not answer, It is raining. Do you have an appointment or an errand? Jibak intervened. There is no appointment. The rain is a reason why she is out here enjoying the scenery. She is being rural, but leave my neck and legs alone. I do not. It is not about that. And stared up, and the fact is, he said he would be by my side, so why would you leave me? It made me panic. I worry about the room, so I ran towards the room there, as all of this could be a dream while still captured. It could be all a dream, but you came along and dragged me into the light. So I have to see your... slowly. And the fact that she turned around, just why did you two do that? Her voice caused them and Jibak to freeze, as if they said something so bad. All three of you could have been together for once. He took off his jacket and helped her put it on and said, I am going to listen. And what she was just getting ready again, you pick her up, the people are going to get a good look, so let me. If you get a cold, I do not want to pick her up. He takes them inside and I will tell the story after. Or there and make way. Lulia, you are fine now. The servants were trying to comfort them and said, the cat is fine. Take her to the bathing room. Don't have all of that. I am going. There was also Dietrich. He had a stare of murder towards Dietrich. Come here and stand in front of me. Dietrich fearfully looked back to Devier too, and then to Lulia. What is that? The room and scene has been fixed. The first words to come from Jibak. That Dietrich is going to get punished. What a shock to hear Jibak. They started to tell the story as to how they were going to escort her, but let that slide. You messed up. Jibak was still talking to you. Have also walked around. That has troubled so they can walk like they opened the door. You are also at fault. She had a moment of silence. Lulia, do you need to speak to me? She hesitated, looking at him. He leaned down to face her. I just woke up and did not see anyone, so I tried to find someone. She stammered, I did not expect everyone to be so surprised. Sorry. He smiled, looking at her adorable face, and could not help but gently pinch her cheek. I did not mean it that way. He propped his hand on her thigh, looking at her intently. Besides that, are you okay? Hearing the two of them talking made Jibak beside her bored and sleepy. Come to think of it, because of me, Dietrich was scolded. He quickly denied her words. That is because he did not do his job properly. That is why it is like that. Understanding the problem, he tilted his head. Is it a bit uncomfortable? He lay on her lap, sadly questioning her. Aren't you worried about me? She awkwardly explained. It is not that. I could not see Devier, so I was also very worried. I am a little embarrassed now. Jibak, hearing her explanation, was also helpless. What is with that? Why are you suddenly flirting and getting all flustered? Hearing her words, he happily stood up. That is good then, and there is a sentence from earlier that I have not answered yet. He remembered Jibak, who was jumping around in the rain, and remembered that it belonged to her, then went outside to get it. Because I saw that kid jumping around crazily in the garden, while it was raining, so I just went to pick that kid up. She, after hearing this, was also helpless, looking at him. Jibak. What? That sentence about going out to see the rain in a rural way is what he said. Devier picked her up. So you chased after us because you were afraid we would do something fun. She worriedly replied, but when I woke up, I did not see anyone. Even if I called, no one answered, because the mansion is too big. He listened to her explanation. I wondered if I was still having nightmares in prison. While looking for you, I found a door that led outside. He hurriedly called out to her. Lulia. She startled, replying, Yes. He gently comforted her. There won't be anything for you to worry about, so do not worry. Her eyes sparkled as she looked towards him. What? I thought that... It was hard to know. She paused, lost in thought. Maybe Devier is also a little worried about me. Yes, I know. He put his hand in the water to see if it had gotten less warm. Oh my God, it has cooled down a bit since then. He turned around and softly told her to wait for him a moment. I will heat it up right away, so please wait a bit. She looked at him restlessly. Is he going to bring me new hot water? I think this is warm enough. Because of me, Devier is becoming unnecessarily troublesome. The surface of the water that he touched had started to bubble. After finishing, he took a handkerchief to wipe it. This is about right. She exclaimed in a panic. What did you just do? Seeing this, he replied to her. Magic. Is this the first time you have seen this? Under the water tub was warm water that Devier had warmed. She put her feet down. This is the first time I have seen magic. It is really miraculous. He held her hand, happily replying. Is that so? I think you are even more miraculous. She questioned suspiciously. Me? He gently looked at her. I feel like I am being soft with you. She immediately spoke up. Devier is soft, like pudding, he blanked. Pudding. She casually replied, Isn't soft gentle, like pudding? He looked at her in astonishment, causing him to want to laugh, but had to slump down into the tub. What should I do? Moving it to behind has become more difficult. She heard him about to hurry away and immediately exclaimed, Where are you going? He casually looked at her. Yes, the Emperor has summoned me. He remembered that magnificent palace and replied to her, I have to go to the royal palace for a bit. She was still blankly looking at him. Royal palace? You have to go to the royal palace. He just looked at her calmly, smiling happily. 257 Lulia was scared in her head. If it is the royal palace, then it is clearly the place where the Emperor is, right? I do not know if there is a problem that happened when he brought me here. 258. Those fears kept going around in her head. The Devil Grand Duke is a royal family member. Is it because of that? What if something happens to Davier? What if I become a nuisance instead of helping? 259. Davier used his hand to rub Lulia's head. 260. He comforted her. You do not need to worry. Even without me, everyone will help you. Maybe they will be so busy that they won't realize I have gone missing. Then he propped his hands up and stood up. Now I really have to go. Davier promised his lady. I will be back soon. He instructed Lulia. You have to eat enough, got it? Although she could not bear to let Davier go, she did not dare to say it. I wanted to tell him not to go, but Lulia was always afraid of becoming an obstacle. I do not want to become an obstacle for Davier. Her face was filled with sadness. Be careful, Davier. Outside the palace, the sun's rays made the scenery even more brilliant. Suddenly there was a call. Lady. That person continued to call, but Lulia still did not have any reaction. Lady. Called for the third time, and she finally woke up. Lady. Lulia sat in the room on the chair, replying. Yes, are you calling me Tara? The maid named Tara asked. Lady, you seem a little tired today. She looked at Lulia worriedly. If your body is not feeling well. Hearing this, she hurriedly waved her hand. It does not hurt. I am thinking about something else. As if reading her thoughts, Tara teased. You are thinking about the Duke, right? Lulia again flusteredly denied. No, it is not. She wondered how Tara could see through her. How can everyone see through me? She remembered her Duke, and Lulia's face unconsciously turned red again. Has Davier arrived at the royal palace safely yet? She worried about him in every way. How long will it take for him to come back? I want to be able to do that myself. But I am too uneasy. Tara called her twice before she snapped out of it. Lady, why do not you try this too? She smiled brightly, introducing. It is called chocolate. It is really soft and sweet. Lulia looked at the cake in surprise. The chef specially prepared this. She again remembered Davier's words from before. That is right, I am not alone. But Davier said, everyone will help me like this. Then she comforted herself. It will probably be okay without Davier by my side, right? Because the ghost and Tara are by my side. The black cat looked at the two of them chatting and eating cake, and was angry. How despicable. Only they get to eat delicious food together every time. Tara saw the cat and enthusiastically took a cake for it to eat, but the cat angrily knocked it over. Oh my God, what is wrong? You must want to eat something delicious too, little cat. She saw the cat like that and told Lulia. It must be angry. Come to think of it, lady. What is the name of that cat? I want to call it by its name. Lulia thought of a name and happily said, It is Kavi. Hey, the cat, hearing this, angrily trembled and screamed. Are you kidding me? What kind of name is that? Kavi. Because it is a black cat, that is why you gave it that name. Lulia and Tara happily chatted with each other. Somehow, it is the same name as the Duke. No, I do not know if he will feel insulted. I do not think so. It seems like he went out to pick up the cat that the lady loved last night too. The cat saw the two of them being so happy and was even angrier. It scratched, wanting to change its name. Don't laugh. It seems like I definitely have to imitate his name. But just giving me a normal name is enough. Hey, change it. Quickly change it. Suddenly a voice said, Why are you always like that? Be quiet, Kavi. He is really a talkative cat. It, hearing this, widened its eyes in shock. A dark, suspicious guy with a name that sounds like a movie. The cat screamed in despair. I do not like it. I do not like it. I said I do not like it. Back a few days ago, a voice called out from behind, Do you want to see the rain? She heard that, then turned back and did a jump. That scared her. That guy is there at the moment she says it, and she makes a look at the cat saying that you can just go home. At the end it started to fight her that it is her time to leave. Davier has his hands in the air and casts a magic with the cat. Do not look so scared or scared. He had it over the cat's neck, that means magic. Davier smirks, devious smile. So it is different. And Davier mentions, you are the person in the dark. Davier points the gun. And points, you have the look. He doesn't understand, and the cat looks at him. What is he saying? He gives the order. Do not talk now, it is very good, and the story goes, the way he found him out, you must be one of the phantoms, and you have been to my home. What are you trying to do? You do not get in the way of what I am doing, because she is important. They all started to question what that means. She never thought she needed that in her life. And what is he doing? Javier puts the cat aside and starts to walk on and continue the storytelling. It started to squirm out of her arms. At this moment, they see the Devwan, and it's like the second in command is near, and very happy that they are here and can touch her. The cat sees that there is something wrong. She has a problem. Do not talk to her anymore or mess with her again, or you will be punished. What has she done, and how can you do this? She says to Tara, and then has a look on her eyes saying, this is going to be difficult to pull it off. Tara starts to question her plan. Then they have a story how she meets with the caretakers, and they still push through it, saying it is a special plan. Tara smiles while pushing them on a wheelchair. Lulia, in her heart, was full of anticipation, looking forward. I am sure that I will be able to do many different things. It all sounds difficult, but for some reason, my heart is looking forward to it even more. She imagined her legs getting better. In the time that Devier is gone, I will also work hard. By then, I will have learned a lot about writing and practice walking. I will surprise Devier. A pencil and a book were neatly placed on the table. Lulia saw them and asked, are you telling me to draw? Devwan replied, yes. You just need to draw when you have free time. Lulia said shyly, but I do not know what to draw. Devwan reassured her, anything that comes to your mind at each moment. If you find it difficult, you can draw whatever's in front of your eyes first. He suggested to her, you can draw your cat, or you can draw what appears in your dreams. Lulia was still hesitant, but I have never drawn a picture like that. Devwan still persistently encouraged her, you do not need to try to draw beautifully. It is a process to understand the unconscious through drawings. Then he instructed her, in the future, I will visit once a week. During that time, you just need to draw according to what you see. Lulia looked at the paper, lost in thought. Whatever it is, it sounds interesting, but a little vague. Is it because I am in the mood to do better than before? She comforted herself. No, I am considering this as my first step. Lulia became more active. Who knows, I might have a talent for drawing. The emperor will really like my painting. I will draw a really beautiful painting. Her face flushed red with determination. Let us surprise Devier. Jibak covered his mouth, laughing happily. She is going to surprise him with her drawing skills. And did not forget to mock. At this rate, she might succeed. Lulia sulkily frowned, looking at the paper in her hand. On the paper were two scribbled drawings, barely able to make out a person and a cat. Jibak again asked a question. Is this also a drawing? She was poked at her sore spot, giving Jibak a few bumps on the head, and became sullen, holding the drawing. What should I do? It seems like I do not have a talent for drawing. It, being hit like that, still did not learn. So you thought you would become a genius of some kind of skill. Jibak jumped up. It rubbed its head. Okay, give up on that and prepare to go. Jibak changed the subject. I heard that the head of the mansion is coming soon, to give a tour. The class with Devwan has ended? It was at this time that Lulia remembered. Come to think of it, the head of the mansion, what is that? Jibak jumped onto her and started to tell her, that person is like the head of all the servants, in a noble family. Even though the usage is the same, it is different from a normal servant. She questioned suspiciously. What is different? Jibak, like a teacher, kept rambling on. The status and experience, age, are different. Moreover, if they have worked for a long time, they will be treated like the owner of the family. Lulia, hearing this, nodded, understanding. So that is how it is. Then she smiled brightly, curiously asking Jibak, but how do you know those things so clearly? Aren't you originally a noble? It, hearing that, froze. What? Lulia burst out laughing, and Jibak got angry. Don't laugh, who said I am in the same group as them? Lulia helplessly sighed. Oh, why are you getting angry again? While Lulia was joking around with Jibak, someone spoke up, interrupting. Sorry, lady. Dietrich looked at her suspiciously. He opened his mouth to ask, are you talking to the cat again? Lulia turned pale. The wound on his face. Could it be because of yesterday's matter? She hurriedly opened her mouth to greet. Yes, hello. Dietrich, hearing this, respectfully replied, yes, good morning. He put out his hand, for her to put her hand on. Dietrich explained, then let us go, I will guide you. Lulia hesitated. Yes. After being helped onto the wheelchair, she stammered, calling. You, he, as if guessing her words, said straightforwardly, speak. Lulia seemed a little worried. She asked again, are you okay? I thought you were scolded by him because I wandered around at night. Dietrich looked at her in surprise. In his heart, he thought, I am wondering what she is saying. On the outside, he still comforted her. It is okay, so do not worry. Dietrich twitched one side of his aching cheek, his voice filled with generosity. And it was not because of you, it would not be to the point of being scolded. His cheek was still swollen. Jibok also did not understand, and said to Lulia, too loyal or too ostentatious. At this time, in the corridor of the mansion, someone spoke up. Although I said that in a slightly grandiose way as a guide about the mansion, there is really nothing to see. Dietrich, who was pushing the car for Lulia, could not help but say a sentence. Baron, are those the words you want to say to the person who is about to become the owner of the mansion? Baron, hearing this, smiled brightly at Lulia. It is better than showing off grandly, is not it, lady? She sat to one side, hearing herself being mentioned, and gave an awkward smile. She observed him, a little worried. What is different about the standards of the people on the outside from me? Lulia looked around, constantly exclaiming. Just the corridor is so brilliant. What does it mean that there is nothing worth seeing? At this time, they came to a door. As the door slowly opened, Baron gasped. Well, it is here now. In his introduction, the first place I will show you is the main corridor. Lulia looked up at the place that she had just arrived at, unable to hide the look of astonishment in her eyes. Baron stood in front, giving a brief introduction about this place. This is where the portraits of the artists from before are stored. He smiled, slowly explaining. Lady will soon officially become a duchess. You need to know the ancestors of your family. The Montefort family is a family with a long history, starting from when the empire was founded. Just the scale and number of portraits was already very large. Lulia followed his words and looked up at the portrait. It is really very large. She could not help but be astonished. Will the end of this long corridor be filled with portraits? Lulia could not help but curiously ask. Are these all Davier's ancestors? Baron looked at her, replying, Yes, lady. He again continued to tell the story. There are those who have brought glory to the family name, and there are those who have tarnished the family name anyway. This is a bloodline, and this is what we have. She widened her eyes, speechless, and said a sentence. So that is how it is, but... Lulia looked at the portraits, frowning. She curiously asked, Why is everyone so angry? Baron and Dietrich, hearing this, immediately paused. He considered for a bit, then spoke out the reason. Because, according to custom, the portrait of the head of the family must be solemn. Sometimes we also get startled. Jibok propped his cheek, saying sarcastically, Doesn't that mean that the people have a filthy personality through many generations? What are they showing off when they display it like this? Ignoring his sarcasm, Lulia was attracted by something else. That thing. A statue in the shape of a boa constrictor was opening its wide mouth. Lulia was shocked. Fa, that thing? What exactly is it? She had a good feeling when she saw it, as if a chill ran down her spine. Dietrich recognized it and immediately spoke up. Ah, you were startled by that, he comforted her. It is just an ordinary statue, you can rest assured. She warily looked at the statue. But it is not just a statue. A feeling of unease crept throughout her body. There is clearly a different feeling. At this time, Baron also added on. The first time you see it, you will naturally be surprised. He casually told the story. Some of my ancestors have unusual hobbies. The family is a bit... Because he was proud, he left behind such a terrible work. Lulia asked again. Because he was proud of the family, looking at the boa constrictor statue, he continued. Ah, the emblem of the Montefort is... It is a black snake wrapped around the tree of life. She looked up at it for a long time. The black snake is the emblem of the Montefort. That stone statue is still scary, but, for some reason I think it suits Davier very well. At this time, Baron again introduced. Ah, this is the first Duke of Montefort. He was a person with a special and strange appearance. There is a hypothesis that it is not a human being, but a erratic seraph. Lulia muttered the name in her mouth. Seraph. She remembered the story she once heard, the snake-shaped god in the founding myth. He was an evil god who ruled demons, and the demon world occupied the Tree of Life. Looking at the face of the man in the painting, she could not help but associate the evil god who rules demons and the demon world. There are widespread rumors that the Devil Grand Duke also made a covenant with evil demons. Is he the god who rules such demons, if the ancestor is such a terrible evil god? The descendants later are Davier Dietrich, chalked out with shock after hearing that. He turned to Baron, telling him not to tell that scary story to the her. And Baron realized his mistake and his mouth dropped with fear. Baron waved his hands in the air, trying to say something nice to Lulia about it, that it was really just a story and not meant to be. And the story made things worse when he was helping or tried to correct the mistake. Dietrich then calmed down Lulia and what they told her, it is really just a story. There is no evil story here, and not to worry. Then she cuts him off. He says that Davier was not, and just like the Phantom Grand Duke as she said this, he froze. Then she says again that they are trying to fool them, but it is not working. Lulia goes to take Gibok's face and pets him, saying, what a good man he is. She looks directly at Gibok, then what do you think? Dietrich and Baron all looked at her, trying to remain normal or calm. That is just the ghost. And he is nice, nothing but the truth, he can be tricked. If it was a demon, then good luck. So now that the atmosphere is safe. What is Davier's age right now? 21. When will he take the throne then? Baron's excited and says that he got the throne at the age of 5. He wants to show the painting of Davier. Baron the whole time has a hand pointing to the picture in front of the canvas, and Gibuk starts to say things, and Baron has had enough and leaves the chat as Lulia gets shocked at the picture. Gilbuk keeps saying that he hates to say things and it has been too rough. Lulia at this moment, eyes as wide as they could be. It was the Duke during his 16 year. It is Davier 16 at that age. The comely is a portrait, as the comely are, is younger. Lulia has a moment of hesitations, and if it is like that, then she can't even say a word. Dietrich from the backside then told the truth and mentioned that it has been, and if it is all on his own ever since at the age of 16, a girl says in shock, you took it up at 16. Dietrich nods and said yes. And Davier has no other family to go to, or is there one that is alive? He opens his mouth and says, there is none. I am sorry what happened, and now I see why it was harder. I need to make the most of this. Davier must have had it hard. Breen had one more thing to says, so he listed one. Lady. During his reign, the Duke also took the military to the field to the age of 13. Lulia starts to stutter to herself, and can't believe what that is, or the age. Then there is a hand that had come close, and the most important job in the land, what is the painting of the hand, and who does it belong? Those painting are of the soldiers and her father, and many more. But she can't mention that without knowing what happens next. Her father's face in the portrait seems as the Davier she has made up. I can't believe he served as a young age. How strong is Davier? She looks like she has saw something. Then she looks up at the canvas at the tag. That has stopped. Then puts her hand on that and says Davier. Breen can understand and the ghost joins, says Davier's name. She is then going to do some more reading and says Davier Montefield. Baron at that moment is shocked. Breen asks, did she not speak about learning because she does not know, and she seems shocked at her words. He points to the lettering. Can you read this right now? Lulia has an hard time cause. When she see the spelling, I feel there should be something better. I can hear myself speak for the lettering, oh Lord. Lulia, you look like there's something wrong. You have gone dark like the dungeon. As time has gone by, is there some kind of something stopping me? And just with her hand, a rush of memory. Of course, she must have been in smart one. This why someone had the need. Lulia looks back at herself and just says that I must not have a dark story. Lulia is very smart and is trying her best that she needs to get the memory back of her family. Just take the time and give it to me. I have lots of energy here. She then looks up at her arm and gets hyped and says yes. Fast forward. A voice, says Lulia. The maid said again, Lady, I am Tara, I am coming in. While Lulia was trembling, getting up. Hearing this, she hurriedly shouted, no, wait a minute. But Tara still came in. I am opening the door. Jibak was still on the bed, lazily yawning. Tara entered the room. She exclaimed in surprise. Lady. Seeing Lulia fall, Tara hurriedly ran over. Are you okay? She sat down on the floor, smiling, replying. I am okay, just showing off a little bit like a child. This time I was almost able to walk a little more. Tara, hearing this, immediately encouraged her. Lady, I really like seeing you always working hard like this, but did not forget to instruct. Don't overdo it, Lulia said excitedly. However, have not I been walking better than before? Lulia probably did not listen to Tara's words. She again continued to praise. Of course I think you will be able to walk around a little longer. Right? If you continue to eat enough and sleep well like this, you will gain more weight. You will fit into the clothes. Hearing about clothes, Lulia seemed to suddenly wake up. She looked at the clothes she was wearing, thinking back, suddenly speaking up, calling, Tara? Yes, Tara quickly replied. Lady, she curiously asked, where did the clothes I am wearing come from? This question of Lulia made Tara freeze. It seemed like there were not any other women in this house. She hesitated, as if not wanting to say it. That, Tara blurted out a reason. That thing, of someone from the old days in the mansion. Jibak keenly recognized that there was something fishy here. What is wrong? Why is the reaction strange? Hey, is not this the clothes that his lover wore? Lulia exclaimed in surprise. The clothes that his lover wore. Tara frantically waved her hands, defending. What? No way, absolutely not. She looked embarrassed. Tara's voice softened. She bit her hand, not knowing where to start. Tara spoke up, seeming to have made a decision. Actually, those clothes are from Dietrich's younger sister. Lulia was surprised. Dietrich's younger sister, Jabak, was still stubborn with his point of view. He shouted. So she was his lover. She curiously spoke up. Where is that person now? Tara paused for a moment. Let me explain to the lady, first of all. Now I have to tell you about the Duke's father. The person who became the senior had a generous and magnanimous personality. He was an extremely indulgent person. He was a completely different person from the Duke today. 10 years ago, the Duke's mother, the Duchess, died not long after that. His ancestor brought his lover to the mansion. Actually, it was not surprising to that extent. The problem is, there was even an illegitimate child about the same age as the Duke who came with him. That child was Dietrich. Lulia quietly muttered this name in her heart, Dietrich. She was very shocked to hear this news. He is Davier's half-brother. Lulia slowly spoke up. But Dietrich said Davier did not have any other family. Tara also understood somewhat. She hurriedly said, perhaps he could not say that he belonged to this family, because Dietrich is the child of the mistress. I wonder if our predecessors made that distinction clear or not. She again continued to tell the story. With Dietrich, he did not even treat him like a child. After hearing the story, Lulia could not help but hiss. How pitiful. Even so, the relationship between the two people does not seem very good, does it? Tara smiled brightly and quickly changed the subject. Even if you really know what everyone is doing, you do not know that. She spoke up to ask, then, where is Dietrich's younger sister? Tara again continued to tell the old story. It is said that the mistress had a child with her deceased ex-husband. She came to the mansion together with Dietrich, but she did not know what deviated mood he saw. Dietrich, his own son, was in a state of decay. The daughter did not even have a drop of blood. It was very cute. Thanks to that, even if the two mothers and children ran around happily, no one could complain. Because of that atmosphere, I understand why the Duke threw himself into the war. Lulia covered her mouth in shock. It was not that he sent Davier, Tara replied. He said he was his beloved son, but he opposed it. She again slowly recounted. Perhaps the Duke was very uncomfortable in the mansion. While his son was actively on the battlefield, he was immersed in entertainment. Of course, the two mothers and children also contributed. At that time, the Duke's reputation was really a mess. After those shameful years, everything ended when he suddenly died in an accident. Jubak immediately sarcastically said, Isn't that killing his son? Lulia frowned, looking at him. Why are you saying that? She again said, After that, the two mothers and children naturally left the mansion. Because they had a lot of luggage, they left some things behind. Jubak, hearing this, was angry on behalf of the homeowner. He loudly cursed. He has done that, and the Duke let them leave so nicely I can't believe it. While Lulia sank into contemplation, she touched the clothes on her body. If all of these clothes are from that person, would not Davier not like me wearing this? Tara was afraid that she would think too much, so she advised, Lady, you do not need to worry so much. The Duke probably does not know, and even if he does know, he would not care. Taking these clothes out was also because the lady came suddenly, so that is why. Don't worry, you will only be able to wear it until the lady's custom-designed clothes are made. But Lulia really had thought too much. But I am worried. I do not know how Davia feels. She sat there restlessly. As soon as he lost his mother at the age of 13, when his father's lover and half-brother appeared, on behalf of the father who soiled his proud family, he alone jumped into the battlefield. I can't imagine what that mood was like. Tara sighed, her tone extremely annoyed. Anyway, just thinking about those two mothers and children makes me feverish. How much trouble did they cause when they left? Because the job became unfavorable for himself. Suddenly obsessed with Dietrich, whom he had despised, because the Duke had always despised him, he could not force responsibility on Dietrich. Seeing Tara so angry, Lulia also understood somewhat. It seems like there are many things stacked on top of each other, right? She again said. Anyway, I have met him since I was little, but it is really rare to see such a stupid person. Lulia smiled, replying, Even so, it is really lucky. Tara asked back, Huh? Then she says some heartfelt words. Kind people like Tara have taken care of me. I think both Davier and Dietrich are lucky. Tara, hearing this, laughed. Let us see, I do not know if those two think that way. Lulia spoke up, as if asking, also as if just mentioning unintentionally. Tara must have worked here since she was very young. She replied, Yes, actually my mother was also a servant here. That made her even more curious. Then you also know both of them clearly when they were young. What do you think? Are they similar to now? Hearing this, Tara reminded a little. Don't say anything. When they were young, then she started to tell the story, making Lulia laugh nonstop. She stopped laughing, pondering in her heart. If I listen to Tara's story, Dietrich seems very good to his younger sister. Lulia clenched her hands, wondering. What does Davier think about that person? In her heart, she was not sure if she held any weight in Davier's heart. If that person comes back, what should I do? But very quickly, Lulia reassured herself. No, do not think now. This matter has not happened yet. So let us not think about it. A few days later, a happy voice spoke up. Because it rained last night, the morning air is very fresh and cool. Tara stood next to Lulia's wheelchair, chirping. It is very suitable for taking a walk, right, lady? She also did not mind the annoyance, replying, That is right. Jibok walked next to her, raising his eyebrows meaningfully. Taking a walk where? He kept babbling on about one issue. Hey, I mean taking a walk? It is like walking by yourself. Look at me, how can I take a walk? Lulia was so angry that she wanted to open her mouth to scold him, but because it was the public, she tried to restrain herself. This kid, Dietrich, who had been holding them from behind all this time, at this time curiously spoke up. But lady, why does this cat keep making strange sounds? She turned around to look at him, as if not very sure, asking again. Strange sounds. Dietrich hesitated a bit, his tone a bit worried. Yes, I mean every time I see it, it seems to be growling like a dog. I do not know if it has a disease somewhere. Hearing this, Lulia burst out laughing, explaining, that is just groaning. Unable to hold back, she again praised, I think it is really great. Jibok saw that he was being slandered and shouted, Hey, do not spread false information. Dietrich immediately felt embarrassed. He put his hand to his mouth, speaking softly. Is that so? I did not know that, and until now. Jibok, seeing this, was all annoyed. Why so embarrassed? Tara, who had been silent for a while, at this time spoke up, teasing. I am also a little surprised that you like the scenery. He immediately glared at her. What do you mean, Tara? Tara immediately pretended, denying. I do not mean anything. Lulia at this time felt very happy. As expected, I like this place. The beautiful rooms, the warm meals, Tara, Dietrich, Baron, Devwan. The two people were bickering with each other, while Lulia remembered the person she loved, and above all, Davier was here. Davier appeared in her mind. He smiled gently towards Lulia. She looked down at her clenched hands. If there's something really special to me, how can it help, Davier? A look of determination appeared in Lulia's eyes. If so, then I can continue to stay here, she said with a firm voice. To do that, my legs must listen to me. At this time, Lulia spoke up, interrupting the fight of those two people. I have something I want to do. Tara turned to ask. Yes, what is it? Lulia said. I want to try to walk with my own strength. As if pleading, also as if ordering herself. Tara, hearing this, exclaimed in shock. Lady, but... Lulia had decided, now even 100. Tara could not stop her. Seeing Lulia trembling, trying to stand up, she was worried. But lady, it is not yet. Seeing Lulia's feet taking a step, Jibok was very confused. What are you planning to do, huh? He saw her walk without turning back. Hey, if you are like that, you will fall again. Seeing her trembling legs, Jibok could not hold back any longer, and loudly called, Can't you hear me? Hey! He anxiously shouted, You are going to fall now. Lulia at this time could not hold back anymore, and she shouted back, Too noisy, be quiet. As if realizing she had just said it out loud, Lulia hurriedly covered her mouth. Oh dear, if you look at it strangely, you might get annoyed at the cat. While she was lost in her thoughts, a warm voice sounded, I know. That person was walking closer to her, his voice gentle. Someone. Like a spring breeze blowing, Lulia widened her eyes to look at the person in front of her. Davier walked over, the wind blowing his hair. His eyebrows and eyes were all filled with a smile. He spoke up to ask, You must have done something wrong to the cat, right? At the same time, near the Montefort territory, Davier propped his chin on his hand. Sitting by the window, he looked boredly outside. It is almost Montefort, he pondered, remembering the recent meeting. This time, going to the royal palace for about 2 weeks, I thought I was called because of the praise for conquering the Devil Grand Duke. But I did not expect that I could say what I said. In the vast palace, someone spoke up. I will also speak straight, Duke. The person sitting in the high place made a suggestion that was hard to refuse. I suggest that you marry into the royal family. Margaret is about to turn 19, so this is a good time. The man again continued. This is a good opportunity for the relationship between the Duke and the royal family to become closer. As soon as the words finished, Davier opened his mouth. I refuse. He frowned uncomfortably. What did you say? But that did not matter. As if afraid that he did not hear, he repeated it again, but with a slightly louder voice. I said I would refuse. He hurriedly said, Hey, now, not letting him finish his sentence, Davier interrupted. He flatly rejected that proposal. No, it would be more accurate to say that I can't do it, instead of refusing. He again continued. These words were like a hammer, hitting the emperor's head. Didn't you know that I already have a bride? In his heart, he was shocked. What bride? And remembered the rumors that he had once heard. Could it be that story is true? The emperor remembered the words that his subordinates had reported that he had ignored. Even after receiving the report that he would take that girl as his bride after the defeat of the devil, I thought it was just a joke from a young duke, so I lightly dismissed it. He clenched his hand, and after a long time spoke up. But this time, there is no permission to refuse. This is not a joke, Duke. He used responsibility to tie down Davier. Now that the devil Grand Duke Adramelech has disappeared, who will be the greatest pillar of the empty north and the royal family, Duke Montefort will directly handle it. Only you, as the son-in-law of the royal family and the master of the north, the opportunity to obtain wealth, honor, and power at the same time, you mean you would exchange it with a girl who does not even know her identity? Davier smirked, his voice gloomy. You are mistaken. He spoke up to remind the emperor. First, the emperor has cancelled the personal handling of her according to his own wishes. The emperor, hearing this, paused, his voice faltering. That thing. Not giving the emperor a chance to defend, he again continued. Second, for her, there are values that cannot be exchanged for money or honor. Davier emphasized. Especially for me, it is even rarer and more interesting. The emperor, hearing this, was suspicious. What value? Davier said the last words. Finally, she is no longer imprisoned in the castle. She is also not a girl of unknown identity anymore. When mentioning Lulia, his face showed a rare, gentle expression. Her name is Lulia? She is the future Duchess of Montefort. Ending the recollection, in his heart he constantly mocked. I predicted that everything was not yet resolved according to my wishes. Why say such an obvious marriage proposal? Moreover, the son-in-law of the royal family, he wants me to become a complete dog, or maybe a fool. How annoying. While lost in thought, he was suddenly attracted by something. It turned out that he saw Lulia walking in the garden. That thing. Davier's lips slightly curled up. He spoke to the driver. Because the weather is nice, let us stop here. I have something to do. At this time, Davier was standing in front of Lulia. The wind around the two of them rose in bursts, as if urging them to get closer. Lulia looked at him and exclaimed in surprise. Davier. He nodded lightly, smiling softly, his eyes filled with affection. Davier approached, opening his mouth to probe. It seems like you are not very happy. Do you like playing with cats more? Lulia lowered her head in silence. She tiptoed, wanting to walk. Dietrich and Tara immediately panicked, shouting, La, lady. Jibak also was not to be outdone. Be careful, idiot. Davier widened his eyes in surprise. Lulia opened her mouth to call, Davier, I... Her hand reached out, wanting to grab his hand, but her legs would not allow it, so she fell forward. Ah! Fortunately, Davier was standing opposite, and he quickly caught her. After Lulia stabilized, he immediately cared, and asked, Be careful, what is the rush? Are you okay? She hurriedly shook her head. Yes, I am okay. Even more than that, I really know how to read, right? She happily showed off to him that she could read his name. I can read the letters in Davier's portrait. Davier laughed. Is that so? She, hearing this, hurriedly wanted to say more. Yes, and also... Davier smiled gently, looking at her. Also, you took those little steps. Lulia widened her eyes in shock. How? Her legs trembled. Ah! Lulia awkwardly and quickly wanted to explain. That. What is going on here? But Davier only looked at her with doting. Suddenly, he reached out to pick her up, and she was lifted up, exclaiming in surprise, Oh. Davier picked up Lulia, his eyes full of smiles. He smiled, teasing her. Tell the truth, actually. You always run around on two legs whenever no one is watching, right, Lulia? As if being hit right in the heart. Desperately denied. Yes, no way. Then she said embarrassedly, I also do not know what happened. Perhaps because I was too happy to see Davier, a miracle happened. Davier looked at her. He gently asked, Is that so? He carried her in the direction of the wheelchair, the two of them chattering. That is really fun. Next time, come tumbling and running over. Okay, no, I am just kidding. In the room, someone hesitantly said, I do not know how to explain it. Davier glanced over the document. The man, as if not very sure, explained, Clearly it took more time a few days ago. He again defended. Suddenly, there is such a terrifying trend of recovery. This is also the first time I have experienced this case. Davier threw the document on the table, his voice sinking. You are talking too much. His face showed a cold expression, his eyes shining with sharpness. In the end, are you saying that you do not know, right? The man hesitated. That... Davier interrupted, coldly reminding him. If you keep repeating the same words, it is better to go outside, before I get angry. The young man behind him heard that he was being chased out. and tears ran down his face. In his heart, he cried out in despair. No! He cried without water. Just himself left here with such a tiger-like person. Don't leave me alone. Devier called out to him. Now, next is the psychotherapist, right? He reminded. I hope that you will show me something useful. At this time, Devon took out a piece of paper. I have a painting I want to show the Duke. Devier took the paper, he looked at it, but was still suspicious. What is this? He reported back. Lady, this is a picture that she drew. In the picture was a wolf and Little Red Riding Hood, and on the table was something that looked like a head. Devier looked closely at the picture. He casually asked, Lilia drew this. Truly, love the person, love everything about them. He opened his mouth to praise. Draws pretty well. Devon, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to report, Really, is that so? That picture is the most beautiful picture among the paintings that the lady drew. Devier went straight to the main point. The main point? What does this picture mean? Devon sweated. He reached out to adjust his glasses, not at peace in his heart for a moment. I do not know what to say, but on the outside he still tried to smile. He said the meaning of that picture. First, from my point of view, I will briefly explain. Showing the lost memories of the lady by comparing them to food, by sitting with the wolf, the symbol of the Adramelech family. This is a picture showing the unconscious fear sleeping deep inside. Devier, hearing this, could not help but curve the corner of his mouth. The symbol of the Adramelech family. In those words, he immediately grasped the opening. The girl was separated from the world and imprisoned for 7 years. How would she know the symbol of Adramelech and be able to draw it? Even the girl standing next to the wolf is smiling more than she is scared. They look harmonious, right? I mean, it is like the same side. Isn't that right, therapist? Devon, hearing him ask, was scared and silent. He hesitated. That thing. Devier also did not make it difficult. He gave Devon a ladder to step down. Okay, at least it brought a more useful result than the doctor. Go out. In the future, if there are things like this, bring them to me. He was as happy as he had won, hurriedly shouting. Yes, of course, thank you, sir, then I will go. Devon turned around to go out, and met Baron, who was opening the door to come in. He nodded as a greeting. As soon as he stepped in, he asked, How did the Duke find it? Devier looked up at him. Baron continued. Did the two of you meet well? He went with the flow, replying, the harvest was not too bad. Devier raised the picture that Lilia drew for Baron to see. I also received information that the future lady drew quite a lot. After a long time, he spoke up. Can I ask you a question, Duke? He asked. What? Suddenly he lowered his voice. The reason why you brought the lady here. Does it have anything to do with the curse? In a flash, Devier became serious. At this time, he immediately remembered the painful curse that flows in the blood of the Montefort family. The beginning goes back to the distant past. It started with the founding legend of Montefort. A long time ago, their ancestor, the snake god Seraph. Because of the crime of pairing with humans, the source and symbol of Seraph's magical power, the Tree of Life, was cursed to be overthrown. Therefore, the descendants of Seraph have the opposite magical power, the stronger the innate magical power. I have lived a life accompanied by such intense pain. Seraph has built the correct Tree of Life for future generations, so it has the ability to circulate magical power. The seeds of Lilith have been sown all over the world. However, Lilith has nothing in common except that it occurs rarely and naturally. That ability is also vastly different, however, even if Lilith's ability is minimal. The moment of experiencing pain relief, because of that. Later generations have quickly fallen in love or lost their minds. This is the vassal of Montefort. Even those with weak magical power have family blood. That is what I have known for a long time of monitoring. Just as he guessed, that was the reason. As expected, is that, so, Duke, the reason you brought the lady here is it because the lady has Lilith's ability? Davier's hand propped his cheek, not speaking. His eyes glanced to one side, as if avoiding, not necessarily just because of that. Baron still wanted something, if so, then. But Davier spoke up, interrupting him. Listen, Baron. He jumped up, his voice as light as the wind. Isn't everything too exquisite? Davier remembered the day he found Lilia. The fact that Lilith was found in the Great Siege is already suspicious. Then he linked it with Lulia's account that she said she did not know how to read but could read my name. She could not even walk right away, but when I turned back, she suddenly started running over. Davier's hand tapped on that painting. I knew about the curse before. Some fools sent rude people to Lilith. In his heart, he was extremely conflicted. So in the end, I do not know if she is an innocent victim who was originally Lilith or not. Is this an experiment to target Montefort? Now it is not possible to know. So Davier said to Baron, there is something to point out, although I am not yet sure. He could not help but speak up to remind him. The Duke's words are not too difficult to understand. I think perhaps you are thinking too much about the lady. To be honest, the Duke also does not want to see the lady sad, right? Davier looked up, thinking, He again said a sentence. I am also curious about the scene of her crying, causing Baron, hearing this, to freeze. He helplessly said, Duke, those words are a disrespect to the lady. Davier laughed. Hey. What? It is the truth. But in Baron's heart, he was still not at ease. The master is suspecting the lady. Looking at his smiling face, he sighed. It is also the truth that he is watching with concern. Whether that concern will have a positive effect or not, I do not know how long it will last, but I hope this is a good direction for the lady. While on the other side, Lulia was lying on the bed and wondering. She wondered, why did the therapist take so long? I wonder what they talked about. Jibak heard her worry and started to tease. If the time is right, he will come to tell you. Lulia heard that and immediately jumped out of bed. She could not hide her shock and said to it, could it be that I can't walk again? Was that the last miracle? Jibak felt that he was becoming stupid along with her. He quickly extinguished that thought of Lulia. Oh God, when did your imagination become so rich? After that, he reassured her. Just lie still and wait, and everything will solve itself, so be quiet. Really? Of course he will come to show you that you can just go straight into the coffin. It seemed as if Jibak was concerned about her, but his last words made her angry. So from outside the room, you could hear the two of them fighting. This is cat abuse. Seeing Jibak trying to escape, she loudly called him back. Are you not planning to come here? At this time, someone opened Lulia's room. While busy chasing Jibak, she asked the person who had just opened the door in a flustered manner. Who is it? But Lulia could not keep her balance and fell back. Davier quickly went to catch her. Lulia called out to him in surprise. Davier. Upon hearing her, Davier smiled and said, Hello, Lulia. He politely inquired, If you have the time, could you spare a moment for me? I have a gift for you. Lulia's large, round eyes widened in bewilderment, and her cheeks flushed as she curiously asked, A gift? Davier gently approached from behind and embraced her lightly, his face filled with doting affection. Because you have waited for so long, this is a gift for you. He carefully took Lulia's soft, slender hand and said gently, Could you give me your hand for a moment? She was suddenly stunned into a daze, her eyes filled with astonishment. He carefully placed a bracelet on Lulia's wrist, eagerly awaiting her reaction. What do you think? Davier smiled happily and indulgently. Do you like it? She stared intently at her hand, both confused and delighted. This is a gem, a jewel. Seeing her reaction, he gently asked, Do you like it? Lulia gazed thoughtfully at the bracelet on her wrist, lost in thought. A jewel? I clearly remember when learning vocabulary. Back then, in the classroom, the teacher was lecturing seriously, and I learned that it was a very expensive and precious item. She smiled happily and excitedly exclaimed, Davier, it is so beautiful. The bracelet sparkled brilliantly on Lulia's wrist, the jewelry gleaming in the light, just like what I saw in the book. It is like a jewel called a diamond. Davier playfully teased, Lulia, you have an eye for jewels, do not you? Hearing him say that, she froze and silently looked at him, while Davier was still gazing at her with adoration. Lulia's expression suddenly darkened as she recalled something with astonishment. Could it be that this? Seeing her expression, he casually replied, That white one is a diamond. In her mind, Lulia exclaimed in dismay, But is not it incredibly precious? It really is. Her face turned pale with panic. Even a tiny diamond, according to the teacher, is said to be more expensive than a year's salary for most people. Lulia frowned worriedly. How could there be so many precious things? I can't just accept it like this. Davier simply observed her gently. He slowly took a strand of Lulia's loose hair in his hand. The jewel in the center is called an emerald. Gently stroking the lock of hair, his voice was warm and his eyes affectionate. I thought it would suit you, so I chose it. It really does suit me, Lulia said in surprise, as she turned to look at him. She suddenly fell silent, her eyes filled with tears. A gift that Davier personally thought of me and chose for me. This is too much for me, but happiness is okay, right? Thank you for the gift, Davier. Lulia excitedly touched the bracelet and smiled happily. I will take care of it, very carefully. She looked Davier in the eyes, a little hesitant. Then, I want to ask about this. Are there any blue jewels? He paused slightly and looked at Lulia, thinking it would be something important. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint, happy smile. She wants a blue one. Oh my God, I made a mistake. No, that is not it. I am just curious. Hey, you have to really appeal to their tastes so they will give you that thing next time. Be quiet for a bit. Davier amusingly leaned down and gently took her hands in his... Next time, I will prepare one with a blue jewel. Then, he gently placed a sweet kiss on her hand. My lady? Seeing his action, Lulia was surprised and stunned, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. Davier teasingly murmured, The blue jewel is missing, but do not throw this one away, okay? Because sooner or later, there will be a day when you have to dress up beautifully. She shyly closed her eyes, not daring to look at him, and denied his suggestion. That is not it. In her heart, Lulia thought, I am just curious if there is a jewel that looks like Davier's eyes. Suddenly, she became bewildered and curious about this. But, a day when I have to dress up beautifully. Davier firmly replied, Yes, a day when you have to dress up magnificently. Scene changed to the next day. Warm sunlight streamed into the palace. Is it a day of celebration? Inside, Lulia sat below and looked up at the head butler curiously. So the festival will be held? Yes, my lady. It is the territory's festival, as the Duke told you. She was panic-stricken and shocked, unable to believe it, her face pale. Recalling the words from yesterday, a day when you have to dress up beautifully. Perhaps he was hinting at that day. So does this mean that I will also be introduced as Davier's wife? But I am still inexperienced, and do not know the proper etiquette. Please, if it is a simple event. Lulia wondered, what exactly is the territory's festival? Baron explained to her patiently. The ancestors of Serapot came to this land. This is the day the Lord promised to bless and care for the people in the territory. This is a festival held by the territory's people every year. On this day, the Duke invites the Knight families to a small banquet. At that time, the dishes will be arranged in turn, beautifully decorated and displayed. The Duke's carriage will go out and appear on the streets and alleys. After touring the local People's Festival before the evening, a parade is usually held to praise this. Lulia, upon hearing this, felt like she had been struck by lightning, her body freezing. So, on that day, I have to meet the nobles and the territory's people at the same time. Tara, who was right next to her, could not help but worry seeing her like this. My lady, are you all right? Lulia was frightened, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, her voice full of sorrow. But why did not anyone tell me there was such a thing? The maid and the head butler were extremely bewildered and at a loss. He hurriedly tried to calm Lulia's emotions. You misunderstand, my lady. There is still some time left until the festival. Before you are ready, if you knew about the schedule like this, I just have not told you, because I was afraid you would be nervous beforehand. Lulia suddenly stopped, tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes, and vaguely looked up. Tara, standing behind him, also agreed with Baron's opinion. That is right, my lady. Furthermore, the Duke usually holds a short banquet and skips the parade, so you do not need to be too stressed. Lulia fearfully stammered, Skipping that is okay, right? That... He remembered when he was talking with Davier in the room. In fact, the parade was always held until the time of my predecessor. He showed disgust, laughed calmly, and leaned back in his chair. Let us not do it. Skip it. At that time, Baron silently stood there, helplessly stunned. The Duke's personality is... Anyway, from the perspective of the people, they saved us from having to do those cumbersome customs procedures, even though they really like the Duke. Lulia slightly lowered her head, lost in thought. The festival, her hand clenched tightly. When the Duke appears before the public to greet everyone, he always kindly pays attention and cares about her, whether it is small or not. Sunlight shone down as if the two were glowing. Davier gently took Lulia's hands. This is the first time I have attended since I came here. Looking down at the people below from above the castle walls, the light radiated even more prominently. That is an official position. She pursed her lips, her will showing clear determination. I want to do well. Then what should I learn in order to be helpful to Davier? Both of them suddenly jumped in surprise upon hearing this, silently observing Lulia. She firmly declared from the bottom of her heart, I want to be good enough so that I do not become useless to Davier. Enough to make Davier proud. I want to stand by his side when there are hardships and difficulties. No matter what reason Davier brought me here for, I thought that I wanted to help Davier. I will always accompany him on every step of the road ahead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I will do a good job as a Duchess if I am trusted by Davier. One day, Lulia can stand proudly and happily by his side. At that time, in his eyes, there will only be me. Perhaps Davier will trust me a little more, and tell me about himself. Tara spoke up, interrupting Lulia's thoughts. My lady? Now her face only showed shyness and embarrassment, and the corners of her mouth bloomed into a sweet smile. Then first I will coordinate the jewelry and the dress I will wear to the festival. The seamstress and various other merchants will arrive early, so I have to prepare. Hearing Tara's words, she looked up in astonishment. They just discussed and deliberated with Lulia like that. She will become familiar with dancing skills and communication through etiquette. At this moment, her mind was extremely confused. Oh my god, there are so many things. Before she could think further, Tara quickly reminded her, I will let you know in advance about the Knight families attending the party this time. And also, Lulia's face suddenly turned green, worried, trying to encourage herself. I can do well, right? She quickly started on her work. starting to measure Lulia's body size. My lady, could you lift your hand a little towards this side, please? She could only listen and follow, standing still in place, measuring from top to bottom. Please stay still like that for a moment. Do you feel short of breath? Tara smiled happily. Okay, all done. Lulia was expressionless, dazed. She observed, then exclaimed in surprise, no way! The meticulously tailored dress, when worn on her, seemed to exude ethereal grace and gentleness. They praised enthusiastically and satisfied. It really suits you, my lady. The head butler gently sat down, solemnly and carefully adjusting the details on the dress to fit perfectly. I thought the two of you would be a good match, but it turns out to be even more of a match than I imagined. Finally, I think I have found the most perfect dress for the young lady. Before he finished, Baron pulled out other dresses next to him. Wait, do not rush to conclusions. This matter is not over yet. Let us try the next dress. Tara quickly stopped him. Oh my god, let me handle it. Lulia seemed amused by this scene. It seems like everyone is having a lot of fun. Inside the mansion, the three of them continued to talk together, having just finished a lively conversation about the festival with Baron and Tara. The scene shifted to the next day. Teachers had quickly been invited to begin a comprehensive training course. On the table, subordinates took turns setting up various dishes. Lulia changed her clothes and blankly observed her surroundings. From food etiquette, gait to dance steps, all skills were being honed. Today was an important day to choose outfits for the festival, as well as everyday wear. In the study, she sat there in a daze, completing important things. A series of events promised to bring exciting experiences. Lulia imagined the outfits again. Yesterday in the mansion, both Baron and Tara constantly chose outfits, making her run back and forth. Changing clothes is also tiring, is not it? I was very happy to know that there were no classes. How about preparing the 15th outfit now? Lulia turned to look at the dresses hanging there. Looking back, it was a strange coincidence. Her expression could not help but be surprised. What? He smiled and replied, it is just a figure of speech. I have been to this place before, and the girl who was here at that time had a foot size similar to yours. Tara, standing right next to her, looked up in confusion. Lulia also stared at him in a daze. The Duke used to give special respect to that girl, and perhaps her name was... She suddenly clapped her hands to reassure. Come on, come on. Smiling and interrupting, enough chit-chat here. The young lady does not have much time, so please show her the rest. That is right. Lulia raised her head, pondering and looking at Tara. The girl who used to help the charity fund, are you talking about Dietrich's younger sister? No, do not think nonsense, it might just be a misunderstanding. Scene change. She practiced walking gracefully. This is so comfortable. Outside the window, warm sunlight shone into the room. Lulia worked diligently and seriously. Now, my feet do not tremble much anymore when I walk. Now I just need to practice a little more on the dance, and it will be perfect. Her eyes turned to where Jibak was lying on the chair. But learning to dance is not that easy, is it? It shouted irritably. Stop it, causing Lulia to jump in surprise. Jibak lay there, casually provoking her psychology. Why wear high heels and worry about breaking the heel and falling flat on your face? Wear flats for health. And chill. Lulia did not let it go and immediately retorted. That is why I am practicing here. Why do you have to cause trouble? Outside the window, the scenery was peaceful, with warm sunlight and rows of green trees. Inside, the conversation had not stopped. Why be so rushed? Your face has been drooping like a dead fish all this time. That, I just forgot. He is definitely talking about the fact that the size of the outfit is exactly the same. In that state, how can you dance or walk properly? She pursed her lips, her cheeks flushing with confusion. You are deliberately acting spoiled, but it is not like you do not want to go. Who does not like parties? Jibak sprayed with hairspray, its body stiffening upon hearing Lulia's words. It angrily puffed up its feathers to retort. Don't joke around. Who wants to squeeze into that ridiculous noble ball? She turned back in surprise, thinking, so you really want to go? Jabak's eyes were even more furious and irritable. You think I do not realize it? Hey, are not you worried that that girl is actually the girlfriend of some guy named Davier? Lulia flinched in panic. That, I did not think that deeply. Suddenly, a voice rang out. My lady. She glanced over at the person outside the door. Then he slowly walked forward. You are still continuing to practice, right? Lulia was a little stunned by the appearance of the knight, Dietrich. He enthusiastically smiled. Yes, because I have some time before the next lesson starts. Practicing is good, but you should rest properly. If you get sick, the Duke will be very worried. Suddenly, his eyes completely changed, only paying attention to something, causing her to call out, Dietrich. When looking at Lulia, he imagined the blurry silhouette of another person behind her. Is something wrong? Hearing this, Dietrich's face suddenly turned extremely pale, stunned. Nothing, I just thought about something else for a moment. Lulia stared at him in a daze. His eyes were silent, pondering something. The past suddenly flashed back in his mind. As expected, my previous guess was completely correct. At that time, her foot was exactly the same as the young lady's at that time. In fact, that dress used to be worn by Dietrich's younger sister. That shape is mysterious and foggy. Everyone is looking at me but thinking of someone else. Seeing that she was silent and did not speak, he was a little worried. My lady? My lady, are you okay? Your face? Lulia deeply interrupted him. It is okay, I am just a little tired. Dietrich touched his chin, anxiously struggling. Perhaps it is because she has been inside for too long that she is like this. If you feel unwell. He mentioned the location. Why do not we take a walk? I know a place that the lady will definitely like. The two walked out together. Warm sunlight shone through the surrounding leaves. She held Jaebok in her arms, her expression extremely surprised, her eyes wide as she observed this place. Is it a garden? Yes, this is a maze garden. It is the pride of the Duke of Montefelt's family. Hearing them talk to each other, it was openly annoyed. It is so noisy. This place is vast and boundless. The plants are green and lush, and in front is a large building. Dietrich enthusiastically introduced the garden. This place is known for its wonderful beauty, and that is why it is a favorite destination for esteemed guests from the Duke's family. He quickly suggested, I see you seem a little tired, so I think you should take a walk around the garden and rest for a bit. Thank you for thinking of me, Dietrich. Inside, the happy conversation echoed throughout the garden. Oh, I did not expect there to be a place like this in the mansion. Can I freely walk around here? I am afraid I will get lost. Yes, you can freely walk around. Suddenly, Dietrich warned, however, because there are dangerous areas, I will guide you. Lulia shuddered in panic. Dangerous areas, Dietrich just smiled reassuringly. Just do not get close, and it will be fine. A pair of shoes was slowly approaching. She appeared silently and taciturnly. Over here, the two of them still had not realized anything. Dietrich seemed very excited. Gladly, let me take you, so do not worry. Suddenly, fear appeared in his eyes, unable to anticipate the appearance of this person. How are you here? She smiled and greeted. It has been a while, Diet. Her face glowed brightly under the golden sunlight, and she gently reproached. Don't you want to see me? Asta walked straight in front of the two of them. Long time no see. Lulia glanced at her in slight bewilderment. This person. She still maintained the smile, her expression calm as if nothing had happened. And she was stunned, turning back to observe. Could it be? Dietrich is. He gritted his teeth and called out her name. Asta. He could not help but feel uncomfortable in his heart. This place, how could you come here? She enthusiastically showed off. Of course, I came here as a guest to the party. Tomorrow is the party. Dietrich only silently watched Asta's actions. She turned to slowly caress the flowers. I did not expect this place to still exist. I just came here out of curiosity. Her hands were caressing the blooming flowers in the garden. Asta, I am sorry, but... She did not hold back, even when Lulia was still there, excitedly saying, I am so happy that it is still here. This is the place that holds the memories of the three of us. And I also heard that Devier is getting married soon. Her eyes slightly narrowed. This person is really a lovely girl. Lulia stood there silently, while Jaebok on her arm complained impatiently. Oh my god, who is this girl? Her eyes wanted to claw at the person in front of her. Without saying hello, she just stands in front of me and talks about her, and she has been clearly acting oblivious all this time. Looking at Asta, she kept thinking in her head. Just like Kavi said, I feel like someone wants to turn Messina into a ghost here. Why is that or... Lulia silently spaced out. In her heart, she was a little hesitant. Am I feeling like I have taken a position that I should not have? She turned to ask him, Diet, what is wrong with you all this time? Rebellious and incessant, like a character with a detected error, Dietrich's voice stammered, unable to form a word. No, In the garden, they just stood there, talking back and forth. Asta touched her chin, pondering. So even you are not happy to see me. Dietrich was startled by those words. He hurriedly comforted her. Asta, calm down. I have something I want to say. But it is not your fault either. She pretended to be weak, avoiding that gaze. It is just that I was expecting a little bit, so I felt. Tears spilled from the corners of Asta's eyes. Anyway, in the end, you also carry the blood of that person. Dietrich was both surprised and embarrassed, not knowing what to do. She ignored them, quickly picking up the hem of her skirt and running away. He could not help but be stunned. Asta. Dietrich hurriedly turned to instruct Lulia. Duchess, please wait a moment. You are not allowed to leave this place. Then he ran in her direction. Asta, leaving her and Jaebok behind, not understanding what was happening. Lulia just smiled. The surroundings were desolate, with only the occasional breeze passing by. Her face turned pale and she blankly wondered, I have been left alone. Are those people even awake? Waiting. Until when? They stayed there together. Lulia cheerfully encouraged it. He will be back soon. Let us wait and see. Jabak sighed irritably. What kind of feeling is this? After 30 minutes, the two waited in boredom, hugging each other and sitting down in a corner, trembling, surrounded by vast labyrinths. It seems like I have been forgotten. See, I told you so. She began to fear, hugging it tightly. What should we do? If it takes too long, everyone will get impatient. Damn it, that stuff. Hey, do you know where this is? I just followed behind, so I do not know anything. Should we follow the direction Dietrich went in? It hurriedly stopped her. Don't act rashly. He warned us before. There are dangerous areas. Jibak stretched its leg out behind a bush. First, let us stand still in this place and observe our surroundings to see what the shape of this maze is. Its leg was suddenly caught inside, not knowing what it had gotten into, and it screamed in panic. Lulia was also confused and shocked. What is this? I can't get it out. Jabak was terrified and bewildered. Then what should we do? She tried to pull out her leg, which was wrapped in vines. Oh God. Lulia used all her strength to pull her leg out of that thing, surrounded by plants. Suddenly, she felt like something strange was happening. The scenery began to turn dim and dark. Jibak had escaped the eerie vine and climbed behind her. This place? Where is this? It was surprised and casually blamed. Geez, what is it? Why is it so dark? Find something to burn quickly. But I can't see anything. Jibak sensed the mystery and urgently warned Lulia, hey, be careful. It seems like magic is at work around here. A magic circle had appeared right under her feet. What magic? How is that possible? Both of them were terrified, stunned as they observed the mysterious thing. What is this? It could only be helpless because of the instructions it had given earlier, speaking like water, flowing into a duck's ear. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the hazy sky above. Jibak and Lulia looked up together. A white wolf suddenly appeared, baring its sharp white teeth. Now I can only quickly call out, Dietrich? The two of them were pale-faced at this moment, their hearts panicked and their bodies frozen. Why is it coming to this? Now we are done for. It stared intently, as if examining its prey. They secretly blamed Dietrich for not making it clear. He did not say it was this dangerous. Jibak whispered in her ear. Hey, step back and observe. It is clear that it has not charged in yet. It seems like everything will be okay as long as we do not make any noise. Separate and find smaller, narrower paths and see what happens. The wolf vaguely followed their every move. Lulia's footsteps also gradually retreated. Slowly, be quiet. Suddenly, her foot stepped on a branch right next to her, and she cried out in surprise. Its eyes turned bloodshot as if looking at its prey. They now did not know what to do when they were discovered. This is bad now for sure. We will be swallowed. Lulia's eyes widened in shock, reflecting the fear and panic on her face. Its sharp, red eyes roared angrily. Knowing there was nothing she could do, she closed her eyes tightly and prayed. Suddenly, Davier's cold figure appeared. He quickly took action and neatly dealt with the wolf. Lulia was stunned, lost in thought. What is this? It does not hurt like I thought. It was so unexpected. She opened her eyes in confusion, her whole body as if leaning on that person. This voice. Lulia's bright eyes immediately turned behind her. He gently chided. I have not seen you for so long. I was wondering where you had gone. She turned to face him. Davier, if you do not like this place, why did not you say so from the beginning? She was stunned and confused. What do you mean? Davier's face was silent and aggrieved. Because you do not want to see me, he secretly resented. Wasn't the artist also running all the way here? And Lulia was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Why would not I want to see you? Why would you say that? She was a little shocked in her heart. What is wrong, Davier? He seems angry. I just got lost while trying to return from the garden. Davier's eyes looked at her with passionate love. It feels like we have only been close for a little bit. What if I make a mistake again? Then what if I become distant from Davier? He just stayed silent like that, not speaking. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing amusement. Davier happily teased. Just kidding. Lulia was stunned, confused. Just kidding. He continued to playfully tease. Seeing you freeze up, I just wanted to tease you a little. That is too much. She hurriedly waved her hands, surrendering to Davier. I was so scared that my soul flew away. The sky was now clear again, white clouds floating by, and sunlight shining down on the leaves. The two just talked together like that. Why are you here? Isn't it time to study hard? That Lulia recounted her recent encounter to Davia. When I went out for a walk with Dietrich, a strange woman suddenly appeared. Dietrich asked me to wait here for a moment, and immediately chased after her. He was a little suspicious. The woman, yes. Davia took her small hand. He called her Asta. He did not care at all. Oh, so what? On the outside, Lulia seemed calm, but on the inside, she was a little concerned. Davia must know that person very well, right? Her expression became melancholy and troubled. What is the relationship between the two of them after all? What if the two of them are very close and together? Am I being a bother by asking this question? Then we should go back first. We also have to change the schedule tomorrow. His voice rang out, and Lulia's train of thought was also interrupted. Warm sunlight shone brightly. She struggled with doubt. What do you mean by the schedule? How can I? He excitedly and enthusiastically leaned closer to Lulia's face and suggested, we will sneak out of the party together. Yes, she regained her senses, but stood there frozen. Scene change. Everywhere in the city had been decorated and prepared, and the first day of the grand festival was about to begin. Lulia was shocked and stunned by this grandeur. Her eyes were amazed and could not believe it. Here it is, the Montefello family's festival. The atmosphere was so lively, and Davia always stayed close by her side. Lulia walked and admired her surroundings. I did not expect so many people to be on the streets. The Montefeld territory is vast and boundless, like a green carpet stretching to the horizon. But her mood was momentarily sad. Even though I am happy to be touring the place with Davia, should I be so happy? After all, I am still worried about what happened yesterday. Last night, Dietrich seemed to have been called away in a special way, and before he left, he turned back to bow to her. In remembering that dark scene, the strange building behind the monster in the garden keeps haunting me. It seems like this is making me worried. Suddenly, Davia gently pinched Lulia's cheek, causing her to be very surprised. He turned to tease. You are all the way here, but you are still distracted. Seeing Davia's actions while on the street, Lulia shyly and awkwardly retorted, that is not it. He deeply wished for one thing. I just want you to focus on me a little bit. Because there is a reason why we are here together. Hearing this, Lulia dazedly looked at him. If there is a reason, then... Suddenly, someone called out, hey, you two, the boy and the girl. The two of them looked over in surprise. He smiled kindly, holding a cotton candy in his hand, and called out, want to enjoy a sweet treat? Buy one and give it to your lover. What do you think? Davia secretly observed her. No, nothing. Lulia's eyes were bright and dazed. And he was smiling secretly with fascination. Golden rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, forming sparkling streaks of light. She happily and excitedly played with Davia. A bright smile always bloomed on her face, brightening up the entire space. His eyes were deeply fixed on her, never leaving her. The sun gradually set, releasing its last rays, creating a magical golden-orange light that enveloped the scenery. Watching her play today, it seems like she was born with the qualities of someone who likes festivals. I have decided that the birthday festivals coming up will have to be held much more grandly. While the festival was bustling, the two of them sat down on a nearby chair, their eyes and smiles radiant, talking intently, leaving only a moment of peace and warmth between two kindred spirits. Lulia excitedly turned to ask Davia, really? It is just a joke again, is not it? He casually teased. It is too hard to say. I have not figured it out yet. Thinking of today, her mood was much better, and she told him like a child. But the festival is really fun. I bought gifts for everyone, and a necklace for the cat too. And also, we drank cool water and watched the band too. Suddenly, her emotions plummeted, and the joyful expression on her face also disappeared, tinged with sadness. Although I really want the people of this land to be more frequent, that might make the territory's festival more difficult. He jokingly reassured. She is starting to worry about the things that a lady usually has to face. The setting sun cast long shadows, covering the two people sitting there talking together. In that romantic space, he suddenly spoke, giving her words of praise, making her heart strangely warm. Looking at you, it seems like you have been studying very hard. Lulia was slightly surprised. Really, and everyone is always secretly praising her, too. You are the best, my lady. A little shyness crept across her face, her cheeks flushed red. Lulia silently pondered, her eyes becoming confused, feeling embarrassed and excited too. Being recognized for my efforts is a happy thing. I really had a dreamlike day. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the leaves from the branches carried by the wind. She turned to admire his happy face. Thank you for taking me out, Davia. He gently and kindly asked Lulia, do you feel any better? She was a little dazed and confused. What? Lately, I have seen you being sluggish and not happy at all. Is it because you are busy? As soon as the words fell, she was momentarily stunned. Recent memories suddenly rushed back. So that is it. Lately, I have only been focusing on studying and preparing for the festival, so I have not had much time to see Devier. And Asta is also making me feel worried. The silhouette of her also suddenly appeared in her mind. Could it be that he deliberately brought that thing out for me to pay attention to? During the times when she was intently studying, perhaps Devier was secretly and silently watching her. The corners of Lulia's mouth curved into a slight smile, revealing excitement. It might be a misunderstanding, but I still feel happy. She spoke softly. Thank you, Devier. Her face smiled radiantly, the joy containing sincere gratitude. Thanks to you, I have forgotten all my worries. Hearing this, Devier could not help but be surprised, and then a smile slowly bloomed on his lips, his eyes filled with fascination for her. He held out his hand in front of her, making her a little confused. I was just a little touched, but I already feel awkward. Under the streetlights, Devier helped Lulia up. Shall we go back? No, the biggest reason I came here is still there. He enthusiastically suggested. I have a wonderful place I want to introduce to you. Would you like to come with me? Scene change. Lulia was very surprised to witness the scene before her. Devier slowly walked over to her. From the front, you can see the entire scenery in this small city. He gave a warm smile, expressing his feelings. Sometimes, I come here to relax my mind. It is a place that I discovered when I was young. When I am here, it feels like everything becomes distant and faint. Lulia jumped in surprise and turned around. I also want to show you. Her eyes were momentarily stunned and shocked. The shimmering beauty in the city seemed to be miniaturized. A beautiful landscape painted by hand. On the streets, crowds of people strolled busily, and at the same time it was a place that he would have to shoulder responsibility for in the future, where the land and the people appeared before his eyes. She silently observed her, standing still in this place, his gaze directed towards. Remembering his small figure, when he leaned on the railing, silently looking at the scenery in the city, wondering what he was thinking. Lulia silently pondered. Devier, is there ever a time? Devier, behind her, heard her voice, and his mood changed, with a sad and gloomy expression. Do you feel lonely? Devier was startled when he heard her say that. His voice was aggrieved and confused, changing the subject. Oh my God, I did not expect you to not like it. I thought you would like it, but it seems you are a bit picky. Lulia was confused and stunned, turning to explain. No, that is not what I meant. She could not help but feel restless and worried about his current situation. Then what will happen, Devier? Memories of the past flooded back, when the teacher came to teach Lulia etiquette during the process of honing her skills to take on the role of Grand Duchess. Or studying and working hard, alongside the joy of discovering new things, I could not help but worry about my ability to complete the task. Baron and Tara were always behind her, accompanying her, and Dietrich was also a good person. Lulia felt what they were giving her, but there were things that happened that she could not do anything about, and the thought of disappointing them made me feel incredibly pressured. That is wrong. They have been accustomed to challenges many times greater since they were young, but only Devier has to fulfill the obligation of carrying a great responsibility on his shoulders since he was born, having to face countless threatening eyes. Perhaps since he was young, Devier has had to endure pressure like this. He just stood there quietly like that. Both of them simultaneously looked at the beautiful small city below. When reflecting more deeply, the people who recognized them smiled and greeted them, and they did the same. I suddenly realized that this beautiful scenery is just a perfect picture for me. His childhood must have faced many things that were different from other children here. Some people would feel bored and meaningless, but for Devier it was a safe haven in moments when he wanted to escape. And in a way, I also feel that way. Back then, when darkness enveloped me, I also wanted to run away from this place. Devier often has to meet people he does not know at all, strangers. Even when surrounded by countless voices, I feel unable to share my sadness or be understood. Even she has to always be ready to fulfill this responsibility, just wanting to escape and feeling lonely. Devier emotionlessly fell into silence. He opened his mouth, trying to speak. You really are interesting. I have never met anyone who can confuse me so much. The two stood together, confiding their feelings under the setting sun. Devier gradually walked over to her. Then what about now? He happily asked her, are you still scared and want to run away? If that is really the case, even if you say you do not want to be the Grand Duchess anymore. She seriously turned to admire the city. No, I want to do it. I want to fulfill the role of Grand Duchess well. Lulia faced his eyes, answering directly. Therefore, I hope we can share the burden with Devier and make him feel less lonely. Her smile shone like the sun, with a hint of shyness. Because I have Devier, I do not feel lonely anymore. In his heart, he was endlessly happy and excited, the corners of his mouth curving up. His whole world seemed to freeze, leaving only her image in his stunned eyes, from all of Lulia's trust. That is great. I am also planning to arrange a party in the near future. She was stunned and wondered, a party. At that time, romance enveloped him. A grand event would take place. When talking about getting married, it will be a hassle for a while. Right after completing the ceremony, I have to go to the capital to greet everyone, according to etiquette. That symbol was manifest, seemingly as proof. Returning to the present, the two enjoyed the scenery together and discussed it intently. Taking you to see it seems to be worthwhile, but I am still a little worried, because when we leave the mansion, life will become more difficult. It is full of fierce creatures, they are countless. She quickly reassured Davier, if that is the case, it is okay, because there is DAV. She smiled radiantly like a blooming flower. Now it is home, and the sun has set too. Returning to the mansion, Lulia and Davier walked and talked excitedly. So at that time, that merchant. She excitedly greeted the two of them. Baron, Tara, I am back. They dazedly and dejectedly replied, welcome back, you two. Did you have a good day? He worriedly spoke up, I am back. Lulia's face was cheerful, as she expressed, thanks to Davier, I had a very fun trip. I bought gifts for the two of you here. Please accept them. Her whole body was full of energy, giving gifts to Baron and Tara. They were very surprised, not expecting that they would also have gifts. It is nothing too special, but because I was thinking of everyone, I bought it to try. The two hurriedly returned the courtesy. Oh my, you even thought of us. Thank you, young lady. But she felt like their mood was not good. Lulia wondered anxiously in her heart, what is wrong? The two of you do not look very happy. Right, is changing the schedule without permission a problem? He immediately advised, that is not it, my lady. Outside, the sky had also darkened. Don't worry, just go with Tara first. The evening party is about to begin. You should go prepare your outfit. That is right, my lady, please come with me. She happily took Lulia and quickly walked into the room. Let us go change quickly. Seeing this, Davier also became more amiable. Baron softly reported, Duke, I have something important to report. He was confused, not knowing what had happened. What is it? The head butler stammered, with a difficult expression. That? His face was sullen and dejected. At the reception party hall, Miss Asta was present. She silently appeared, taking a glass of wine in her hand. Her face was satisfied and pleased, smiling as if anticipating something to come. Baron followed behind and reported to Davier, the reason why Miss Asta came is not very clear to me. But it seems like her situation has been difficult recently, so she does not have a stable place to live. Seeing that Davier did not have any reaction, Baron continued to finish the story. I was thinking that perhaps she needs to request the Duke about that issue. But I am worried. What if she says something wrong to the lady? Unexpectedly, Davier spoke up at this moment, making Baron also stunned. It is okay. Baron looked at him doubtfully. You do not intend to have any special measures. But if you do that, then the lady... Davier was still brief. Calm down, Baron. In front, Lulia was talking to the maid. Davier continued to speak. In my opinion, if she is the Duchess, she will definitely do well. Lulia saw that the person who came was Davier, and also turned to smile at him. The two took each other's hands, walking like noble aristocrats. It won't be long before I get to meet many people after so long. Thank you for brightening today's party. I have been practicing very hard recently, but is it enough? What if there are any mistakes? Not only will I not be able to help Davi, but I will become a burden, which is really... While she was vaguely thinking somewhere else, Davi suddenly called her name. Lilia, are you scared? Davi teased and laughed with the girl. Or do you want to stop and run away? Because of this, Lilia's face flushed red as she shook her head vehemently, denying. That is impossible. After that, she lowered her eyes and whispered softly, I am just a little nervous. At this moment, the voice of the host rang out. And now, please welcome the master of the Montefort family, Duke Davier Montefort, and Miss Lilia to enter. Lilia said to herself, It is okay, I have persisted in practicing until now. Don't let yourself be pressured. When that door opens, we will go down the stairs together, entering the banquet hall. And when the first melody rang out, her hazy eyes became determined. Looking forward, I will, with Davi, open the party with a dance. Then Davi stepped forward, interrupting her train of thought. Lilia, those blue eyes are always so charming, and it is also those lips that speak words that make others' hearts flutter. Just focus on me. Lilia's eyes widened in surprise, staring at the boy next to her. Everyone present here was looking at them, all the attention focused on the upper hall. Up there, Lulia was standing behind Davi. They looked like a real couple. And Davi, those gentle eyes were always directed towards the girl next to him. After a moment, Davi finally opened his mouth for the first time, a smile always present on his lips. Thank you to everyone for attending my birthday party. During my absence, I am sure everyone had a great time. The crowd below could not hide their bewilderment and surprise, watching them without blinking. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Lilia, my future fiancée. He took her hand, the two hand in hand, in front of many people. The person who will become the Duchess of the Montefort family. These words sounded so honorable. Lulia's expression was frozen, her eyes still wide. Looking at a point in the air, she reassured herself. Okay, do not be nervous, just do as you have practiced. Stuttering, she finally managed to open her mouth. Suddenly, many words kept echoing in her head, like a haunting, "Ah, that is that girl." Their voices seemed to echo from hell. Rumor has it that she is locked up in that horrific dungeon under the Demon Duke's castle. Impossible, a woman of unclear origin is an accomplice. Those things seem to isolate the little girl into a dark dungeon of her own. Duke, your tastes are truly unique, but after all, it is not heartfelt, right? Lulia once again fell into a chill from the depths of her bones, like the ice of winter snow regions. What should I do? I can't think of anything. Her hands gripped each other tightly. I can feel it. Everyone here hates me. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Davi slammed his hand heavily on the table, causing Lulia to jolt out of her thoughts. Davi, with a warning look, looked down at the crowd below. I will only give you one chance to speak out. The nobles below widened their eyes, covering their mouths with fans, some silently looking up at the two people. Even Lulia rounded her eyes, looking at the powerful boy before her. Davi. Then her lips pursed, swallowing once. The nobles below finally stopped widening their eyes in fear and heard Lulia's clear voice ringing out. Throughout the morning, I walked around the territory, and everyone was smiling and looked very happy, so I think it must be thanks to the efforts of everyone, the Montefort servants. Only at this time did Davi show a gentle and proud smile again, looking at the girls standing next to him. I come from an unclear origin and still have many clumsy things, but I want to help everyone and become a force for Montefort in the future. Lulia continued to speak fluently until she finished everything she had prepared. My name is Lulia. I hope to have everyone's help. At this time, the people below stopped looking at her with curious eyes, replaced by surprise. Then, they took turns lifting their skirts and bowing. Others knelt down. Was not this approval? Looking at this scene, Lulia could not help but smile very brightly. Even Davi next to her smiled along with her unconsciously. She composed her radiant smile. She heard Davi next to her open his mouth. Shall we go now? Everyone is looking this way. The two of them walked together to the center. But why is that now? I am not scared anymore. Blending in with the music, with the singing and playing of instruments beside them. Throughout the training process, I had imagined this moment countless times. Her eyes widened as she looked at Davi's profile. But even so, when actually performing with Davi, I still could not believe it was real until this very moment. Then suddenly, her eyes became bright. Davi's image became so clear. Now the song is almost at the end. The two of them were in sync, completing the dance together without paying any attention to their surroundings, dancing confidently and naturally together. Fortunately, the dance ended safely. Just as she was happy, suddenly one of her steps became disordered. Lulia fell backward in surprise and panic. Oh, this step, I am going to fall. Her eyes closed tightly, as if waiting for the painful landing that awaited her. But Davi would not let that happen. He reached out and caught her. Then he lifted Lulia up, as if an angel gently cherishing her. The people below were all excited by this action. As for poor Lulia, she felt like her face was about to burn up. Davi. Only, at the same time, there was a girl who did not like this scene very much. Her amber eyes looked at that scene, and then she was silently suffocated. Those lovebirds were still acting out their love story on the stage. Davi brought Lulia back to the ground safely, and smiled happily at her. Did I time it well? It seems like we will become great dance partners. Lulia had not recovered yet, so she just widened her eyes and looked at Davi, unable to answer in time. After Davi finished speaking, he bowed his head and politely and properly kissed Lulia's hand. The crowd below saw all these actions. The girls who saw it all blushed. Immediately after, not knowing who started it, they shouted and praised together. It really is a wonderful dance that is hard to see again. It is amazing, Duke. This woman is the one who will become the Lady of Montefort. Long time no see, Duke, and this is... Lulia saw that Davi did not tremble in the slightest, but instead smiled very confidently with a fearless demeanor. She admired him. Davi was indeed experienced in situations like this. I should also start introducing myself, but according to etiquette, where should I start? At this time, a girl came up and called, Lulia, Miss Lilia. Miss Lobelia, the teacher in charge of etiquette and dance. Seeing the person who called her, Lulia ran over and happily took Lobelia's hand, talking intimately. Thank you for attending the party. Lobelia also smiled brightly. Lulia invited me, of course, I would not miss this opportunity. The two talked a lot. Your unremitting efforts have been rewarded. The dance just now was really perfect. Really, I did well, right? Yes. A perfect debut that could not be faulted. Lulia rarely showed a carefree smile. She seemed really happy. I am really happy. It is all thanks to Lobelia. Thank you, Lobelia. If it was not for Lobelia's guidance, I definitely would not have been able to do it. Hearing this, Lobelia was startled. She quickly lowered her eyes, glancing in another direction, weakly replying, "That is not true." Lobelia took her trembling arm, speaking slowly. "Perhaps I no longer have anything to teach. Miss Lulia, from now on you do not need to invite me anymore." She spoke these words with a barely concealed tremor. "Being with me, you may be caught up in unfavorable rumors." Lulia looked at her in confusion, not understanding what was happening. "Rumors? What do you mean? What are you saying?" Before she received Lobelia's answer, someone approached Lulia and called, "My lady." It was a blue-haired girl, full of personality and beautiful. "Sorry for interrupting, but if you do not mind, can I say hello?" "I am Bianca." Bianca confidently introduced herself, the daughter of Count Beloa. Lulia now remembered. "Oh, I have to say hello." Lulia nodded and greeted. "Hello, Bianca. It is nice to meet you, but..." The girls standing around also came forward one after another to greet her. "Hello, Miss Lulia. I am Eden from the Erlefelen family. I hope to have a good collaboration with you in the future." However, behind those girls, Lobelia's face was still sunk in misery, tortured, standing still there. "Hello, Miss Lulia, I am..." Lulia wanted to go to her, Lobelia, but these noble girls did not seem to want to let her go. "The dance was so great, Lulia. Just now, my heart was beating so fast. Yes, the Duke is really very harmonious in an elegant way." Because of responsibility, Lulia still had to put personal matters aside, but she still had a way to connect them together, smiling at the girls next to her. "Thank you, everyone. It is all thanks to Lobelia. She taught me dancing and etiquette very meticulously." Suddenly being mentioned, Lobelia was in a tangled mess, not knowing what to say. Those girls all shifted their gaze to look at her. What I mean is. Bianca was the first to speak, and was very sincere. "I have also heard about the talent of teacher Lobelia. When I saw Miss Lulia just now, I saw that the rumors were indeed true. Yes, you are really amazing. Oh my, maybe I should also ask you to teach me meticulously." Lobelia smiled shyly. "You really are a standard lady. You flatter me too much." Asta also took this opportunity to step forward to greet her. "Welcome, Miss Lulia." Looking at Asta in front of her, Lulia also had some memory. "This person is the person I met last time." It seemed that Lulia did not remember her, so Asta did not mind introducing herself further. "Lady Lulia, please forgive my lack of politeness. I am Asta. I was not able to say hello properly last time. I am very sorry. I hope you will give me a chance to explain clearly." Lulia was stunned by Asta's kindness and politeness. What is going on? This attitude is completely different from last time. After being stunned, she opened her mouth. That sounds okay, but I am talking to these people right now." Asta's eyes glanced at Lobelia next to her. "Ah, I see." Then those bright red lips combined with those amber eyes, smiling gently. "You are talking to a celebrity, huh?" Lobelia felt like a nail had been driven into her ear. Her eyes widened. Lulia also realized that these words were inappropriate. "Celebrity, that sounds like too much. What do you mean?" Lobelia suddenly spoke. "I, Miss Lulia. I ask your permission. Thank you for your words." Lulia looked at Lobelia, bowing and giving a salute, and was shocked. "Oh, has it come to this, Lobelia? Those people also dragged each other away, Miss Lucia. Then we will also go first. Let us talk again later." Asta at this time spoke again. "Sorry, because of me. Everyone left so quickly." Lulia still had not understood anything. "What?" Asta raised her hand to cover her face, her eyes sad as she asked softly. "Surely Miss Lulia has heard about me, right? Although you know that I am just the daughter of a mistress, brought back from Montefelt by the previous duke, I am no different from a worm harming Montefelt. So it is no wonder everyone looks at me with those eyes." Lulia thought to herself in her head. Just like what Tara said, the previous duke had a deeper affection for Dietrich's younger sister, even though she was not his own child, however. She looked at Asta and opened her mouth to say words of comfort. "It is okay. Those things do not mean anything." Asta was only slightly surprised before regaining her composure. "It is okay, are you sure?" Lulia steadfastly looked at the red-haired person in front of her. "Yes, I have decided not to care about the eyes of the people around me." After saying it resolutely, she belatedly lowered her eyes, letting her rambling thoughts fly far away. "Of course it is a lie to say that I am not curious about that person. Clearly, there are things that I do not know between Davi and that person. But I am the future fiancé of the Montefelt family that Davi has acknowledged." Her hands clenched tightly, her eyes once again regaining their light and determination. "From now on, I must think and judge for myself." Asta suddenly smiled, her eyes narrowed. "You really are a person with an admirable beauty of soul. Please do not misunderstand my intentions, Lulia. I did not come here with any intention. I just want to send you a warning." Lulia still did not quite understand. Warning. Asta nodded. Those eyes seemed to contain thousands of mysterious black holes, unable to see through anything. "Yes. During the time I was here before, I had become a person who only knew how to listen to my mother and the people in the family, no different from a doll. Lulia's eyes widened, even her eyebrows furrowed. A doll? Did you let the previous Duke treat you like that? Asta again made a look, as if she had just realized something big. Oh, so it is because the previous Duke especially loved me. At that time, the Duke was known to be a sensitive person and liked me very much, so my mother asked me to obey in order to receive support from him. The servants were not happy when the mistress's daughter was favored, so they isolated me, and even though I could hold all the jewelry, I still lived a lonely and cold life. She told Lulia those things. After the Duke passed away, I was forced to leave. But during my time here, I became very close to Davi. Finally, along with a smile full of smugness, were the words symbolizing the purpose of her coming here. I think he definitely needs me, just like the previous Duke needed me. Lulia did not seem to be attacked at all, and said back, "Needs you? Why is that?" Quite unexpectedly, Asta also widened her eyes. "Oh, do not you know?" But then she smiled and said, "Ah, but that is right." Lulia saw all the expressions of the person in front of her, and she was always vigilant. Her hands clenched the corner of her clothes. Those eyes contained an indescribable contempt. Asta continued to ramble on to her. If it was not for Davi saying it, then I would have a hard time sharing it. I do not want to make Davi uncomfortable as a duchess. I believe Lulia will understand. Do you know what will change when Davi's mood turns bad? Lulia's pupils widened, seemingly just realizing something. What is that, hey? Kavi walked over from somewhere, calling Lulia to go. KK, you come here immediately, right now. Lulia did not dare to delay, hugging Kavi and running away quickly. Asta, sorry for the inconvenience. I will excuse myself for a moment. Arriving at a deserted place, Lulia let Kavi down and started talking. Didn't you say you did not care about the party? Then when did you come? Kavi was helpless. Is that so important? It pointed its finger, patted its chest. I just stopped by for a moment to see if you were okay. It seems like you have been enjoying it to the fullest. Suddenly it became irritable, again lecturing her. Anyway, are you still awake? Why put so much effort into that meaningless thing? Lulia raised her voice, wanting to retort. What is going on while we are talking? Being dismissive is not polite. Kavi made an old man's face, warning, be careful. She is damaged, that red-haired girl. Lulia frowned. What is damaged? Kavi slowly spat out 5 words. The soul is damaged. Lulia pondered for a moment before asking, the soul is damaged. What do you mean? Is it related to black magic? Kavi nodded and explained, this is just a way of speaking literally. No matter what you do, it won't do you any good. At this time, the maid suddenly came from behind, looking everywhere. Oh my, where did the cat disappear to? I just baked a delicious cake. Kavi only heard the word cake and changed his attitude 180 degrees, becoming a cheerful and cute kitten, running to the maid, leaving Lulia stunned with wide eyes. Huh, where are you going? Kavi retorted irritably. I am busy too. In short, be careful with that girl, lest you get involved. Lulia was also scared by this cat, with a baby face but speaking so seriously. However, she also had to pay attention to the words the cat had just said. Damaged. Today, all the stories are so incomprehensible that they can't be understood. Well, I should go back to my place. As soon as she walked out, her eyes caught something. Wait, that is. Dietrich was talking with Asta. Ah, hello, lady. Lulia walked over to them. Dietrich has arrived. Yes, I just arrived. Lulia again fell into old memories. How strange. Clearly, yesterday he was scolded very badly by Davi, and it was said that he would not attend today's evening party. But he is here. Could it be because Asta came? Dietrich smiled awkwardly at her. As you know, this is... Asta suddenly burst out laughing, walking to Lulia. Oh my, Diet. I said that I and Lulia had a very happy conversation. Really, you are always slow to react, still the same now. Dietrich looked at Asta with a dissatisfied expression. Asta, what rude attitude are you showing the lady? Asta ignored his words. She turned to ask Lulia. Talking too much made me thirsty. Lulia, do you want something to drink? Ah no, I am okay. Asta turned around and left, still smiling and waving. Then I will go get a drink, you two. Just talk. Dietrich went and bowed to Lulia. Lady, please do not mind this. Thank you for being generous to my sister. It is only natural. But are you sure you can be here? Dietrich helplessly shook his head, still with a very sad expression. I should have kept silent to re-examine myself, but I was worried about my sister. I really feel sorry for the lady. Lulia also smiled and replied to Dietrich's worried expression. There is nothing wrong with feeling worried about your sister, even though I do not know what you are worried about. Dietrich suddenly looked around for a moment before continuing. Sorry, but actually Asta's situation now is not very good. Lulia slightly opened her eyes and asked, what is wrong? Both of them turned their eyes to where Asta was standing. There was a person who married my mother before she passed away. From the beginning, he was dissatisfied with Asta. So as soon as my mother passed away, she was kicked out of the house. Lulia nodded. So now you are worried about... Dietrich nodded in agreement. Yes, she only wants to stay here temporarily until she has a stable place to live. Although I will respect the Duke's decision, but at present I can't guess what his mood is like. Lulia thought to herself, that is Davi's mood. Asta had said the same thing before, although she called Davi intimately. She again remembered the conversation between Asta and Dietrich just now, but when talking about the change in Davi's mood, it feels like they are keeping a distance. In the end, what is the relationship between the two of them? Friends, family, or... At this time, suddenly Davier's voice rang out, breaking them up, thinking about it carefully then. It seems like I forgot to say. Dietrich stood still and silently waited for punishment. Dietrich saw Davier and his heart trembled. Duke? Davier continued to speak. Therefore, I will overlook the fact that you came here without knowing anything. Then he walked to Lulia, smiling and bumping heads with her. Lulia asked, Davi, when did you come here? Davi did not answer her, but looked at the two of them. But you, is there something you want to say? Asta, what are you doing here? Being pointed out directly, Asta was silent, not saying anything. After a moment she spoke with a smile. Long time no. See, Duke, are you still doing well? Mondefeld still retains its magnificent appearance, and as for me... Davi interrupted her. It is really unexpected. Did you come all the way here just to ask? Asta frowned uncomfortably. Lulia looked up at Davi and opened her mouth. Ah, I miss Asta then. Looking at Lulia, Davi smiled again. Lulia, have you made any friends yet? Huh. Everyone is very kind. Lulia looked at the fierce confrontation between Asta and Davier, and could not help but think. Before, did not Asta say that she was very close to Davi? But looking at this atmosphere then... Asta again smiled and spoke once more. Hello, Duke, as you may know. But I am looking for a place to live. I apologize for the inconvenience, but can I stay here temporarily until I find another place? During that time, I can chat with you if you want. Even though Asta spoke as intimately as possible, Davi still maintained that attitude, his blue pupils flashing sharply. You, huh? Asta maintained the appearance of not understanding anything. Yes. Davi unexpectedly agreed. Then just do as you wish. As long as Lulia has no problems, I do not mind. Lulia was mentioned and was slightly flustered, turning to want to confirm, yes, me. Davi nodded. We must listen to the opinion of the hostess of the mansion. Right? Lulia again had to ask herself, what should I do now if I had known the situation beforehand? I would not be like this. Although I do not feel very compatible, but she is Dietrich's younger sister. Moreover, she has nowhere to go. What a difficult situation. Lulia's hands took hold of the ribbon on her collar. Yes, it is okay. I will treat you as a guest. Davi smiled proudly at her. Asta seemed overjoyed, going to hold Lulia's hand. Thank you, Miss Lulia. You must have been very lonely, not having a companion to share interesting things with. She rarely rambled on, promising Lulia, I will tell you many interesting things about this world. Lulia did not show any wariness to the polite girl, or anything in front of her. She even showed great compassion to her. Actually, I am not someone who needs a friend to talk to the point of agreeing, but only until she finds a place to live. Is this something serious? The next few days, a maid poured tea into Lulia's cup. She smiled brightly and invited Lulia. Please relax a little, my lady. Thank you, Tara. Bringing the cup to take a sip, after the anniversary party was successfully held. Again, remembering the countless things that had happened to me, I officially joined high society, and started learning how to respond to the letters that I received. But it seems like the Duke's family's event has ended, while the festival in the territory is still going on. Lulia looked at Tara and said, Before the festival ends, can I go out for a bit and come back? Tara smiled brightly and replied, My lady, absolutely not, because I swear I will never leave you even one step. Lulia smiled. Actually, I am fine being alone. She returned to the state of talking to herself since, after the party, the relationship between Tara and Dietrich has become inexplicably strained. Asta's appearance seems to have ignited a noisy fire of jealousy in Tara's heart now. Every time the two meet, the surrounding atmosphere freezes. While writing the letter, she thought of a way to get them to reconcile. Perhaps a trip to the festival will help them soothe these conflicts. Looking over the letter again, roughly I have finished writing the reply, and Baron said that it is possible to send invitations to the people I like. Again remembering the blue-haired girl from that day. Ah, then I will send it to Bianca. When talking, she was very cute and even sent me a letter first, so if there is a chance to get acquainted, then that would be great. Lulia turned to call Tara to talk. Tara, please pass this letter for me. Tara nodded sharply. Of course, my lady. She had completed everything quickly. Now she has really become a duchess. Tara kept rambling on, even predicting the things that were about to happen. Soon you will hold the wedding ceremony. I am starting to imagine your image in a wedding dress. While she was speaking halfway, a voice rang out. Hello, Lulia. The person below who came was Asta. She came with Dietrich. The weather is so nice, if you do not mind. Can I sit with you? Kavi, who had been lying still all this time, suddenly spoke angrily. Hey, she is acting like she is very close. Isn't she just staying temporarily because she has nowhere to live? Why is she so chill? The two people had arrived at the place. Asta even sat down. Lulia greeted Dietrich. Asta. Hello, you two. Hello, my lady? Dietrich and Tara frowned and did not bother with each other, but still confronted each other fiercely. The weather is very nice today. Why is not Miss Tara going to see the festival? Tara shook her hand, not bothering to look at him. I won't go anywhere, although it seems like you want me to disappear for a bit. Lulia heard them hating each other and did not know what to do. I was just asking, why are you saying that? Okay, do not bother me anymore. Although they often have arguments, but it has never been this tense. Meanwhile, Asta, the cause of everything, seemed very calm. Again, remembering Asta's expression the day before, the day she met Davier. Was I mistaken when I thought that she was scared? Asta again smiled and spoke, breaking the atmosphere of the two people behind her. The weather is so nice. On days like these then, what is that? Miss Lulia, do you know how to ride a horse? That is, sitting on the back of a horse and controlling it? Although I have not tried it, but... As if catching an excuse to find fault, Asta said as if regretfully. Oh my, really? The skill of riding a horse is an indispensable part of the education of noble ladies. Lulia nodded as if hearing it for the first time. Is that so? It is not that I do not care, but the horses in the stable are too big, so I do not dare to ride them. Asta again withdrew the appearance just now, smiling and saying to Lulia, Then first you have to buy a horse. For Lulia, a gentle white mare will be a suitable gift. Lulia wanted to refuse, but the expensive horses also have a price. Like a mansion. Her eyes looked sincerely at the girl in front of her and replied, The big party just ended. Would that be too extravagant? Asta only frowned after hearing. Of course she was not satisfied. Again, there was a snort of laughter from Tara next to her. Asta disgustedly looked up. Is there anything so funny? Asta asked. Tara at this time stopped laughing and confessed. Oh, I am really sorry. I did not think you would be the first to mention riding a horse. After that incident, I thought you would not ride a horse anymore. These words were indeed bluntly attacking Asta. Lulia opened her eyes wide. It seemed that there was something that she did not know. What, that incident? After that incident, I thought you would not ride a horse anymore. Dietrich could not hold back anymore, so he spoke wanting to defend Asta. Tara, you? At this time, Asta suddenly jumped up in Lulia's surprise. She turned around to leave. Sorry, you, Lulia. I thought of something urgent, so I will go first. After that, she lifted her skirt and left in one go, making Lulia also confused. Lulia looked at Asta's figure gradually disappearing. In her heart, she secretly asked, what happened that made her get so angry? A reaction that was too excessive. Could there be something that makes Asta ashamed? Lulia was so angry she wanted to burst into flames. Everyone knew, but only she was like a scarecrow. It was uncomfortable when everyone only muttered without explaining clearly. At this time, the butler's voice suddenly rang out. My lady, is something making you unhappy? Lulia turned around. Baron. Baron bowed solemnly and replied, I came here to take you to the library as previously discussed. He looked at the two people next to her and said implicitly, But the atmosphere seems a bit noisy, is not it? Are they bothering you if you feel uncomfortable? We can go to the library later. Lulia spoke up to defuse the situation. It is not like that at all. I will go right now. She turned to say to Tara and Dietrich, For the time being, everyone should go together. Tara bowed. Yes, my lady. Dietrich spoke. My lady, I will serve you. Lulia frowned. Don't follow me. I will go with Baron. Dietrich reluctantly replied. I understand. As they walked, Baron said, I heard about what you experienced in the garden last time, my lady. You must have been very surprised. Lulia also walked beside him. Thank you for your concern. Actually, in this mansion, there are ancient magics passed down through many generations. If you do not know and recklessly touch them, it is easy to get lost and wander in unwanted places. Lulia listened with wide eyes to the butler's words. So that thing is used to stop intruders. Then what is the path that the dog is guarding? Baron smiled wryly and replied, Unfortunately, this is beyond my authority, my lady. He went to the door of the room and then held out his hand to invite her inside. The Duke will be the one to answer your questions most accurately. In the meantime, please admire the beauty of the library. As soon as she entered, her eyes widened. This place is so magnificent. She could not help but scream out loud. Kavi, who was next to her, was not surprised like her. It just walked in without even glancing at it. TCH. There is nothing to be surprised about, it is just the noble style. Everything has to be huge. Then it also startled and yelled, What is this? Why can't you be honest? Buri next to her was curious and wanted to ask her, By the way, my lady, why did you suddenly come to the library? Lulia replied, I wanted to find a book about history. A history book. Baron adjusted his leather gloves, his face showing undisguised malice. Could it be that someone dared to talk about historical knowledge in front of the lady? Lulia quickly stopped him. It is not like that at all. Lulia smiled sweetly and obediently, looking at him as she answered, Etiquette. It is not enough to learn in class. I think reading more books will be more beneficial. The butler immediately had wide, watery eyes, looking at her. My lady, that profound meaning. He returned to his gentle appearance. That is good. Then feel free to explore around. If you need anything, just call me. He went to the door, still not forgetting to turn back and remind her. Here, there are all kinds of books. There is nothing you can't find. Lulia smiled and looked at him. Anything I want. I can't get used to such enthusiastic treatment, even if I experience it several times. Okay, let us take a walk around. She reached out and took the first books. This side is literature. This side is philosophy and art, and this side is... Taking down a stack of books, she felt happy. Gee, I am just choosing randomly like this, and I do not know why it is piled up into a stack. There are too many books that look interesting, so I can't resist. I wonder what books are on the other side. Oh, why does not this have a name on the cover? She again stood on tiptoe, reaching up to take the eye-catching books. I do not know what it is. Let us see. The name is... But when she saw the name, she froze, her face turning pale. This is A Guide to Black Magic to Weaken the Empire. Reports and petitions on various dark magics. Kavi, who was below, could not see the name of the book, and could only open its mouth to ask Lulia, what weird book made you turn as green as a banana leaf? What is going on? The title looks really corny. You just sit there complaining all day? Do you think the problem will fly away on its own? Lulia was still trembling in her own thoughts, her eyes unable to hide her horror. How strange. Why is there a book like this in Davi's library? Is it a book related to the Demon Grand Duke? Kavi next to her gave advice that almost made Lulia scream and break the room. Why do not you try reading it once and see what? Kavi continued. Why? Maybe the content is not as bad as you think. Lulia frowned in disbelief. You are telling me to read this, but black magic is of the Demon Grand Duke. Reading these ghost stories is not like reading a spell book. Why are you so scared? Kavi sat down, scratching its ear as it spoke. What is so scary about reading a book? Who knows, after reading it, you might understand what is happening to you. But it is also not certain. The first lines that were seen, the Demon Grand Duke evil has ended. His influence is also gradually fading, however. What if I accidentally activate a curse that is hidden within me? Even so, I still crave to find out the truth. Nana's death, what we experienced in that place, and how she left. Lulia found it more and more interesting as she read. Also, what is the connecting link? She spoke at this time. It seems like you are right. I can't just pretend I do not know forever. Flipping through another page of the book, the cat Kavi jumped up. I told you I was right. It sat on something, and then continued to speak to her. Have you ever listened to me and been worse off? Actually, everything good is thanks to me. Lulia did not listen to what it was saying, and instead focused on thinking, let me try to read a bit. What is this word? Soul, about the transaction. Kavi asked again, how is it? Anything interesting? Lulia's eyes widened. Lulia suddenly shouted, wanting to break the room, what is this again? She ran to where Kavi was sitting, looked up and yelled, oh my god, Kavi, Kavi! A book fell beside her, causing her to panic. The book was thrown down on the ground. She looked at it lying silently on the ground and wondered, what is it? What just happened? Lulia's eyes became more confused than ever. Clearly I was just in the library, but why am I suddenly here? She remembered the second before, it was still sitting on something, and where is Kavi? Her eyes became blurred, panicking and unable to say anything. Could it be like the time in the maze garden? Lulia's head and body were dizzy. She really did not know what the heck was going on. I just finished listening to Baron's warning and I am causing this again. No, I did not cause it. Wait, is Kavi okay? Reaching out to pick up the book that she had dropped on the ground. If he fell into a strange place alone, what should I do? Suddenly, a familiar female voice rang out, Lulia. The person in front of her was Asta. Holding a book in her hand, she walked to Lulia and said, I have been looking for you everywhere to apologize for what happened earlier. What happened to you? Lulia looked at her and explained, it is just that the stairs suddenly rotated, causing me to be unable to react in time. Asta again pretended to be concerned and asked her, oh my, really? Did you accidentally touch something? Lulia smiled and did not dare to admit, I did not intend to touch it. I can't say that it was Kavi's fault. Asta again switched to a different line of thinking. Is this caused by magic? Lulia shook her head. Perhaps it is. After all, I do not understand everything clearly. Asta moved her eyes to the book that she had just picked up and was curious. But is this Miss Lulia's? Lulia wanted to reach out to take the book back. It seems that it followed me from the library. Taking back the book, Lulia smiled to cover it up, wondering if she had seen the name of the book. I hope she won't think I am strange. At this time, Asta did not care much about that book. She pretended to be panicked. But there's a big problem. Lulia asked. Huh, a big problem? Asta continued to deceive her. Once you get stuck like this, it is a big trouble. Of course, it is not like Miss Lulia did it on purpose. Lulia thought to herself, is this matter that serious? Could it be? Asta suddenly grabbed Lulia's hand and called out her name loudly. Lulia. Asta said, just let me take care of this. I have received a favor from you, so do not worry. Lulia was extremely surprised. She exclaimed that. What? Asta said she would take the blame for me? No, if you say it straight out then, no way. Asta interrupted her. Lady Lulia, doing that would be very dangerous. Asta continued to speak. First of all, if anyone asks, just pretend you do not know. You also understand how scary Davir is, right, Lulia? Lulia's heart could not help but panic. Even though Davi seemed scary, would it really be okay? Lulia fell into a very difficult situation. She pursed her lips tightly. She fell into confusion when letting Asta take all of my blame. Asta interrupted Lulia's thoughts. She suddenly said, I too, Lady Lulia. I sincerely apologize for my impolite actions before. Tara and I have had some old grudges. I did not expect that I would reveal that in front of you. I promise I won't do it again. Lulia was overjoyed, she replied. What? Yes, but... Asta again continued to interrupt her. Tara also has some things to do. Lulia thought to herself, not giving me a chance to say anything. Asta continued to say, as you also know, my situation is not good. I also do not have many clothes, so I want to find the clothes that I left behind before. Lulia thought to herself, clothes left behind. Lulia thought of the clothes. Ah, those must be the clothes that I wore when I first came here. Asta replied, oh, so Miss Lulia has been wearing my clothes all this time. Asta reached out and touched her face, sighing. You are so beautiful, so I am also very happy, but I do not know what to do. Lulia was confused in her heart. She silently widened her eyes. She suddenly understood. Lulia said, if Asta agrees, I will return all of them. I have kept them very carefully. Asta now fell into confusion. Yes. Asta knew that Lulia had misunderstood, so she immediately explained, no, it is what I was wearing. Oh my, suddenly there was a loud call. Tara appeared from afar. She called out to Lulia, my lady, what are you doing here? Lulia was quite surprised. She answered unconsciously. Huh? Tara came to take her hand, urgently saying, it is time for dinner and I did not see you. I have been looking for you everywhere. Tara took her hand and pulled Lulia away. We have to prepare quickly. Let us hurry up. That is right. Lulia suddenly remembered that she was still talking with Asta. Lula called back. Sorry, Asta, see you next time. Asta also did not foresee the situation. She said, wait. Asta mumbled to herself, meaning the evening party. Okay, everything is ready? Lulia stood in front of the mirror. She was wearing a gorgeous dress for the evening party. Tara stood next to her with a delighted expression, saying, Our Lady is so admirable. Can we go out now? Lulia thought to herself. In her heart now, there was a bit of nervousness. Time flies by so fast. It is almost time for dinner. I am about to meet Davi, but I do not know how to handle the stair cleaning. Asta said she would help, but I am still worried, and Kavi has also disappeared since that incident. She thought and stepped out of the room. She reached out to open the door. It is so troublesome. A call rang out, my lady. Dietrich came in front of Lulia and bowed to greet her. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. From now on, both Tara and I will never appear in front of you in that way again. Okay, I understand. Lulia said to herself. Now is not the time to worry about that matter. She did not expect that before she had finished with this person, there was another person calling out loudly. Lulia. Asta's horrified face rushed over as fast as an arrow. Asta, what is going on? Asta kept calling out, Miss Lulia. Arriving in front of Lulia, she suddenly knelt down in everyone's surprise. Miss Lulia, please forgive me. The three people did not know what was going on, looking at Asta crying and feeling vague. Asta kept saying, I am really sorry. Lulia's eyes widened. She confessed that she did not know what the heck was going on. Suddenly apologizing, what on earth is going on? Lulia ran to Asta and sat down, asking carefully, Asta, first of all. Asta interrupted her. The clothes that I left behind a long time ago have now been suddenly found, so it is no wonder you feel uncomfortable. Tears still rolled down her face. It is just that I did not have anything suitable to wear right now, so that is why I really did not expect you to get angry and leave like that. Lulia's face wrinkled. Of course she had not absorbed anything. When did I? Asta again kept interrupting. Please forgive me, Lady Lulia. I was too thoughtless. I am really sorry. Lulia helped her up, still flustered as she said, There is nothing to forgive. First of all, stand up. Have you not had dinner yet? Asta was trying to suppress not crying anymore, and blushed. Ah, sorry, actually I went to look for Miss Lulia and missed the right time. Lulia smiled when she heard Asta's words. Lulia, if you do not mind, can we have dinner together? Lulia still smiled. I currently have a date with Davi already, so next time. Asta felt that this was accurate. She opened her mouth to beg. Oh, what good timing. Then can I come along too? Huh? Lulia did not know that this person still wanted to go with her. No, that is a little. Asta reached out to cover her mouth, seemingly trying to force Lulia to feel like she was the one forcing her. Do you still resent me? That is right. I did have an embarrassing act, as if... Surely you do not want to eat together with me anymore. Lulia reached out and waved her hands, shaking her head violently. No, it is not like that. Asta kept dragging on endlessly, running to pull on Lulia's hand and smiling. Really, you really do not mind. Thank you so much, Lady Lulia. Lulia was originally gentle. She was tricked by these tricks. She would have to look for a very long time to see through them, so at this moment her mind had not loaded yet. Why on earth did things become like this? Dietrich, who was standing outside, felt annoyed, and spoke. Stop it, Asta, the lady is feeling troubled. That is not polite to the Duke either. Asta did not care about that. Why is it not polite? Miss Lulia invited me. She turned to give a smile to Lulia. Surely there won't be any problems. I am going along, Miss Lulia. Lulia was really out of options. Okay, just do that then. I do not know any more. It is just dinner. What is there to worry about? So at that time, Davi arrived. Lulia led Asta along, looking at Davi standing in front. Ah, Davi, you arrived early. He was talking with his subordinates. But his face is so serious. What are they talking about? Lulia supplemented her brain. Could it be that he already mentioned the matter of buying the stairs? She looked at the two people very carefully, wanting to steal something from the lip reading. It is a big deal. I did not expect that it would get into Davi's ears so quickly. No way, if someone is being blamed for this wrongfully. Thinking this, she suddenly ran very fast, disregarding Dietrich calling back. My lady, you should not run like that, my lady. At this time, Davier also paid attention to them. Lulia was running desperately, while confessing. That was done by me. She stood panting in front of Davier. Davier looked down at her, his face not having much expression. Reaching out, wanting to help her stand up straight, Lulia raised her head before his call. Lulia. Yes, yes. Davier slowly spoke a sentence, causing Lulia, who had just finished breathing, to want to stop breathing again. When did you defeat the storm in the street? Huh? Davier also turned to speak with his partner, joking together. So, she is such a talented person, Larry. How do you plan to explain your omission? Larry smiled. It seems that she said that she is the cold goddess of the sea. Davier was still smiling happily. So she is the goddess of the sea that so many people are looking for. I am so lucky to be paired with her. Montefelt has received great blessings. Lulia was anxious and stuttered because she was so embarrassed. It is not like that. She had no choice but to confess. Just now, I accidentally messed up the stairs in the library and the path was messed up. She looked at Davier with a sincere gaze. Surely something happened because of that. Davier smiled, reaching out to touch her hair, praiseworthy to confess. Then touching her hand and lightly holding each strand of her hair. But it seems that only your hair was messed up, huh? Yes. The space transformation magic that is activated in this building will automatically restore after a period of time, as part of the mechanism that has been designed. Larry, is there anything messed up that I do not know about? Larry still kept a smiling face with the Duke. No, nothing has been messed up, Duke. Davier finished his work, then turned to look at Lulia with eyes like looking at a fool. You have heard it. There is nothing messed up at all, but hey, I told you not to run around like that anymore. Lulia waved her hands shyly. I was afraid that others might be wronged because of me. She finished being shy and then secretly smiled. Could it be that the problem was not as serious as I thought? If it was so easily destroyed like that, this mansion would have become a pile of rubble long ago. At this time, it seemed that she had forgotten the presence of the person that she had brought along. Davier looked at the two people behind, but hey, who are you currently accompanying to protect? Dietrich bowed and replied, Of course it is the lady, Duke. Asta is just. Asta stepped forward and said, Lulia invited me to attend the dinner. I plan to come and participate with everyone, Duke. Davier's eyes were expressionless, looking straight at the red-haired girl in front of him. Davier also did not want to insist. He turned around and said, Okay, then by the way, tell Dietrich to come and sit here too. Yes. Dietrich was also frightened when he was unexpectedly called, and spoke wanting to refuse. Duke, how dare I eat with you? Davier did not give him a chance to refuse. Dietrich, do you want me to repeat what I said? Dietrich reluctantly accepted fate. Sorry, Duke. The evening party was set up very quickly. A large table, with 4 people sitting together. Dietrich felt that this was even more difficult than eating in prison. What is wrong with the atmosphere? What should I do? Even someone oblivious like Lulia could feel it. The atmosphere seems a bit awkward. Davier spoke, dispelling the atmosphere first. Lulia. He smiled and looked at her. What did you do today? Lulia also answered honestly. Today, I wrote invitations for the people I met at the party. I visited the library that I mentioned earlier. There were a lot of books, but Davi has already read all the books there, right? Davier nodded. Perhaps you experienced more than I did today. Asta smiled and interjected into the conversation between the two of them. By the way, speaking of the library. She looked up at Lulia and mentioned that matter. Lulia, did you find that book interesting, huh? The book that you dropped on the stairs earlier, it looked like a rather complicated book, but you were still able to read it. That is really impressive. Asta's smile could not hide its rise. Surely it was. She did not pay any attention to Davier's blue pupils that were shifting, the Black Magic User's Guide, right? Davier opened his mouth. Black magic, huh? Lulia felt like she had been struck by lightning, frozen and not knowing what to say. She frowned, trying to find an explanation. No, if you just say it like that. It sounds like I am interested in black magic. Asta's mouth kept attacking her, not intending to stop. Lulia, are you okay? You do not look very good. And what about the book? What is black magic? Suddenly she shouted painfully, A! Everyone looked at her. The cat Kavi had scratched a long mark on her hand. What is wrong with this cat, after all, humph? Lulia felt that it was not good at all, so she immediately spoke to discipline her cat, Kavi. Oh my, I saw that you people were interesting, so I was too curious, and went to see. Who knew I would be roasted so much? I can't stand it. After all, from what time have you been here? Dietrich quickly stood up, wanting to check on Asta. Are you okay, Asta? Asta shouted loudly. Do I look okay now? That cat suddenly attacked me and scratched my hand. After scratching, Kavi did not stop, but stayed to scold her even more happily. Hey, is that called scratching? Do you want me to scratch you for real anyway? It is the same thing. Lulia tiredly urged. Kavi, stop and come over here. Asta did not know what to do, turning to call out her name loudly. Lulia. Surely you brought it all the way here. That then. Lulia walked over and picked up Kavi, disregarding that it was still scolding. Who cares how I got here? Dietrich was horrified, wanting Lulia to put it down. Oh my, lady, you should give that cat to me first. Lulia hugged it. No, I will keep him. If I give him to you, you will get scratched. Dietrich was still trying to persuade her. Lulia, you have to take it outside immediately. Are you planning to eat with it? The problem is not just me, but the food will be full of fur. But hey, what is Dietrich doing? Why do not you help me speed up the process of taking it outside? In the meantime, Davier suddenly put the cup down hard. All attention was focused on Davier. He looked at them. It is really noisy. Immediately, all three sat down properly. Lulia lowered her eyelashes, pursing her lips. What should I do? Have to apologize to Asta and explain to Davi about the book. The poor little girl now felt that even breathing was difficult. But this atmosphere, do not hug me anymore, put me down. Lulia took a strong breath and tried to explain to Davi that book. But Lulia... Davier interrupted. This cat's name is Kavi, huh? Lulia's eyes widened a bit because the issue was shifted. Yes. Do not you know? Davier nodded. Yes, why are you embarrassed? Lulia secretly thought in her head about the names of Kavi and Davi. Why did I have to choose a name similar to Davi? That it is just that I heard that he likes that name. Davier smiled. Really? Lulia was about to die of embarrassment. She closed her eyes and screamed, Davi, if you are not satisfied, then I... Davi continued to smile. Why, it suits you. A strawberry was brought to her mouth. So delicious. Lulia pondered while swallowing the strawberry. Could it be that Davi does not care about the book? Thank goodness it seems that Asta did not misunderstand. After eating, she turned to face the person opposite her. Asta, I am sorry, it is because of my cat. Asta smiled. It is okay, Miss Lulia, that is also understandable. But you really love animals, right? Even raising a cat. Just now you also mentioned riding a horse. Again, making things difficult for Lulia. Davier raised his eyebrows. Riding a horse, Asta replied. Lulia also wants to learn how to ride a horse. So when mentioning a beautiful mare, Lulia seriously spoke up. No, I do not want to learn. I want to say that... Her hands intertwined, as if wanting them to make her more confident. A while ago there will be a festival and a grand party. Everything will be prepared very carefully. But horses are really expensive. If I am riding a horse too, then it really will be. Davier looked at her before asking, Therefore, you want to ride a horse, but do not want me to know. Lulia nodded, slowly looking at Davier. Yes. Davier crossed his arms when he was not expected to, and pretended to be sadly aggrieved. Why, do you want to learn from another man? Lulia widened her eyes. What? Who on earth is it? It is not like that. If you also ride a horse, then I want to learn from you. But you are so busy, so... Davier saw that he had gone a bit too far, so he smiled and stopped teasing her. Okay, calm down, you almost could not breathe. Lulia blushed. I have been blushing all day. Why would not I be able to breathe? Devier continued. I will tell Baron, so please wear the horse riding uniform. I will also free up my time. I am the strict type, so please prepare yourself. Lilia added to her brain in her head. That sentence means that Davi will directly teach me. The soul of the little girl again wandered somewhere. I only imagined this in prison. Can I become the prince riding a white horse that the ghost talked about? Devier spoke again. Is it delicious? Lilia turned to look at him. Davi. Devier was smiling again. Why is the answer so slow today? He was looking at the two people over there. So now they are frozen. I am asking if it is delicious. This dish is very delicious, Duke. It is really delicious, Duke. Asta, what do you think of this new dish? It has been a long time since you have had our chef's food. Asta smiled. It is always as great as before. Devier suddenly raised the corners of his mouth very high, as expected. Asta seemed to sense some danger. She still maintained her original nature. Dietrich unexpectedly knelt down, facing Devier. Duke. It is all my fault. As always, Lilia was like someone from another world, not understanding what they were doing. What is this, after all? What kind of situation is this? Therefore, please. Contrary to Dietrich's earnest plea, Devier replied bluntly. Dietrich, if you want to return to your childhood to play, why did not you say it from the beginning? Back then you also often played the role of a good dog. Yet even now, I still do not understand who is really being led. These words were really insulting to others, yet Devier spoke them without feeling embarrassed, and even turned to pretend to ask Dietrich. Do you agree with me, Dietrich? Why did I fall into this situation again? About a dozen years ago, at the Montefort Duke's family, remembering when he was young, Dietrich always ran after Asta. Let us go together, Asta, Asta. Asta stopped and turned her head to look at him. Dit, how long have you been chasing after me? I am just as Dietrich was about to touch Asta, she shook his hand off. Don't follow me, it is annoying. But Asta, those hands raised in midair, just like that, were lost, falling into a lonely space. No one needs someone like you. Get lost. Asta just waved her hand and left, also leaving behind the lonely boy standing right there. No one needs me. The Duke is scary. And Mother seems to have forgotten about me. Just like Asta said, is it because I am too small and useless that no one needs me? The last teardrop could no longer be stopped from falling. At that time, Devier was the one who saw everything. That boy Dietrich went to a tree root to sit and gnaw at his sadness. Suddenly, something was thrown in front of the boy. It was a wooden sword. The young Devier spoke. Take it. Dietrich was scared out of his wits, his face also turning green, unable to say a word. Young master. Devier stood there and said to the boy Dietrich, sword class takes place at 9 a.m. every day. Yes. Devier did not clearly state his purpose, only patiently made requests. Eat your fill, have the servant sew a new set of clothes for you too. Tell them that it was all my orders. Seeing Dietrich still blank, the young Devier asked, what is wrong? Is there a problem? No, it is not like that. Dietrich said with a trembling voice. I have never held a sword. It probably won't be of any use. I do not know why someone like you would invite me to participate in this sword class. I really do not understand. Devier slowly explained. It is not like that. I need you. The knights are too big for me to deal with, and the nobles are childish, so I easily get annoyed. Will you also cry every time I win like them? Dietrich quickly replied. Look at that. Having taken a few steps already, Dietrich was still standing still. Devier turned around and said, What are you doing? I told you to follow. Dietrich stammered. Yes. Dietrich bowed and picked up the wooden sword. His gloomy eyes now had light, following behind his young master. From that day on, I was not alone anymore. Davi was strange and locked up, but brought interesting moments. That gloomy boy from back then now smiled more than before. When he was with Davi, loneliness seemed to disappear. At this time, Asta had already arrived outside the door at some point. Young master, Dietrich. Dietrich's eyes lit up when he saw his younger sister, Asta. Asta smiled. I brought some snacks. Let us eat while we do it. Dietrich flusteredly took them, only Devier did not care. Wow, thank you. Asta walked to Devier curiously. Oh, the book is so thick, what is it talking about? Dietrich warmly told his younger sister. Young master is explaining to me about the history of the Duke. Oh my. There are many great things that have happened, listen with us. Asta came over and stroked Dietrich's head. Really? Dietrich was happy like a child. Having his younger sister praise him, Dietrich's eyes became bright. He also happily invited his younger sister. Let us watch this together. Asta, oh my. Dietrich remembered that, and after that day, Asta was always with us. Young master, where are you going? Young master, I brought some snacks. Even during class, she was by their side, no matter how much Devier ignored her. Young master, why do you address Dietrich so intimately? Can I call you that? Hearing this, Dietrich turned to look at Devier. Devier, hearing as if he did not care, said indifferently, Just do as you wish. Really, wow, so happy. Thank you at that time. I just felt the joy spread when Davi gave me and my brother those names, as if we had really become a family. I do not know how Asta accepted that. A few days later, Asta's voice echoed throughout the room. Can you believe it? She stood angrily with her arms crossed. You can't find a white mare. No matter how the horse farm owner explained, Miss Asta, this white horse is really dangerous. Stop with that excuse, it is so annoying. I was proud that I would ride a white mare to the riding meeting. The Duke has allowed me to ride any horse I want, so choose from these horses. They are all great horses. If you clearly state your wishes, I will assist you right away. Get out of the way, how can I trust the subordinates? I will choose myself. Unable to argue, she walked around looking for a horse. This one is too ugly, and this one is too tall. She looked around. Are there no horses that suit me? Suddenly those eyes lit up. She pointed at the horse in front of her. I will choose this one. The farm owner immediately refused. Ah, no, that won't do, miss. What? Miss Asta was angry. That one can't either. Charlie is the young master's favorite horse. You absolutely can't ride it, because you definitely can't do it. Why is that? She reached out wanting to touch the horse in front of her. It is also easy to understand. Charlie is extremely sensitive. Only the young master Davi is allowed to ride him. Those eyes suddenly became sharp and strange. Is that so? Murmuring, like that, I will be the first person to be allowed to ride you other than Davi. Asta immediately grabbed its reins. Girl, that won't do. The horse startled and yelled, hee hee. Then it kicked her out. The farm owner again helped her. Are you okay? He breathed a few sighs of relief. Thank goodness, it seems that you were not hit too hard. Asta's eyes became frozen, and her pupils were contracting, as if preparing to do something crazy. She needs to be more careful. Can you stand up? Asta pounced on going somewhere, girl. She grabbed a broom, before the farm owner's scream, wait. She swung it at the horse in front. You can't do that. The farm owner's miserable scream echoed, girl. Elsewhere, Dietrich chased after Davi. Dietrich smiled with wide eyes, looking at Davier. Are you going to play with Charlie? Can I participate? Davier smiled and teased. No way. You always give Charlie sugar cubes. Even so, Davier still let Dietrich follow, and Dietrich next to him continued to pout and mumble, TCH, but Charlie only follows Davy. I also want to be close with Charlie, but, Getting close to the horse stable, Dietrich found it strange. Why is the horse stable so noisy? What is going on? So what is this after all? What if the young master knows about this? Davier went to that place and stopped, asking, Why is it so noisy, young master? The farm owner spoke. Young master, now there is only a little time left. Davier's eyes suddenly widened. On the inside, there was a lot of blood. Dietrich covered his mouth to avoid screaming. Why is there blood at Charlie's place? The farm owner did not hide anything, and decided to speak the truth. The matter is like this. Miss Asta was determined to participate in the riding meeting, insisted on riding Charlie, and when she was kicked by Charlie, her anger erupted. She used the pitchfork to attack Charlie's neck. Dietrich screamed in panic. No, impossible, Asta caused it. Asta could not have done something so terrible. Davier stepped inside. Hey, where is she? Yes. Those people who were there all witnessed Davier's devilish face at that time. Asta, where is she now? Asta now was still strutting around in the palace. It is okay, this time I will again be the most outstanding person. Even though it is not clear who Charlie is, but my riding dress is so beautiful that it can't be ignored. What should I wear next time? She was still complacent with her malicious trick, even though she was just a child. The new dress is falling in price already. I will have to have the Duke buy it for me. Or have Davi go to the meeting with me. Surely those others will be jealous to death. But why is it so quiet today? There is a bad smell. She went to her room door, opened it. What is going on? I have to enter the room. Suddenly her pupils contracted violently. Wait. It was completely no longer her room. It was desolate. What is this? On the inside, there was also that pitchfork. Davier was sitting reading a book by the windowsill very calmly. Someone called him Davi. Dietrich slowly walked to him. Davier, as usual, asked with concern, What is wrong, Dit? Dietrich lowered his head, not wanting to question him, but, Davi, you... Davier looked at him very intently. Dietrich no longer had the sparkling eyes of every day, replaced by a pair of eyes full of suspicion. What did you do to Asta? Dietrich clenched his hand as if restraining something. What did you do to Asta? Davier glanced at the boy. What? On the ground were scattered patches of black. The glass window was broken and the curtain was charred. I am just giving her a suitable punishment for what she did. The boy said sadly, his face not reconciled. No matter what, this is too much, not letting her use anything besides the burned room. The boy remembered the scene of Asta covering her face and crying on the ground, along with the servants, ignorance, and even prohibiting the servants from cleaning. Asta cried so much. Davier closed the book, making a sound. Dietrich was startled and a little panicked when he heard Davier's voice. It is too much. Devier turned around to face the boy in front of him. It is not like what I did with my words. It is not a scratch on the neck. Is that too much? Dietrich was still trying to argue, but Devier narrowed his eyes flashing with anger. Daring to climb onto my head and neck like this. I thought I had been too lenient already. Devier's voice rang out. Dit, you also know that, right? The boy lowered his head with a sad face. But Asta is mine. Devier pressed. That is yours. The boy pursed his lips silently. Devier frowned, his face serious. Speak clearly, Dit. What is the relationship between you and that person? His voice was sad. I know, clearly. Asta has never really valued me. The boy realized one thing. When Asta was with him, she only wanted to be close with Davi when she was with me. The boy could only turn his head looking at her, trying to smile. Pretending to care about me. I understand everything too. The boy looked up at Davier sitting in front of him, but even so, Asta. The boy's cheeks flushed red. Is my only family. Devier looked at Dietrich for a long time, as if thinking about something. He parted his lips and said a sentence. Asta must be very happy. He turned his face away and ordered, Get out. Dietrich looked in panic. Davi, what I mean is, he said softly. Don't make noise, I am reading a book. The boy silently looked at the book that was again opened, his face still flushed. The boy's voice rang out. Yes, sir. The boy looked at him, a little scared. After a moment, he again lowered his head, pondering something. The boy stepped out. The book flew out in the middle of the room with the speed of light. It lay quietly on the ground. Not far from Devier, he sat leaning against the windowsill, looking bored. The faint light flickered in the room. A few years later, Dietrich was walking on the hallway. He narrowed his eyes as if pondering something. He remembered Asta's annoyed face and her bitter words. Because the Duke is not here either, I will leave this place. There is no one here to welcome us either. He heard her tone of expectation and was silent for a long time. Dit, you will definitely go with me, right? He frowned, his face hesitant. A voice rang out behind the door. Come in. He looked at the back of the dignified man standing there. Greetings, Duke. His voice trembled. Today, I took the initiative to meet with you, because, is being a knight trainee okay? He replied casually, okay. He startled and quickly said, Ah yes, thank you, Duke. His voice was indifferent. If there is anything you want to say, then just say it. He hesitated, he took a deep breath to reduce his stress. He looked at his back, pondering. I have always been thinking since the first time we met. He remembered the family photo of 3 people, causing him to admire the man. If I was born as a traditional hostile heir like this person, I would have been able to live happily in an environment full of love and affection. He remembered the scene of the 2 people when they were young, but I can realize that the reason why he brought me to him was not simply because of empathy. He suddenly realized, because he was also lonely, terribly lonely like me. He remembered the back of the young Duke, thinking, that is why he approached me. He was silent for a long time. He raised his head to look at the current Duke. Although I am still just a fledgling squire, I will do my best to live up to the Duke's trust. He knelt on one knee before the Duke's back. Sooner or later, I will become a formal knight of Montefort. His voice rang out, to repay the Duke and always be by his side. He casually replied, You have only just started wielding a sword, and you are already talking about repaying favors. You seem a little hasty. His expression tightened. That is... He startled him, so that he could become a true knight, even if he seemed weak now. He turned his head to look at him with a teasing expression. I will increase the intensity of training. You should prepare yourself mentally. He blushed, looking at him with some anticipation. He bowed his head in response. Yes. He frowned and thought, It is my fault. He glanced at him suspiciously, drifting in his own thoughts. I had assumed that time would make Asta more mature. He lowered his head with a look of remorse. As soon as I returned, I inadvertently touched the Duke's mood. I should have been the one to mediate between the 2. He raised his head as if he had decided something. Right now, right here. Lulia was feeding him a pastry. He blankly opened his mouth to eat. He paled at this sight. Asta looked flustered. Duke, Duchess. Lulia smiled happily. She happily watched him eat the cake. This is very tasty. I was planning to have Davi try it. She was screaming in panic in her heart. She tried to put on a smile as if to be gentle. It is tasty. I tried to make the atmosphere a little more cheerful. Is it okay? She clenched the hem of her dress. Davi's overreaction showed that the matter was not simple at all. She remembered the scene just now. I do not even know what is going on between the 3 of them. She despaired. Now how do I make everything right? Asta smiled with glee as if disaster had struck someone else. As if Devier would scold Lulia to her face in the next second. How could she be so heartless? How pitiful! She is definitely going to get scolded by Davi now. She was startled when she heard his voice. What flavor should it have? She stood there dumbfounded, the sound of his words echoing in her ears. What is it? Sweet and sour? A flavor that lifts the mood. She was surprised. Just leave it like that. Lulia asked in surprise. Could it be you do not like this flavor? He smiled and glanced at her. This flavor wakes me up instantly. Lulia looked in amazement at their hands intertwined before her. Well, I will get up first then. He took Lulia's hand and glanced at the other two people in the room. You two take your time and enjoy yourselves and come out later. Asta glared and pursed her lips watching them leave. He glanced at Asta's face, which was flushed with anger. He pursed his lips in silence. Baron said calmly. And then? He sighed, looking at him sternly. How was the wonderful flavor of that meal? Tell this old man. He dejectedly lowered his head. Baron, please stop. I'm about to cry. He said teasingly, I understand. It must have been a very honorable position. He sat on the chair with a gloomy face. I am just worried about the flyers. And Asta, he replied calmly, I do not know what to say. He frowned and looked at him. Besides advising you to worry about yourself. Do you know how worried Tara is about you? He looked at him suspiciously. Huh, Tara. He paled, remembering the girl's cold expression. Do not say such nonsense. She, recently, every time she sees me, she looks like she can't stand me. Baron scolded angrily. She has always been like that. He looked at him suspiciously. Do you really feel so sorry for Asta? He touched his head with a tired expression. There is no other way. Asta is the only family I have left. He disagreed. That is strange. The Duke is also your family. He thought for a moment and said no. He muttered a little self-consciously. The Duke is the Duke. Someone like me can't possibly be called family. He remembered Asta's annoyed expression as she passed him. Indeed, he really did not understand the problem. Looking at today's events, it seemed that Asta had remained true to her nature. He guessed she must have been constantly talking to her mother. He was startled and quickly said, Asta is trying to be friendly with the mistress in her own way. He remembered Asta's tone mixed with anxiety. You must know that Asta does not mean that, but the habit of borrowing other people's words to express her feelings is really worrying, especially when facing the Duke like that. He still wanted to speak up for the girl but did not know what to say. That Baron interrupted him. The reason is no longer important. Thank you for helping to resolve the matter. He looked at him suspiciously. So now, what are you going to do? If you have experienced this much, you must have realized something, right? He looked at him worriedly. Even if she eats something, she still does not leave her room. I do not know what she is thinking. He remembered the closed door of Asta's room, as if obscuring the light shining into the girl's soul. He reminded him, since the Charlie incident, have not you realized something? He looked at him. However, even Baron had to admit that the Duke was indeed very changeable. He looked at him, startled. Please do not say such words in front of me. His hand behind his back tightened. You can't imagine how much suffering the Duke has always had to endure. His voice was slightly sarcastic. Of course I understand that someone like me can't possibly understand the Duke's suffering. He looked at him sternly. I do not intend to complain about such difficulties. He was full of question marks. What exactly is he implying? His eyes were hidden by his glasses. He was silent for a long time, with a latent magic power of almost zero. The status of an illegitimate child in alienation like a stranger. Xavier, when he was young, was just an innocent boy. Count Dietrich had no knowledge of the Montefort curse. He hid behind the door, looking at the sickly and haggard man lying on the hospital bed. He only vaguely noticed the poor health of the previous Duke, however. The reason why, the previous Duke, who did not even care about his own daughters. Asta's hand glowed, a sprig of flowers appeared, and also gave special affection to Asta, who had no blood relations. She possessed the ability to alleviate the pain caused by the Montefort curse. A golden stamen flower with pure white petals, Lilith. The previous Duke gave her special attention, although it was not clear exactly how far Asta's abilities went. She smiled smugly at everyone, but it could be said that the Duke loved her because of the meaningful ability she brought. He had a pensive look on his face about Asta, the girl standing before him. Her return to Montefort was probably because she realized her own power, although no one knew why she knew that. The Duke had noticed the dark intentions in her actions. Baron was extremely surprised by the Duke's decision, but the reason why he still accepted her to stay, no one really understood, although neither of them knew about the similarity. He remembered the current Duchess. Her surprise was no less. To the best of his ability, keeping them close would not be beneficial. He straightened his back and looked sternly ahead. He replied calmly, Okay, if you are curious about that, go ask the Duke yourself. His head was full of question marks, after begging to become blood brothers with him. The Duke's residence and time passed quickly. A few days later, Lulia was strolling in the garden with a maid. A voice rang out, Miss Lulia. She looked at the person in front of her in surprise. Her joyful voice rang out, Bianca, Lobelia, you have arrived. Bianca and Lobelia smiled at her. The day for the first tea party of the future. Duchess of Montefort has arrived. Her voice rang out at the tea table. Thank you everyone so much for coming. A hand picked up a cake. I am the one who should be thanking you for inviting me. The three of them sat happily drinking tea and eating cake. I never thought I could come all the way to Montefort Castle to enjoy tea like this. I will definitely brag about it everywhere for a while. Bianca happily touched her hand. This is a place that is very difficult to set foot in, unless there are special official events. Holding a tea party in the Duke's era is the first time. She happily watched the two kittens interact. I am glad to see the cats have become close to each other. The black cat angrily, do not follow me anymore, why are you so persistent, get lost. She happily looked at Lulia. If I have the opportunity to visit this place again, please allow me to accompany you. She smiled and replied, I have no reason to refuse. The cat's annoyed voice rang out, hey, please do something about this guy. She smiled, reassuringly. I was worried that she would not be comfortable sitting, but luckily Bianca quickly found a seat. She remembered the scene, when the two first met, the happy expression, when talking about her cat. From the first time I met her, I wanted to become friends with her, because I knew she kept cats. Do you like cats? I also have a kitten. She pondered, this is the first time I've invited someone over, so I am a little nervous. But now Lobelia is teaching me how to behave properly, so everything seems to be fine so far. Bianca and Lobelia chatted happily. Bianca looked at Lulia with some anticipation. Miss Lulia, will you invite me to the wedding? She replied happily. Of course. She looked at her enthusiastically. Great, I have actually already decided what to wear on that day, and you, Lobelia, what are you planning to wear? She drifted into her thoughts. It is amazing how just listening to the conversation can be so happy, thanks to that. I feel a little more refreshed the last few days have been. Lobelia looked at Lulia suspiciously. She looked at her worriedly. Miss Lulia, are you worried about something, huh? Bianca looked at her worriedly. That is right, you seem confused. She forced a smile. That... She thought hesitantly, maybe I can share my worries with those two. She said, actually, recently I met someone who is really incomprehensible. The two looked at her suspiciously. The sensitivity of the two made her nervous. As expected, it is about that person. Is it like that? She touched her chin and thought for a moment, although not entirely correct. The first image that came to my mind was her. Since ancient times, her reputation has resonated throughout this region. She was startled in surprise. Famous, is that true? She cried out in surprise. Asta's voice rang out. She walked from afar. While strolling in the courtyard, I suddenly heard cheerful laughter. I am glad there are many familiar faces here. Asta held a pure white umbrella and stood there looking at the three of them. Hello, Lulia? She glanced at the other two with a condescending tone. And this is not it, the ice goddess, Lobelia? Lobelia lowered her head with a sad expression. She was full of question marks, looking at Lobelia, ice goddess. She turned her head and looked at Asta in surprise. Asta, do you know Lobelia? She smiled and replied, of course I know her. I met her once in Huangdo. She was originally famous, but I remember her very clearly. She glanced at Lulia with a suggestive tone. Anyway, Lobelia's dancing skills are really too outstanding. In addition to her dancing talent, she also left a deep impression in other aspects. Her surprised voice rang out. Huh, what? Oh my, Duchess Lulia, could it be that you do not know? Lobelia looked dejected. In Asta's memory, ice goddess is a title for infertile women. She rested her chin on her hand with a sarcastic expression. It is rumored that she was divorced. For that reason, it is difficult to understand why the Duke would give such a person as a tutor to you. Bianca scolded angrily. Hey, do not you think it is rude to say that to someone's face? She raised her voice and said, so you are the person I met at the congratulatory party before. Your name is probably... She looked at her angrily. I am Bianca of the Beloa family. Unfortunately, the first impression became bad before we even said hello. She put on a fake look of remorse. Oh dear, what are you talking about? I am just telling the truth. She looked sadly at Lobelia, divorced just because she could not have children. She narrowed her eyes and pondered. I do not know much about high society. She thought in fear of the prospect if that happened, but if everyone knew I was abandoned for that reason, then... She looked at her angrily. Why are you talking about such things in such a cheerful way? She sweated and stared at her blankly. Cheerful? Wait, what is that? She frowned with an annoyed expression. If I were Lobelia, I certainly would not be comfortable when others casually revealed my personal matters. But you seem to enjoy sharing those things. It is really incomprehensible. She opened her mouth trying to defend herself, but only uttered a few sounds, and then fell silent. I am just... Bianca sighed and returned to the appearance of a young lady of the Earl's mansion. You were already famous, and now you are rumored to be bullying the Duchess's friend. This is interesting. I am not good at keeping secrets. She startled and quickly denied. Hey, what have I done? She frowned angrily. What have you done? Are not you ashamed to keep talking about other people's affairs and arbitrarily using their names? She pursed her lips with a sullen expression, listening to Bianca's words. You also borrowed the name of a family before, and were taught a lesson by the young master of that family that you will never forget. Why can't you learn your lesson? It is really hopeless. She turned her head and walked away. She said calmly, that won't last long. She looked at her suspiciously. What? She replied. That name, Duchess of Montefort, that you are so proud of. She threatened in a deep voice, when the Duke is no longer interested, it will disappear, just wait and see, he will eventually need me. She watched Asta's figure disappear. Lobelia bowed her head in confusion and sadness. I am sorry. It is all because of me. Lobelia. She quickly said, Lobelia. Her eyes were full of sympathy. You do not need to apologize. It is not your fault. She smiled at her gratefully. Thank you, Lulia. She bowed her head sadly. She stammered, I got married quite early. The person I married was a marriage promise that I had known since childhood. She remembered the childhood memories of the two. Although it was not passionate love, we still maintained a close relationship. She remembered the shattered wedding photo, however. When I could not have children, his attitude changed completely. She smiled contentedly. Even though only the dancing talent that I had been recognized for since childhood remained, I still felt lucky. She remembered, every time she danced with others. Every time I danced, I seemed to be back in the happy days of the past. She looked at Lobelia worriedly. Lobelia? She looked at Bianca's tearful face and the happy smile on Lobelia's lips. She pondered, it is hard to believe when the person closest to you turns against you. She must have been very shocked. Lobelia is really amazing. No, that is not it. That is also the reason why she sometimes seems so lost. She remembered Asta's words before leaving, that name, Duchess of Montefort, that you are so proud of. When the Duke is no longer interested, it will disappear. Could Asta's words mean that she was suspicious of Asta's mystery, but the words about Davi eventually needing her, what exactly is that? The orchids bloomed to welcome the sun. She tilted her head to look at the sky outside the window. She unconsciously remembered Lobelia's words yesterday, Miss Luculia. There are many kinds of people in this world. Her expression was calm and full of sophistication. There are people who are as innocent as you. She smiled and replied, but there are also many who are jealous and can't stand seeing others shine. She had a serious expression. I hope that you will not lose your own radiance because of those people. Tara looked at Lulia with a tense expression. Why does the Duchess look so serious? She angrily thought of Asta's sour and displeased expression. Otherwise she would have come to the tea party just now, and again said useless things to the Duchess. She looked at her. Hey, Tara. She was startled, and quickly said yes, Duchess. She looked at the maid with some worry. After I marry Davi, I have to have children, right? She replied excitedly, yes. She widened her eyes in surprise. But how are babies born? Tara stammered. That. She quickly grabbed a riding outfit and dragged Lulia to change the subject. Time is passing so quickly. Wake up. There is no time to do this. She looked at her in surprise, but the black cat looked at this scene angrily. Oh dear, there really is no time. From today you have decided to learn to ride horses from the Duke. It was knocked down by the outfit, oh my. I was sleeping soundly, and suddenly Tara happily looked at Lulia in the riding outfit. All ready. She happily waved her handkerchief. Then the Duchess should be careful. She looked at the black cat suspiciously. What is wrong? I have a feeling that Tara is trying to avoid answering. Covey, do you know how babies are born? It looked at her in panic. What? I do not know. Why are you asking such a thing? I am leaving. She quickly called out, wait a minute. She thought suspiciously. Why does not anyone tell me? Since hearing the story about Lobelia, I keep wondering. Her thoughts wandered far away. Marriage. Divorce. She pondered. Children. Family. A person approached, attracting her attention. Things that were vague now became clearer than ever. Duchess. She replied calmly. Ah, Dietrich. Everything is ready. Let us go to the stables. He panicked. Do, Duchess. His face was frightened and trembling, looking at her. Please, Duchess, can you reconsider letting the Duke teach you to ride horses? She was startled, looking at his face. Why? What is wrong, face? He stared blankly. I have experienced it, so I am saying this, but learning from the Duke is probably too much for you. She smiled pensively. Ah, that is right. Davi admits that he is a terrible teacher. She suddenly realized. It seems that Dietrich also learned that from Davi. She asked him, suspiciously, I do not know at that time. Did Davi directly teach Asta? He looked at her suspiciously. No, why did you suddenly ask about this? He was a little nervous and did not dare to look at her. I remembered the last time Tara and Asta argued about riding horses. Ah, that. It is just another story. She asked curiously, what is the matter? He hurriedly glossed over. This is something that is not worth the Duchess listening to at all. She heard this, and was silent for a long time. She angrily turned around and left. It is always like this. He does not even intend to tell me the details, I understand. There is no need to follow me to the stables either. I will go myself. He startled and quickly chased after. Duchess. He sweated and nervously chased after her back. Please do not suspect. I absolutely have no intention of hiding anything from the Duchess. She stopped. Dietrich? She turned her head and looked at him with an annoyed expression. I hope you won't feel embarrassed because of Asta. He bowed his head and replied, yes. She looked at him suspiciously. She said calmly, is not family those who are always worried and taking care of each other? She remembered Asta's coldness towards Dietrich, but it seems that Asta does not seem to be worried about Dietrich having difficulties because of her. She looked at his worried face. If it were me, I certainly would not want to see my important person in a difficult situation because of me. He looked at her in surprise. Duchess? Her eyes were sad. I have no memory of my family, but since coming to this mansion and receiving warm treatment from everyone, I have regarded everyone as my family. She smiled at him. Of course, Dietrich too. She pondered. I was going to ask Davi directly one day, but the plan has changed. She looked up at him. Tell me what happened. Her voice was full of trust. I want to hear it from Dietrich's own mouth, not from others. He blushed, looking at her. He pursed his lips hesitantly, actually. The two walked in the corridor. He recounted softly. The thing is, like this. She looked worried and thoughtful. I had no intention of digging so deeply. But you revealed even the story of half-brothers and past stories. That was a big mistake. He glanced at her a little nervously. You must have been very sad. The two chatted. Yes, do you mean to say that I am unnecessary? She looked at him seriously. I have also tried to use my abilities to become a useful person here, but if I hear such words, I will definitely feel hurt. He anxiously said. The Duchess is doing very well. She smiled happily. Is that so? Dietrich too? He was surprised to hear her words. I, Tara, and Baron also think that Dietrich is necessary. Her voice rang out. David will definitely think so. He muttered. I. A man appeared in front of the two. Me? She looked at the elegant man in surprise. Davi, when did you arrive? He stammered. Duke, you came earlier. He propped his hand on his cheek and looked at the two of them. I have been waiting so long that I am about to die, but without me. Why are you two talking so happily? Her voice was happy. I was talking about looking forward to the riding lesson. He replied, Is that so? He smiled at him. Do you have something to say? He startled in panic. That, he suddenly remembered later, ask the Duke directly, after you beg him to become blood brothers. He remembered the scene of the two reading books when they were young. He pondered. David will definitely think so. He sighed. If the Duchess's words are correct, I can also confidently stand by the Duke's side if I am worthy. He sweated, looking at the Duke. That, if you have time later, like the gentle courage. Davier looked at him in surprise. Can you be an opponent for me to practice with? I want to return all your gentleness. He remembered both of them when they were young, like how you treated me when I was young. He stood in front of the Duke when he had grown up. If he was nervous, his hands and feet flailing. If my senses are reduced too much, then protecting the Duchess will also be a problem. Davier looked at this scene dejectedly. He sighed dejectedly and lowered his head. No. Forget it. It is really a strange request. Please do not mind, and pretend you did not hear anything. He was surprised to hear the Duke's voice. Good. He looked at him calmly. Is not it that I have seen you become lazy lately? He smiled evilly. It is better to call the doctor first. He blushed, looking at him excitedly. Do not intend to go on 2 feet. He smiled. Yes. The two looked at his back. Thank goodness. Davier glanced at her and smiled. It seems that Dietrich has decided to get closer to Davy. He looked at her suspiciously. What kind of magic did she use, huh? His expression was very surprised. I am curious to know what she said that made that timid Dietrich dare to shamelessly ask for my time. She pretended to be serious and coughed softly. Well, that is, he asked again in surprise. That. She touched her chin and smiled slightly. Footsteps rang out. That is a secret. He looked at her in surprise. Secret. She happily turned her head to look at him. Yes, that is a secret. She smiled innocently. If you are really curious, ask Dietrich. He smiled slightly. He followed her footsteps. So, the two chatted happily. Are you well prepared? A little. He smiled calmly. That is not enough. She looked at him in surprise. Huh, why? A voice rang out. She startled. Just in time, I just finished preparing. A strong black horse appeared in her sight. She panicked as if she realized something. She whispered in fright. No. Could it be? He replied, This is, beautiful, right? She looked at it in horror. I feel completely overwhelmed. Can I ride something like this? He glanced at her. She cried out in surprise. He smiled and reached out to hug her waist, causing her to shout in panic. Wait. He lifted her onto the horse. Oh my God. He smiled out loud. He smiled, looking at her. I did not expect it to look so good. It is quite good. She panicked, her whole body shaking. Davi, I. She anxiously gripped the reins in his comfort. Do not be nervous, Lulia. He gently touched the horse. Try touching it more gently, like this. The horse closed its eyes and stood still, enjoying its owner's caress. She looked at it in surprise. Huh, I thought it would jump out as soon as I touched it, but it is standing still. She stroked it, silently feeling it, soft and warm indeed. He jumped onto the horse. You two got close quickly. She startled, looking at him behind her. It seems that the lesson can start right away without any problems. She blushed and glanced at him. She looked at the distance between the two. I just relaxed a little. But why is it so close? Her face was flushed. He smiled and comforted her. Do not be nervous. Nothing will happen. She stammered anxiously. He touched the horse's belly with his leg. The horse neighed and kicked, causing her to cry out in surprise, Davi, Davi. She closed her eyes in fear, not daring to look. The horse galloped quickly on the grass. You clearly said that I would not fall, you liar. She closed her eyes tightly and lowered her head. It feels like I am about to fall. It is too fast. I can't raise my head. He put his head to her ear. Lulia, open your eyes. She stammered, but, he whispered, you have to open your eyes to learn. She opened her eyes. The horse stopped long ago. In front of her was a green meadow and a clear blue sky. She widened her eyes in amazement at this scene. The gentle breeze blew the leaves on the trees. Everything passed me by in an instant, as if I had become a living breeze. The sunlight shone on the beautiful white flowers, that I, who could not even walk until recently, was riding a horse and running like this. She smiled happily, looking around. I am very happy and surprised. She reached out to catch a falling leaf. The world seen when riding a horse and running is a different feeling. Her cheeks were flushed. It is so beautiful. The horse walked slowly on the grass. How do you feel about your first time riding a horse? She replied a little worriedly. He smiled and replied, Great, but you do not know if you can control it yourself. It seems that she learns faster than Dietrich. She will probably be able to ride alone soon, but he was very impressed from the first day, really. She widened her eyes and suddenly realized, that is right. She remembered her conversation with him just now, thinking about it. Dietrich, Davi seemed to have been very mature since he was young. He had said, that is right, back then, the Duke rarely showed his emotions. She listened to him seriously and silently. I have never seen him whine or act spoiled to try something he wanted. She looked at him suspiciously. Davi, by the way, I have something to ask you. He started looking at her. She tilted her head to look at him. What is that, Davi? She calmly made a request that was very strange to him. Can you act spoiled with me a little? She turned her head to look at him. Can you act spoiled with me a little? He looked at her in surprise. Act spoiled. She sweated, looking at him a little flustered. It is a bit sudden. Well, it is like this. She thought of him when he was young. Actually, I have heard a little about it. She remembered her conversation with Dietrich, about Davi's childhood from the people in Montefelt. He sighed with a frustrated expression. You are that close to them. Why did you arbitrarily say such things? She looked at him worriedly. Because I asked. So do not scold them. Let us see what to do. I am so worried. He asked suspiciously. So, after hearing about my childhood, how do you feel? She looked at him seriously. I think you must have been very sad. He looked at her in surprise. Sad. She praised him innocently. I heard that Davi went to the battlefield since he was young, and his parents also died early. I think Davi is extraordinary. She smiled sympathetically, but at the same time, she thought that you must have been very sad. His cold face, when he was young. He was coldly silent for a long time. He coldly spat out a sentence. I did not know you had a hobby of digging into other people's wounds. She looked at him in panic. There is no such thing. She turned her face away, not daring to look at him, just, after hearing about it. She whispered a little, sadly, I just wanted to indulge Davi's spoiled behavior. She remembered what Dietrich had said. It is shameful to admit, but even I, who is always by his side, can't fully understand his thoughts. She remembered his sad expression when mentioning the Duke's past. Now looking back, I can't imagine what he had to silently endure. She replied softly, I have thought about it a bit. She remembered the faces she met when she came here. There are many people around you. Around him, there seemed to be countless chains preventing them from getting close, but it seemed that they did not fully understand him either. The two rode the horse on the wide grass, so, in addition to fulfilling the role of Duchess, I also want to find another way to help you. He smiled teasingly. This way is spoiling me. She rubbed her hands, a little nervous. I wish I could become someone you can trust. She smiled happily, looking at him, sharing honestly. Whenever you are sad or hurt. He looked at her in surprise. He laughed softly. He laughed. Ha ha. She looked at him suspiciously. Why are you laughing? I am serious. He smiled, looking at her. Sorry, because I find it strange. This is the first time I have heard such a thing. He touched the corner of his eye and smiled, but she was surprised to hear him say, What is acting spoiled like? She stared blankly, sweating coldly. Oh right, I have only thought about it a little. I have not decided what to do yet. She suddenly thought of something and looked at him excitedly. How about I hug you whenever you want? He looked at her with a head full of question marks. Hug, she replied happily. Yes, a hug. She remembered the night of the big rainstorm. The thing is, last time, on the night of the rainstorm with thunder and lightning, I was very scared, but at that time, you hugged me. She remembered his warm hug and helped me calm down, right? That feeling was really warm and safe. The two passed through the wide grass and entered a forest, so I thought that, if I could bring that feeling to you, then it would definitely be great. Anytime. She smiled happily. Of course, anytime. He looked at her silently for a long time. I see the stables. We must be there. He suddenly remembered the things. From when he was young, it was a strange thing. Being born as a Montefeld. Throughout my life, the eyes I received were always the same. He remembered what he had heard from small to large. The erratic and incomprehensible young Duke. The invincible war maniac. Or the Montefeld monster called with awe and terror. He looked at her lovely smile. But why are you... He looked at her, both afraid of me and worried about me, smiling without suspicion even though you know nothing about me. He got off the horse, causing me to offer a hand that I had never offered to anyone. He looked up at her and asked things that no one dared to ask. He reached out to her as if pulling her into his soul. If the pain that has accompanied me all my life fades when I am with you. He took her hand, and then highlighted the pain when I am not with you. He clutched that hand, pondering, causing me to be afraid. Then I will definitely. She looked at him suspiciously. Davi. She widened her eyes in surprise. Why are you standing still? The gentle wind blew a leaf. She looked in amazement at his face, slowly approaching. He closed his eyes and gave her a passionate kiss. The kiss ended, the two separated. She blushed, stammering, Just now, what? Davi? She withdrew her hand from his. His expression was dark. Sorry? She looked at him in panic. Huh, Davi? Dietrich hurriedly ran over. Duke, you are here. Are you going to go another round? No. His voice was emotionless. The lesson is over. He looked at him with a head full of question marks. Yes. He looked at the Duke's back as he walked away. Are you going to leave like that, Duke? Duke? He looked at her suspiciously. Duchess, did something happen? She was sweating a little nervously. No, actually. She looked at his back getting further away. I do not know, either. She kept remembering the back of that man after that horseback riding lesson. I could not meet Davi again. Every day, she would often stare blankly at the door of her room while reading as if she was waiting for something. He no longer suddenly visited my room. She looked at the empty dining table with only her, or ate and drank as usual, in a closed room, causing me to gradually spend all my free time. She lay on the large bed, just to be in the room. She narrowed her eyes and pondered, what does that kiss ultimately mean? She remembered the kiss that day. Why did Davi leave like that? She shouted angrily. The black cat angrily threw the book at her head. Oh dear, it is so annoying. Its angry voice rang out. Oh my God, how long are you going to be depressed? What happened in the end? She rubbed the place where she was hit, silent for a long time. She hugged the book and turned to one side. The cat shouted angrily. Hey, are you listening? It asked angrily. The Duke has also disappeared. What is this atmosphere? She buried her face in the pillow and hid. Do you two know that you are about to get married? She was startled. Wedding. She imagined the wedding of the two of them. All right, the wedding day is getting closer day by day, but our situation is like this. So the atmosphere is not like it at all. She propped herself up and sat up. Never mind. She walked to the table for books. I need something to divert my thoughts. She looked at the books on the table. I will try reading the book I borrowed from the library. She suddenly realized something. She remembered that book. It is strange. Where did the book go out? She quickly turned to look at the black cat. Kavi, did you put away that black magic book? The cat shouted angrily. Why are you suspecting me when I did not do anything? I have not even touched it. She thought sadly, then, who took it in the end? It would be troublesome if there was a misunderstanding. The cat frowned irritably. A voice rang out. He came and left last night. She was suspicious, Davi. The cat said sarcastically. When you were sleeping soundly, you did not know anything about the world. It suspiciously remembered the scene last night. What happened to the two of them in the end? It fearfully assessed. I usually think he is scary, but last night the atmosphere was really tense. It looked at Davier's hand holding the book. That book was also taken away at that time. She was surprised. Davi went back and forth. I did not know anything. What happened? The cat looked at her irritably. You were safe because I was here watching. Understand? She quickly smiled to make peace. Yes, yes. It walked away, dejectedly. Hey, it is too stuffy. Let us go for a walk. You are not sleepy anyway. She asked again in surprise. At this hour, the cat replied calmly. How would you know how refreshing it is to take a walk at night? Quickly follow me. She sighed. She grabbed her cloak anyway. She knew she would definitely have insomnia like the last few nights. She smiled happily and walked out of the room. Let us go out and breathe some air. She walked and felt her surroundings. The night air is really different from the daytime. It feels much more comfortable. She cried out in surprise. The cat shouted in horror. That place, oh dear, is not that the garden maze that we got stuck in last time. Who built this place? What a weird hobby. She smiled. Looking at it, we almost died. A voice rang out, causing her to startle. You should not casually approach that place. She turned her head to look back at the girl behind her, Asta. She looked at Asta with some surprise. Since when has she been here? Thinking about it now, this is the first time I have met her again since the tea party that day. She smiled kindly. Hello, Miss Lulia? The cat looked at her, startled. I was startled. Where did she suddenly jump out from, Kavi? She was even more surprised to hear her words. I am really sorry about last time. She bowed her head with a pitiful expression. I always only cause trouble, so if you can't trust me anymore now, then I have nothing to defend. She replied, That is not true. She said the words in her heart. The person who needs to receive the apology is not me, it is just that I feel that Asta is incomprehensible. She narrowed her eyes. She laughed softly. Incomprehensible. I, for example. She looked at her nervously, sweating. Are you talking about why you told Davi that I am important? She lowered her head, but her eyes still looked straight at her. That is right. It is strange indeed. She remembered her smug expression when talking about this matter. I came back, just because I thought that he needed my help. Asta kept emphasizing that Davi would still come to her, just like the way the previous Duke used to do. She still remembered her last words at the tea party that day. Just wait and see. In the end, the Duke will need me. She looked at her suspiciously, but clearly, she had no intention of telling me. The suspicion grew larger and larger when she suddenly mentioned this matter again today. So why suddenly mention this matter? She said calmly, actually, the Montefort family has been cursed from generation to generation. It is a curse that makes those with powerful magic endure suffering. She was startled, in horror. A painful curse? Why? She continued. That is right, for example, Dit. His magic power is almost at the level of a normal person, so he is not in this case. But children with strong innate magic power like Davi, they are like cracked mirrors. They have to endure the pain, as if their whole body is twisted throughout their lives. She stared blankly in amazement. What? She remembered his lovely face. So all along, everything I saw about Davi, his casual smiles, he has always been enduring that pain. When the two of them were happily chatting together. She covered her mouth and lowered her head with a panicked expression. In such a situation he was still able to. She startled, as if she realized something. Her voice rang out. Wait, how do you know about this? She lied without blinking. Davi told me directly. She looked at her in surprise. Davi. She smiled. Yes, I am the pain reliever that Montefort needs. She remembered the bottle, suspiciously looking at her, wondering how a person can be medicine, a pain reliever. She smiled with a triumphant expression. Her expression was shocked. How can a human be? She replied. You must be wondering what I am talking about. I have not directly experienced it, so I can't fully understand. She smiled happily in her shocked eyes. But just being by my side, or even just looking at me, that pain will lessen. I do not know why I have this ability. She remembered the previous Duke. He had endured that pain throughout his life, so when he met me, she remembered the previous Duke's doting smile. It is understandable that he especially loved me. Her eyes were sad. Davi too. Did Davi receive her help? She turned her head to look at the maze garden, and listened to her tell her memories here. Yes, it was in that maze garden when I was little. She said at that time Dietrich and I got lost in the maze and kept going around. She remembered the scene of Davier in the maze when he was young. Then I happened to meet Davi, but he looked very different from usual. His whole body was sweating, and his breathing was chaotic. The pain he was enduring must have been terrible. He did not look good at all. Her frightened eyes looked at him, and then, the moment our eyes met, she widened her eyes. He smiled and reached out to her. Davi's frightened face gradually softened. She told about the time when the three of them were happy together. After that, the three of us often played together. The two sat under a tree chatting. Then, when there were only two of us left, Davi told me that secret. The cat looked annoyed. That is nonsense. Hey, do you believe all that? She said worriedly. I do not know, but now I gradually understand. She suddenly understood something. Why the previous Duke loved Asta so much, even though they had no blood relationship. And she realized a most important thing. Why Davi left the Duke's residence from a young age to rush into the battlefield. If it is all because of the Montefort curse, then everything is easier to explain. She lowered her head with a panicked look still faintly on her face. She turned her head to look at her. But Asta, why are you suddenly telling me this? She smiled with a sly expression. That's because Miss Lulia wants to know my position. She looked at her in surprise. Position? What do you mean? The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. What I mean is, Miss Lulia is not someone who can be easily offended. She looked at her suspiciously. What does that sentence mean? She asked another question. Recently, Davi is pretending not to look at you, right? She smiled triumphantly. The reason is obvious, because I am here so you are no longer interesting. She put on a face. Moreover, I am a noble after all. She smiled threateningly. And you were found in the dungeon of the Archduke of Demons, and do not know your identity, so know your place. She grabbed her blonde hair. Her eyes were full of greed. Soon, the position of Lady Montefort will belong to me. A claw flashed past, like lightning. She looked in surprise as Kevie launched into the air. She screamed, with 3 claw marks on her hand. Kevie stood on the ground, his fur standing on end. Oh my God, I really can't stand it. Who allowed you to threaten people here? She angrily shouted. This damn cat again. A hand picked up a rock from the ground. She opened her mouth and shouted. She threw the rock at her. Stop right there. Asta looked at this scene in amazement. What on earth is going on? She whispered. No, she shouted annoyedly. No need to apologize. She angrily glared at her. That will absolutely not happen to you. She lay on the ground, looking at her suspiciously. What? A surprised voice rang out in the night sky. What is going on? She gasped for breath. She walked back to her room complaining, oh my God, I accidentally did something too much. Kevie disagreed, but this time, Asta really went too far. The cat looked at her happily and excitedly. That is right, this time you did so well. A person like her needs to be taught a lesson before they wake up. I hope everything will be okay. Tara looked at her in panic. Oh. She hurried to her side. Duchess, I was so worried because you did not come back. She replied, oh, Tara. She asked suspiciously, did something happen? She thought for a moment, right, instead of enduring it alone, maybe talking to Tara would be better. She looked at her, actually. She covered her face with a frustrated expression. She looked at her in surprise. Duchess, please wait for me. She angrily rolled up her sleeves. I will go give that little thing a lesson right away, daring to be rude to our Duchess. She panicked and quickly pulled her back. Tara, be patient. Try to bear it. She rubbed her forehead tiredly. I have calmed down, although I understand your stubbornness. She patiently explained. Asta was originally from a noble family from the capital, but the family declined. The previous duke's favor was an opportunity for her to change her life. She remembered the previous duke's smile when looking at her, however, no matter how pampered she was. She remembered the image of her and her mother leaving the residence. In the end, he only saw her as a mistress, and the mistress's daughter. She sat on the bed in amazement looking at her, so... Tara narrowed her eyes. Yes, maybe Asta believes that if she had obtained a suitable status at that time. She sighed, dejectedly, and replied, then that period would not have ended, so she has always clung to the Duke from beginning to end. She guessed her plot. Maybe she is thinking of taking the position of Duchess this time. A voice rang out in the office. Duke, sorry to bother you so late, but we need to finalize all the schedules for the upcoming wedding before tomorrow morning. Baron looked at the Duke with some worry. What should we do? He replied calmly, right? A picture of strange animals appeared on the desk. He looked up at the ceiling. What should I do? He looked at Davier suspiciously. How long are you going to be like this? He worriedly recounted. The wedding day is approaching. You have not been eating properly these days, and you have not been sleeping. If you continue like this... He paled and made a decision. Then I can only starve along with you. He looked at him in panic. Oh my God. He smiled teasingly. Try to endure it. Maybe you will die right away. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his face and looked at him dejectedly. Thank you for your concern for this humble old man. He suspiciously listened to his words, but if you are really worried, then please wake up. Do you know how hard the Duchess is working because of you? He did not understand why. He replied, what else? He looked at him worriedly. When that Asta is brazenly making trouble, even the Duke suddenly neglects the Duchess. He was full of question marks. When did I ever do that? He asked, in surprise, and then suspiciously, so you are really avoiding her. Why are you avoiding the Duchess? He guessed. Could it be that you suddenly feel afraid of her? He tilted his head to one side dejectedly and replied, yes. He stared blankly, silent for a long time. He looked at him in surprise. What is it that makes you so afraid? He narrowed his eyes. There is a daughter. His eyes widened behind his glasses, startled looking at him. He rushed in front of him in panic. Duke, when did you finally cause this shock? He stared blankly at him a little fearfully. Can you step back a little? It is not me. He pointed to the table, that wolf over there. He pointed to the picture of the gray wolf on the painting. Are you talking about the Archduke Adramelech? He narrowed his eyes and thought, I have never heard of him having a daughter. I heard he has many illegitimate children, but only one daughter. He remembered that little girl. Because the child was weak, she was overprotected. The little girl had been in a coffin from a very young age, but she also passed away early. He looked at him suspiciously. How did you know that? He replied calmly. I met that person once when they were young. He mentioned the letter that year. Do you remember when he invited my father and me? At that time, even the ancestors had no choice but to accept. He remembered the scene when he met the little girl that year. You mean you saw her at that time? The child was about 12 years old at the time, and I was 14. The Archduke kept wanting to pair us up. He was very anxious. He looked at the little girl. He guessed worriedly, so Duke, could it be that the identity of that child is... He calmly interrupted him. No, Baron, I said she is dead. He was worried. So, could it be that the reason why the Archduke started using black magic is... He hugged his daughter's coffin. It must be because he wanted to save his daughter. And to do that, there must be a vessel to contain the child's soul. He looked at him suspiciously. Are you talking about that bowl? He crossed his arms and replied calmly. That is right, but the problem is, I can't know. He glanced. When I found that child, he remembered Lulia, whether that child has had her body taken over by the daughter of the Archduke Adramelech or not. He worriedly sweated all over. The Duke's participation in the campaign to destroy the demon race in the north was a surprise to everyone. The image of him walking on the battlefield. A Demon King's flag lay on the ground. If it were not for his intervention, the Demon King probably would not have failed so easily. His painful face seemed to appear before his eyes. Did he breathe his last before he could summon the soul of his beloved daughter? He remembered Lulia. Or did he quickly perform that ritual before he died? He looked at him seriously. The answer to this question has sunk into the darkness. Along with the death of the Demon King, the ability to recognize the child's soul must be a sequelae left over from that process. He bowed his head with a serious expression. Duke, even if the Duchess is the daughter of the Archduke, I can't believe that person has an evil heart or is hiding something. The candle was burning and crackling. The conversation between the two continued. If it is just a matter of the kingdom, then there is no need to worry so much. What? He lowered his head. At first, I was also curious to know what it was like in the end. He tightened the painting in his hand. He frowned, but then he suddenly realized that it did not matter anymore, whether it was the Archduke's failed experiment or a sacrifice carrying the daughter's soul. He replied calmly, all of them no longer have any meaning to me. He was so excited that his face turned red. He stood up, so, before things get worse, I plan to deal with it. His trembling hand wanted to touch her face, but I can't kill her. He pursed his lips. On the contrary, I just put on the blanket and left. He pulled the blanket up to cover the girl, but in the end I could not do it. He asked in surprise. Suddenly you are fasting. Is there any special reason recently? He sighed, dejectedly. It is not a big deal to the point of making a turning point, just touching lips once. His glasses hid his eyes. He was startled to hear his voice. Duke, is there any word that the Duchess often says? What is it? He remembered the girl's innocent smile. Davi is really good. Her expectant face, I wonder when Davi will be back. Her happy smile, I have to ask, Davi. Davi. He looked at him calmly. It is the Duke's name. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. The problem is not which side the Duchess chooses. If she thinks either side is okay, then it is even better. He mentioned that the first person she met was him. The truth is clear that she is relying on the Duke. The Duke brought her into this situation, so he has to take responsibility to the end. He was silent for a long time. He looked at the crumpled piece of paper in his hand. A blue light emitted from his hand. He smiled slightly. It is ridiculous, even though I hate green to the point of feeling nauseous. But every time I see it, I remember him. She smiled happily. Hello, Devwan. The two chatted happily. It has been a long time since we last met. How was your business trip? Thanks to the Duchess's care, I went and came back smoothly. Devwan praised. I heard that in the meantime, the Duchess also completed an impressive debut. She smiled happily, looking at him. I wish Devwan could come too. He happily agreed. I can't attend the celebration party, but I will definitely be present at the wedding. She awkwardly tilted her head to the other side. Ah, the wedding. He paled, looking at her. What? Did I say something wrong? Her expression was sad while he was worrying and thinking wildly. Maybe I will lose my job. No. If it is worse, I will even lose my life. Hey, Devwan. He was sweating like rain. His face was as happy as if he had found gold. Yes, Duchess, praise God. Please spare my life. She rubbed her hands, her face a little worried. It is a bit complicated if I go into detail. She sadly confided in him. But suppose someone wants to take away something that belongs to me, and I do not want to give it up, then in that situation, what should I do? He looked at her worriedly. Duchess. He looked at her worried and sad face. What happened? She clutched the beautiful dress on her body. I do not understand my heart either. She lowered her head with a confused expression. At first, just going out made me happy, but for some reason, the greed in me kept growing. She lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, for example, wanting to have an important person. She thought of the moment when she and Davier were happily together, and wanting to be trusted by that person, for example. He smiled and explained, for anyone that is natural, to the point that it can't be considered greed. She disagreed. But I am not just anyone, I am just a jinx. That may be related to black magic. He looked at her in surprise. She asked innocently, just because I have learned to cherish what I have received, can I not want to return them? He smiled as if relieved of a burden. She startled, looking at him. Duchess. He looked at her. Seriously, have you ever heard the Duke directly mention the things you were worried about? She quickly looked at him. No, that is not true. I have never talked about such things with Davi. Heat emanated from the teacup. The conversation continued. Why is that? I do not know. She lowered her head with a worried expression. Just that if I said that, then he might not like it. I know that it is not because I am special that he brought me here. He looked at her and said an obvious truth. As the Duchess said, the Duchess is not just anyone. He explained, because the Duchess is the Duchess of Montefeld, the position of Duchess requires tolerance for subordinates. He sincerely replied, but it is also a position where the Duchess does not necessarily have to give away what she does not want to, so the Duchess can frankly express her wishes. He smiled, looking at her. The Duchess always tries her best, and worries that she may accidentally hurt others. She looked at the man in front of her in amazement, but if it is hard to believe in yourself, the Duchess can believe in the people she trusts. Countless images flashed before her eyes. Dietrich, Baron, Tara, and Tades, I am also one of them. He smiled and advised, and if I dare to guess, maybe the Duke has the same thought as me. Why does not the Duchess try talking to him directly once? She looked at his back, walking towards the large door. Devon is right. She happily said goodbye to him. She blushed and raised her hand, showing her determination. I can't keep being like this. Right now, I have to find Davi and ask directly. In absent-mindedness, she thought of the little black cat, thinking about it. I have not seen that cat today. At this hour, it usually takes a walk alone. Maybe it is around here. Tara looked at her excitedly. A walk? It just so happens that the weather is nice. Speaking of which, would the Duchess like to go for a walk? I really like it. She quickly ran away. Then I will bring a parasol, Duchess. Please wait a moment. She panicked and quickly said, Tara, do not run. She and Dietrich chatted together. I do not know if she fell. I am so worried. It seems that you have completely reconciled with Tara now. Not quite like that. He cried out in surprise. Oh my God. Asta's sour voice rang out again. I just passed by an elegant gentleman. I did not expect Miss Lulia to be here. She stood in front of Lulia, dressed revealingly. Was that guest yours? She replied a little nervously. Asta, yes, Devon, my psychological counselor. He looked at her unhappily. Asta, why do not you greet the Duchess first? She smiled happily. Getting private counseling with such a handsome man. I am so jealous. She narrowed her eyes with a suggestive tone. It seems that recently ladies are trending to keep such men by their side. She silently looked at her. Annoyedly. He and Asta started arguing. Do not say useless words to the Duchess, Asta. What useless words? Why are you talking like that? Her arrogant voice echoed throughout the room. I am just saying that is trending. She narrowed her eyes, but, hey, I have something I've been wondering about for a while. Lulia looked at her angrily. Why are people calling her Duchess even though the wedding has not happened yet? Her voice was full of sourness. Miss Lulia has such a beautiful name that no one calls her. Would not you be sad? If you are not satisfied, go meet the Duke and argue with him. Tara's face looked angry, looking at Asta. She gritted her teeth, looking at her. What? She frowned angrily. This is the Duke's order. If you are not satisfied, then just talk to him directly. The two argued fiercely. Who are you to interfere in this? This is not something you can say. Am I like you? Lulia and Dietrich looked at Tara's mood in horror. With the Duchess, it is no different at all. You still have not distinguished it until now, but that is right. If you could distinguish it, then you would not have been deceived to the point that you could not wake up. Tara is really powerful when she is angry. She gritted her teeth and cursed. You, if you do not want your tongue cut off, then shut up. She sighed with a sarcastic tone. Oh, why are you saying such vulgar words? Please be careful of your words, Miss Asta. What if the umbrella you are holding also burns out this time? She gritted her teeth with an angry expression. She angrily shouted, It has been thousands of years. What are you being so loud about? She saw something. Her face panicked. No. Her footsteps sounded. Rushed, Duchess. She ran to stand between the two of them. She was so angry that her face turned red and purple. Tara's eyes widened in horror. Really? Dietrich and the guards shouted in horror. A blue light appeared before her eyes. She fearfully closed her eyes tightly. Something shone like a small sun. She sat on the ground, clutching her head. She looked around in fear and worry. Really? The black cat's eyes widened and his mouth gaped. Looking at this scene, that is amazing. Everyone lay sprawled on the floor. The scene was unusually quiet. She looked around suspiciously. Just now, what happened, everyone? The guards looked at her fearfully. Are you okay? She gasped for breath. Asta struggled to sit up, stammering. Which? She was sweating like rain with a face of extreme fear. Which? She looked in horror at the hand pointing towards her, along with her trembling voice. That woman is a witch.